Hello, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Eurasia Research Online Live International Conference. Hello, Alje Maiden, how are you doing today?
Hi, Miss Priya Gautam. I'm good. I hope you are okay.
Yeah, I'm doing good too. Thank you for asking. Hi, Katrina, how are you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah, you're most welcome. Hi, Nora,
Hi,
how are you doing today?
I'm fine. What about you?
I'm good too. Thank you for asking. Hello, Francesca, how are you doing today?
Hello, good morning. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good morning. I'm fine too. Thank you for asking. Hi, Adinda. How are you doing today?
Hi, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, you're most welcome. Okay, so I guess let's begin with our conference now. Okay, so even the event is about to start. Please wait. We would be beginning shortly. Okay, so today we have presentation and participants from around 10 countries in the world. So we are broadcasting this conference on our Facebook Live on multiple pages of Eurasia Research. The link for the live sessions are shared in the chat box. So before moving ahead with the conference, I would like to introduce Eurasia Research to all of you in a nutshell. Please allow me a moment. So, with over 1 million satisfied members and associated spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs at various reputed institutions and grand venues. Eurasia has been tirelessly working for research world and have not stopped their endeavors even during the COVID era and have participated research community with online platform which was safe and convenient method to continue their passion. We are an international community of researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and to create opportunities for networking and collaboration. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, research publications, academic awards, and scholarships. Some of our key highlights are we provide scholarships to deserving candidates to promote students and research scholars to participate in the international conference. Young Researcher Scholarship is provided in the form of full registration fee waiver. We have vast experience of publishing papers for more than 7 years. Our associated journals publish original papers, review papers, conceptual frameworks, analytical and simulation models, case studies, empirical research, technical notes, and book reviews. We cater to more than 30 plus themes in the area of teaching and education and have registered ISSN and following renowned indexing Google Scholar, Crosscheck, Authenticate, Crossref, the Keepers Registry, Script, Portico, Road, Directory of Open Access Scholarly Resources, OAI, PMH, Registered Data Provider, PKP Index. We will soon be applying for Scopus 2. We have a wide network of 100 plus internationally acclaimed keynotes across the globe who share their knowledge and guidance with our participants with open hand. We have a large number of committee members and advisors who support us and guide us through their expert opinions and decision making capabilities. We couldn't be thought we couldn't have thought of reaching here without them. We also encourage our participants to connect with more than 15K plus followers on our social media platform where they can share their research and interest. Join our Facebook group and be a part of discussion by researchers and academicians. We also have several collaborations with universities, colleges, and institutes to better serve all interested and like minded intellectuals. With great enthusiasm and pride, we would like to request our participant to enjoy the benefit of our lifetime membership in just USD 60. We have over 10,000 plus members from across the globe. We would like to share some of our past participants' experience with you. Thank you for your patience and valuable time, and let's move ahead with the conference. Okay, so I will be your host for today. My name is Priya Gautam. So let's start our conference with our Terra President speech. That is Lion M. Shelley. She is PhD in Higher Education Executive, Adjunct Professor, Boston College, Chestnut Hill. Let's see what Miss Shelley has to say about us.
I'm making that commitment to make that trip because I so deeply believe in the relationships and the bonds that are formed, as well as just during the conference, getting to know people and seeing different perspectives rather than just seeing it on a screen. Encourage them to attend a Eurasia conference in general because I believe in the organization. I'm president of the organization right now. I would encourage them to attend if they couldn't attend in person for financial or schedule or whatever reason. I would encourage them to attend, but I would encourage them to attend in person first, but always, and I continue to do that, encourage them to attend. Nothing but good things to say about the conference pre-COVID, and last year I did not attend an online conference, so I can't comment on that during COVID, but I can comment on pre-COVID and my experience last year in London. I truly find that the way it's organized in groups and the group work that goes on is different than just to sit and listen, which is what attracted me and why I said yes to becoming president. It's organized in a way where it encourages that collegiality and that sharing of ideas and that sharing not only of the research that you present, but in small groups to broaden that discussion. So the way the conference is organized is well done. Often I can't stay for the whole time because of my busy schedule, but I do stay for the one day that I keynote, and the participation is phenomenal. And other conferences that I've attended, as well as done keynotes, as well as done breakout sessions, they don't organize them that way. Yeah. I organize my breakout sessions and keynotes in other organizations that way because I feel from my learning styles research that I've done and published on, it's the best way people learn.
Thank you so much, Lion and Shelley, for these wonderful words. Moving ahead. So, here is our eminent speaker of the day. So, she is Donga Jeong, PhD student of Graduate School of Information, Yonsei University, Seoul, South Korea. Let's see what Donga Jeong has to say about us.
Algorithmic experience at the conference. The title of the study is Exploring Algorithmic Experiences in OTT with a mixed method approach. In a nutshell, the study investigates the various algorithmic experience user encounter in OTT services like Netflix, Disney Plus, etc. But my study focuses on only Netflix, aiming to conceptualize algorithmic experience, explore their components and level, and determine which combination of components and level can build a highly satisfactory algorithm service and user experiences. The challenge I faced during this research, it was applying the theoretical framework by peer researcher Butcher of Facebook algorithm experience to the OTT context. Okay. Since the format and process of recommendation services in social media and OTT are very different, so distinguish this and applying them to the OTT context was a bit tricky. Well, not just in this research, but throughout my research journey as a researcher, I'm driven by a desire for self-improvement and trying out new things. The deeper I delve into my field of study, the more I encounter new things. So each time I come across something new, it spark fresh ideas, and I find joy in organizing this thought. And this process of academic progression brings a sense of achievement. I think it fuel my motivation to continue researching. Actually, we have 4 new full-time students in my laboratory. And so what I want to tell them and anyone just starting out as a researcher is not to lose their current passion and not to compare themselves with others and just focus on diving them into area that spark your interest where you can really concentrate and shine. So I think it's really crucial to find your niche and excel in it. Throughout the registration process for the conference and afterwards, me and Dr. Flora Charles kept in touch through email, and I really appreciated how quick and cooperative the responses were and making the whole process smooth and easy. And then also, I want to express my gratitude for the Tokyo conference organizing members for showing a lot of interest in the researcher work and for providing a space where we could engage in discussion together.
Thank you so much, Tonga Jeong, for these wonderful words. Moving ahead, our next eminent speaker of the day is Dr. Nazrana Mathur, School of Humanities and Social Science, the IIE's Varsity College, South UNISA, the University of South Africa. Let's see what Dr. Nazrana Mathur has to say.
My research analyzed a training initiative that I designed and implemented for higher education students to support them with referencing. So a spike in plagiarism cases during the COVID-19 lockdown was noticed. And because students could not physically come to the campus, and some of them had limited access to technology to attend online sessions, we needed to provide them, with material to support them with academic writing in particular. We needed to focus on referencing and paraphrasing. So in this research, I wanted to see if the material that I developed had any impact on reducing the number of plagiarism cases at the institution where the study was conducted. Usually challenges associated with research might include things like finding participants, not eliciting enough data, and so on. However, for this study, I needed to think creatively and out of the box in an unprecedented time and find a way to try and reach students who I would normally simply invite into a lecture room for a workshop. So also challenging with this particular study was when the data revealed that the initiative did not have the impact that I was aiming for. However, this gave me the opportunity to explore deeper and then find reasons for this phenomenon. I've always played an active role in students' academic writing development. So when it was found that there was an increase in students being penalized for plagiarism, a gap in our student support was foregrounded and action needed to be taken. So a natural step after implementing the initiative was to measure its impact. I was also interested to see if this was common across other institutions and what approaches they were possibly taking, and then to see if those approaches could work in our context. So what I found was that there were other institutions who were experiencing the same increase, but not much about the support that they offered. So the research blocks, it seems, just all fell into place. Your research is like choosing a life partner. If you don't find it interesting, you are going to be doomed. So my advice is choose an area that excites you and that you want to learn more about to ensure that you see it to the end. And most important, don't be intimidated when you realize that the more you are reading and researching, the less you know about the topic. Because ultimately, that is the beauty of research. So this conference, EduCon Tokyo International Conference on Education, was wonderful and very well coordinated and organized. But what stood out for me compared with other conferences that I had the honor of presenting at was how stress-free and comfortable it felt. So what worked really well was the recordings of the presentations that are sent ahead of time, and then the chairperson plays them during your slot. Now, this alleviates the anxiety that presenters might feel, about technology letting us down when it's time for our presentations. And then I also found the team activity gave attendees the opportunity to become comfortable with each other. So when questions were asked and posed at the end of presentations, it was like you were speaking with someone you know. So thank you to all involved for an informative, engaging conference and overall great experience. I would strongly recommend and encourage other researchers to participate.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nazrana Mathe, for your kind words. So, moving ahead with our conference. So, our conference is divided into 3 sessions. So, the first session would be keynote talk, the second would be team activity and photo session, and the third and the final session will be technical talk. So, I would request every participant to rename their Zoom account with their full name in English. This will help us to record your presence. You may ask your questions related to the presentation in the chat section while the presentations are going on. All the certificates, receipts, and the proceedings will be sent to the participants within a week on their mail IDs. The proceeding will include all the full paper and abstract accepted for the conference. So let's move ahead. Coming on to our publication process, the publication process starts once the registration process is complete. The author needs to send their papers, consent forms, and reviewer details on the email ID given. The review reports will be sent to the author once the review process is over. The final stage of publication starts after receiving the revised paper from the authors. Please note, the publication process takes around 50 days after the conference date if all the editorial guidelines are followed within the given deadline. So coming on to our very first session of the day, keynote session, our first keynote of the day is Algemedan as Jordanas. Mindanao State University, Tawi Tawi, College of Technology, Oceanography, Philippines. His topic of presentation is Inclusive Education through Ethnoscience, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. Algemedan as Jordanas is an assistant professor at the Mindanao State University, Tawi Tawi, Philippines. He obtained his master's degree in mathematics education with academic excellence and best thesis award for the University of Philippines, Diliman, where he served as a test item writer in a national basic education assessment, an organizer, facilitator, and resource speaker in local and national teacher training on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. He presented and published various papers on mathematics education in international conference and reputed journals. He participated in different international professional gatherings such as Japan, Malaysia, and Cambodia. Thank you so much, Dr. Jordanas, for being there with us. And let's see what he has to say about it.
Good day. I am Aljamadin Haudines from the Mindanao State University, Tawi-Tawi, Philippines. My presentation is titled Inclusive Education Through Ethnoscience, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, or EthnoSTEM. At the outset, please allow me to thank the organizing committee of the Dubai International Conference on Teaching, Education, and Learning for the opportunity to share our work on inclusive education. The UN Sustainable Development Goals underscored the importance of inclusive education to cater to children from all walks of life. In the Philippines and in the ASEAN region in general, the value of culture, local or traditional knowledge is highly regarded as a key aspect to promote inclusive education. In this talk, inclusive education will be tackled in the lens of an emerging culturally relevant approach to science and math education, which is the ethno-STEM. The term STEM was coined from a 2001 report by the U.S. National Science Foundation to promote science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. In 2009, integrated STEM education has been upheld to explore the interconnections among these four areas for students to create products or solve real-life problems. However, the applicability of STEM education is constrained by several factors such as cost, preparation, availability of equipment, and the like. Thus, there's a need to encourage the use of low-cost, do-it-yourself, and contextualized STEM activities to extend the message of inclusive education. Ethno-STEM transpired in view of ethnomathematics and ethnoscience and other culturally responsive pedagogy. It should be noted that the prefix ethno is much broader than ethnic. It covers not only indigenous people, but also those who belong to a distinct cultural stratum, such as professionals, female, youth, and the like. Ethno-STEM is a culturally responsive approach to STEM education which caters to learners sharing common knowledge systems, language, skills, values, and context. It has four domains, namely ethnoscience or cultural beliefs and ideas that relate to science concepts, ethnotechnology or technology tools used, ethnoengineering or classical engineering design and processes applied, and ethnomathematics that presents mathematics in a way embedded to their cultural activities. During the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, we have explored some concepts and ideas of ethnostem present in the seaweed farming and mat weaving of the Sama ethno-linguistic group in a coastal town in Tawi-Tawi, the southernmost province of the Philippines. Sama is one of the largest and most diverse ethno-linguistic groups of insular Southeast Asia. In the Philippines, they live mainly in the southern part of the Sulu archipelago and constitute one of the principal Muslim ethno-linguistic groups. The Sama in Tawi-Tawi have been cultivating seaweeds essentially for livelihood and business. Seaweed comprised about 85% of the fisheries production in Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or BARM, where Tawi-Tawi produced more than half of this production, making it the region's, if not the country's, biggest seaweed producer. After a month-long ethnography, it was found that ethnoscience in Sama seaweed farming was illustrated in factors affecting seaweed growth and drying, such as sea current, seabed, grazing, temperature, fertilizer, and infestation. This reflects ideas and concepts in oceanography, marine science, and ecology. While most of these are confirmed by scientific facts and evidence, it is important to note that there are certain beliefs being discouraged and even debunked by science and research. At least 12 ethnotechnology tools were used in Sama seaweed farming, including wooden pegs, bolo, twine straw, nylon rope, boat, and sack. These are generally hand tools classified as cutting, measuring, and digging. Early tools such as the wooden peg are still used today due to its abundance and availability, while other traditional tools have evolved. Ethnoengineering involved site selection, preparation of materials and seaweed lines, seaweed cultivation through the post and line method, seaweed harvesting, replanting, sun drying, and storing. It expressed classical design of structures for seaweed cultivation and drying that are either grounded on their beliefs or adapted from practices of other communities and culture. Ethnomathematics included primitive measurement, arithmetic calculation, ratio and proportion, equations, variations, functions, geometric sequence, and basic geometric concepts and relationships. It can be categorized into four domains, namely measurement, arithmetic, algebra, and geometry. The Sama are also known for weaving mats made from indigenously processed leaves of pandanus since time immemorial. It is a sleeping mat used daily or in several traditional occasions such as wedding, Thanksgiving, funeral, and many more. It is also used as a decorative ornament to display its beautifully intricate geometric design. Ethnoscience was observed in the processes determining the dyeability of pandan strips, as well as in the procedures employed in softening and bleaching. It reveals concepts and ideas studied in botany, chemistry, and mechanical physics. Their beliefs are so far consistent with scientific facts and principles. Ethnotechnology tools are in various forms such as bolo, pandan presser, pandan slater, and other local cooking tools, with each tool exhibiting unique characteristics and functions needed for weaving. These hand and miscellaneous tools can be classified as cutting and fastening. Despite evolution of some hand equipment into machine tools, the Sama still preferred early tools due to affordability, feasibility, and cultural preservation. Ethnoengineering was evident in the preparation and boiling of pandan strips to create, bleach, and dye pandan strips for weaving and fastening the mat. This can also be seen in structures of certain equipment, such as the pandan presser, an intricate design of the mat that depict their cultural and indigenous know-how and the weaver's natural endowment and creativity. Ethnomathematics comprised primitive length measurement, arithmetic calculations, ratio and proportion, linear and quadratic equations, sinusoidal functions, basic geometric concepts, circles, symmetries, and isometries. This can also be categorized into domains such as measurement, arithmetic, algebra, and geometry that are evident not only in basic education but also in tertiary level and advanced mathematics. Indeed, the seaweed farming and mat weaving of the Sama possess richness in concepts and ideas of ethnoscience, ethnotechnology, ethnoengineering, and ethnomathematics unique to their culture. From This ethnographic report, together with the learning competencies set by the government, ethnostem concepts and ideas in Samasi with farming and mat weaving were incorporated to grade 7 learning modules in geometry. It made use of language, culture, and context of the Sama in Tawi-Tawi. Ethnostem-based learning modules were developed for grade 7 Sama students, and modular distance learning was adopted as a continuity plan, especially in areas with limited access to technology in the Philippines during the COVID-19 pandemic. It was observed also that students from the Sama ethno-linguistic group in Tawi-Tawi province had been struggling with learning in math and sciences, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Upon finalizing the learning modules, an educational experiment which lasted for 6 weeks was carried out among grade 7 Sama students in a public high school in Tawi-Tawi. It investigated the effects of ethnostem-based approach on students' mathematical thinking and resilience. In particular, it was examined whether students exposed to ethnostem had significantly higher mathematical thinking and resilience compared to those taught with the conventional way. Seen in this slide is a brief comparison or example of the two approaches. In the conventional approach, students are given a list of random objects to sort or group based on similar characteristics. Then they are to identify what undefined term in geometry each group represents. On the other hand, the ethnostem approach engaged students with a task related to seaweed farming where they are to identify some tools and materials, their uses, shapes, and ideal measurements needed. From this, the students will identify what undefined term in geometry they represent. After the intervention, it was found that students exposed to ethnostem had significantly better mathematical thinking compared to those taught with the conventional way. These favorable effects affirm that culturally responsive mathematics pedagogy facilitates mathematical understanding and applying. With this, we came up with the implication that ethnostem is an effective intervention to enhance students' mathematical thinking. Observations indicated that ethnostem would enhance students' mathematical thinking, creativity, initiative, and appreciation way better than the conventional approach. These are attributed to the strong link between the ethnostem with students' background and experience. Thus, with ethnostem, students find meaningful connection and understanding of mathematics for practical use. Students taught using ethnostem had also significantly improved their mathematical resilience and growth. This is because culture-based mathematics can motivate cultural students, thus allowing them to grow. Further, interview responses and journals indicated that ethnostem could facilitate resilient learning behavior. Thus, ethnostem can really facilitate mathematically resilient behavior. As a final word, we wish to invite educational stakeholders to embrace ethnostem in forging a more inclusive and meaningful curriculum in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And we can start it now. We can start it within our locality. Thank you for listening and assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Aljumedan as Jordanas, for this wonderful speech of yours. If anybody has any questions to Dr. Jordanas, they can ask their question in the chat box or can directly ask the speaker. Okay, so moving ahead, our next keynote speaker of the day is Sita Sagaran, personal development trainer, lifestyle consultant, motivational speaker, mentor, UAE. Our topic of presentation is the importance of inclusive leadership. Sita Sagaran is a personal development trainer, lifestyle consultant, and motivational speaker with a background of English, psychology, and counseling, including crisis and trauma counseling, UK, hypotherapy, metaphor therapy, and teaching children with special needs. She is also a licensed practitioner of neuro-linguistic programming from the Society of Neuro-Linguistic Programming, a Toastmasters International member for, for the last 17 years. She is also a distinguished Toastmaster. In 2020, she launched her customized online personal and professional mentoring program, the Nankur Mentoring Program. Sita is a co-author of motivational book Your Dose of Motivation, published in year 2020. She has shared some lessons from her life and attempted to simplify the concept of self-motivation in the book. As a co-author of the motivational book Women Who Inspire, published in year 2021, she has elaborated on the importance of mentors in life and positive impact that mentors can make in our lives. She also co-authored the 2021 published book of short stories Sagas of Destiny, and the same year co-authored an anthology of poems Reverie. She is also a co-author of recently published book on leadership, We Are Leaders, Expression and Experiences. A, recip- a recipient of Global Training and Development Leadership Award 2017, Exceptional Woman of Excellence Award 2020, and Iconic Women Creating a Better World of All Award 2020. She was also a recipient of Exceptional Leader of Excellence Award 2021 and Outstanding International Guest Speaker of Year 2021. Sita was included in the World Book of Hoinser Queens 2021 as one of the top 100 influential women of 2021. Her training, motivation, workshops, programs, and keynote sessions focus on individual development through interactive learning and mutual empowerment. Sita's training program and motivational session also emphasize inner peace, well-being, and participants' confidence. She has conducted corporate, educational, and social service and welfare training workshops, motivational sessions in UAE, India, Seychelles, Canada, and the UK. She has also attended conferences in the UAE, India, Sri Lanka, Singapore, and Italy as a keynote motivational speaker. Sita has also presented virtual keynote and motivational sessions in conferences conducted in the Netherlands, UK, Australia, Turkey, Thailand, Malaysia, Spain, and France. So moving ahead, let's see what Sita Sagaran's presentation is all about.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to first of all thank Eurasia Conference and the organizers for having welcomed me and invited me to be the keynote speaker for today. My topic today is on the importance of inclusive leadership. So, what is inclusivity, first of all? Inclusivity is when we are very conscious of making others feel most welcome, and we are very open in terms of understanding the diverse backgrounds they come from. Now, this is just a very simple meaning of inclusivity. We now move on to inclusive leadership. So, what is inclusive leadership? Inclusive leaders lead with an openness to diverse perspectives, and they also make sure that benefits are distributed equitably, providing also diversity and inclusive training as well in amongst the team that they are leading. So what is the problem when you do not have an inclusive leadership in an organization? It damages the workplace culture, number one. Number two, it also weakens customer relationships. Now, when we talk about a corporate background or an organization with regard to inclusive leadership, I'd like to mention that when we consider respect for diversity, we need to also look at our personal background as well. To what extent are we open to people who are very different from us? This makes me think of a time many years ago when I had just started my career as a trainer. I was just thinking that when you are facing an audience, you have people from so many different backgrounds who are dressed very, very differently as well as compared to you sometimes. But how open is something which is very important and also impacts the training program. I also remember the time when I would hesitate to speak or interact and get to know people who are very, very different from me in terms of their attire, not from their other diverse individual differences, no, but in terms of their attire. I would always wonder, will I have something to tell them? Will they be also having something to tell me? Would we have anything to connect? Which was wrong, I realized many years later. Because no matter what, it is important that we keep an open mind when it comes to people and their differences, and of course, the backgrounds that they come from. So, coming back to inclusive leadership, how can we actually differentiate an inclusive leader from someone who is not? An inclusive leader pays attention and listens to employees. And they also believe in very, very carefully looking at their current recruitment policies and strategies. They also reevaluate company policies periodically. And most of all, they create a very, very safe place for their team to thrive and feel happy and satisfied with the organization. There is also something which sets them apart. They use inclusive language. They also believe in boosting engagement and creating a sense of belonging, which is so important because people can be from various backgrounds. But how much of time do we spend in making sure that we know them, we understand them, we understand their backgrounds so that they can feel welcome where they are working? And they are also conscious of enabling inclusivity to enhance innovation. Now, innovation, as we all know, is a situation or something which requires a lot of risk. When you have inclusivity in an organization or when you have an inclusive leader, the leader is more likely to be welcoming risk takers. Hence, they definitely promote innovation in the organization. Now, what happens when inclusivity is not welcome? It damages seriously workplace culture. People will start feeling very hesitant to be themselves. They will also start thinking that perhaps I do not fit here because my voice is not heard. I'm not understood. So It can damage workplace culture. It weakens customer relationships as well. And when you look at people who are part of an inclusive organization, you will also notice that they are more willing to overcome bias. They also are very conscious of the certain communication barriers which can result from being part of a non-inclusive environment. At the same time, they believe in representation as well. They are more likely, they are more likely to be open when it comes to having people from different backgrounds be represented in the organization. And there is also greater pains taken when it comes to integration of people from different backgrounds. So, how can we create an inclusive environment or an organization? The first one would be to educate and train. Now, this is extremely crucial because, as we all know, when you are going to an organization or when you're even perhaps going to a grocery store, what you are able to receive in terms of customer care or service is a reflection of the training that the person receives at the counter. So, hence, educating and training is very crucial when it comes to creating an inclusive organizational environment. The second one is to start having open dialogues. You might have people who are very, very different, like I said, from you. Start enabling people to voice their opinions, to speak about what is on their mind, which could be very different to what you may think about. The third one is to have flexible policies. The more rigid policies are, the more problems they create in having an inclusive, healthy workplace environment. Celebrate diversity. We can celebrate diversity by making sure that a lot of not just festivals are celebrated, but even important days for diverse groups are recognized with respect. The next one would be to set up feedback and feedback that is safe, that does not tend to have any repercussions on people who are taking the pains to be sincere about their feedback. And of course, it's also very important that the organization creates an environment for people, including people with disabilities, to be able to work well and thrive well in that environment. So, all in all, what I'd like to mention here is please do consider the importance of inclusivity, not just from an organizational point of view. It is about respecting others, it is about being compassionate to others, and most of all, it's about being kind. So, when you respect inclusivity, what we need to remember is we are only conveying to the world that we are human. Thank you very much. I would now like to thank once again the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak to you all today. Thank you. Wishing you all a wonderful day ahead and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Sita Sagran, for addressing us all with your wonderful and enlightening speech. So, due to some unforeseen circumstances, today she is not present here with us. So, if anybody has any questions, they can put their questions in the chat box. Moving ahead, so this brings us to the end of our session 1 keynote talk, and coming on to our next session, that is session 2, team activity and photo session. So let's proceed towards our team building activity. Sometimes we miss the opportunity of connection and linkage with our fellow participants of the conference. This team activity is to encourage interaction among all the participants. So, one by one, we will be sharing the views and solutions on the topic of discussion, and also we'll be conducting a photo session during the same. So, our topic of discussion for today is how to stay calm under pressure.
Your favorite athlete closes in for a victorious win. The crowd holds its breath, and at the crucial moment, she misses the shot. That competitor just experienced the phenomenon known as choking, where despite months, even years of practice, a person fails right when it matters most. Choking is common in sports, where performance often occurs under intense pressure and depends on key moments. And yet, performance anxiety also haunts public speakers, contestants in spelling bees, and even world-famous musicians. Most people intuitively blame it on their nerves, but why does being nervous undermine expert performance? There are two sets of theories, which both say that primarily choking under pressure boils down to focus. First, there are the distraction theories. These suggest that performance suffers when the mind is preoccupied with worries, doubts, or fears, instead of focusing its attention on performing the task at hand. When relevant and irrelevant thoughts compete for the same attention, something has to give. The brain can only process so much information at once. Tasks that challenge working memory, the mental scratch pad we use to temporarily store phone numbers and grocery lists, are especially vulnerable to pressure. In a 2004 study, a group of university students were asked to perform math problems, some easy, others more complex and memory intensive. Half the students completed both problem types with nothing at stake, while the others completed them when calm and under pressure. While everyone did well on the easy problems, those who were stressed performed worse on the more difficult memory-intensive tasks. Explicit monitoring theories make up the second group of explanations for choking under pressure. They're concerned with how pressure can cause people to overanalyze the task at hand. Here, the logic goes that once a skill becomes automatic, thinking about its precise mechanics interferes with your ability to do it. Tasks we do unconsciously seem to be most vulnerable to this kind of choking. A study on competitive golfers compared their performance when instructed to simply focus on putting as accurately as possible, versus when they were primed to be acutely aware of the mechanics of their putting stroke. Golfers usually perform this action subconsciously, so those who suddenly tuned in to the precise details of their own moves also became worse at making accurate shots. Choking may not be inevitable for everyone, though. Research suggests that some are more susceptible than others, especially those who are self-conscious, anxious, and afraid of being judged negatively by others. So, how can we avoid choking when it really counts? First, it helps to practice under stressful conditions. In a study on expert dart players, researchers found that those who hadn't practiced under stress performed worse when anxious, compared to those who had become accustomed to pressure. Secondly, many performers extol the virtues of a pre-performance routine, whether it's taking a few deep breaths, repeating a cue word, or doing a rhythmic sequence of movements. Studies on golfing, bowling, and water polo find that short rituals can lead to more consistent and accurate performance under pressure. And thirdly, researchers have shown that having an external focus on the ultimate goal works better than an internal focus, where someone is tuned into the mechanics of what they're doing. A study of experienced golfers revealed that those who hit chip shots while focused on the flight of the ball performed significantly better than those who focused on the motion of their arms. So perhaps we can modify that age-old saying, practice under pressure, with focus, and with that glorious end goal in sight, makes perfect. For a nail-biting example of persevering under pressure, we highly recommend The Boys in the Boat. It tells the gripping true story of 9 American rowers and their quest for gold at the 1936 Olympics in Nazi Germany. You can download an audio version of this book for free at audible.com/TEDEd. Every free trial started through this link helps support TEDEd's nonprofit mission.
Okay, so I would like everyone to switch on their webcams for the group's discussion activity. Okay, so let's start with our group discussion activities. So Katrina, can you please share your views on the topic of discussion?
Yes, thank you for the kind presentation. In my opinion, it is important to embrace the idea that pressure is part of life, and it can be useful to reach some aim, some purpose you fixed. But it is also important to find equilibrium, and sometimes it is important to take a rest and share the task, prioritize the task, and take a rest to be more, I cannot say, lucid, more your mind more calm, and not allow pressure to affect your calm and your life.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much. So I would like to request everyone again for to switch on their webcams for the group discussion and photo session activity. Okay, so yes, Prisa, do you have any views on the topic of discussion?
In my opinion, I really like the video, by the way. Thank you so much for the presentation too. From what I get, I also agree with Katarina that what she said earlier, but I would like to add, like, sometimes I also have pressures and on a very crucial moments, and I guess that agility to pressure actually comes with practice. So like practice on actual real time events, and maybe one could actually experience more pressure when it's their first times, and sometimes like if it's already like multiple times, you can have like a better handle of pressure. I think that's what I think. Maybe anyone have a different thinking?
No,
Thank you.
that's really great. Yeah. So Aljamaden, Jordanas, do you have any views on the topic?
Hi, yes. Good morning. Is it morning in there? Because
Yeah,
I'm
it's
currently in the
almost
Philippines.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
almost
and it's
afternoon over
afternoon.
here. Yeah.
Okay. Uh, Currently it's 3:40 p.m. here in the Philippines.
Okay.
Well, uh, what I can say about the video is that was a very nice lesson for us, especially we experience pressure almost every day. And I think what I've realized from that video is pressure should be part of our daily routine. We should, one of the sharers here said that, and I agree, that we should embrace pressure and that it's really part of our life. Soon, let's just practice and practice, and we will overcome it. Maybe what I can share to you guys is don't be don't be mad of the pressure. Don't get emotionally, down. You should be more advanced than the pressure. You should know how to handle it and uh, smile all the time. And that's life. Pressure is almost everywhere. Thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree with your point, Jordanas. So moving ahead, Birendra Kaur, any views on the topic you have?
Hello.
Yeah, hi, Haneen.
You hear me? Yes. Well, first, thank you for the topic. I just wanted to say from my own experience the things that I found useful to stay calm under pressure. Well, I think first is like to pause and breathe wherever the situation is. So you have a moment to think, and also talking positive to yourself, and talking and viewing things from an outstanding point. And also, I like the saying that says everything is temporary. So, yes,
Yeah,
I just wanted to share this point.
yeah, thank you so much. I totally agree
Thank
with your
you.
point.
Sorry, my connection, it was not good.
Yes, hi, Nora. Your views on the topic?
I Yes, the topic of pressure.
Yeah,
Stay calm down. Everything will be moved. It will be moved. If it's hard or it's smooth, it will be moved. It's all about you. You will feel you feel more brush. You more hard. You will feel the life is difficult, which is not. Uh, um, the most important thing that I think it can help to reduce the pressure to is to um, arrange everything. You have to arrange your day, arrange your work, arrange everything you're arranging, then it will be everything good and you will not feel pressure. Thank you.
perfect. Yeah, I totally agree with the point you stated right now. Thank you so much. So, Adinda, any point of views from your end?
No, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Francesca, are you there? Any point of views from your end? I guess you are on mute. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, I am here. Hello.
Hi.
Thank you also for the topic, and thank you for everyone who shared before me. I agree with most of everything that's been said. I would like to add that remembering that everyone gets nervous and feels pressure, especially during big moments, I think is an important thing to remember. Even the most prolific speakers may feel the pressure at times. And so recognizing that it's just a common trait or experience of humanity is important. I think also, like Nora mentioned, being organized and prioritizing the things that are most important to you and getting those done, that definitely helps me to eliminate and reduce pressure as well. Yeah, and I think just having open conversations like the one we're having now and being honest about how we're feeling and coping with issues like pressure is really important. So thank you for providing the space for that today.
You're most welcome, and thank you for sharing your views. Adinda, are you there? Birendra Kaur. Okay, so I would like to request everyone to just, switch on your webcam so that we can have a group photograph.
I apologize. I cannot turn on my camera.
Okay, yeah, no issues. Rest of you, Prisa, Haneen, Sheila.
I cannot also. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, no issues, no issues. Thank you so much, everyone. So let's move ahead. So this brings us to the end of our session 2, coming on to our next session, that is technical talk. So our first presenter of the day is Francesca Starks, Department of Theory and Practice in Teacher Education, University of Tennessee, Knoxville, Tennessee, US. Our topic of presentation for today is a conceptual model for designing teachers' self-directed and well-being centered professional development. You can read her abstract from the screen given below. So moving on to Francesca's presentation.
Conceptual model for teacher-centered wellness professional development. My name is Francesca Starks, and I am an assistant professor at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, which is located in Knoxville, Tennessee in the United States. My research and teaching are focused in the areas of cultural studies and social and emotional well-being, and one of my goals is to center and leverage marginalized perspectives of teachers and students. My presentation will begin with a brief introduction of my work, which will be followed by explanations about the methodology, findings, and conclusions. I'll begin with the background and context of K-12 education in the U.S., although this is mirrored in many other countries worldwide. Teacher attrition rates are high, resulting in frequent teacher turnover. At least 40% of new teachers leave the profession in less than 5 years. High turnover has associated costs such as disrupted continuity in instructional programming and the need to mentor and assist new teachers. Teachers who stay in the field of education often experience high rates of burnout and become disengaged, and researchers have found that teacher well-being is essential for retaining and sustaining currently practicing teachers. Seligman defines well-being as experiencing positive emotion, participation in positive relationships, cultivating a sense of meaning or purpose, and feelings of accomplishment. So we find that there is a need to reduce the impacts of work stress in the teaching profession, and some districts have responded. However, many of the wellness interventions that are designed for teachers are developed through a top-down approach that is not teacher-centered. And currently, those supports may also be subverted by other district policies that are incongruent with key aspects of wellness. Therefore, there is a need for interventions that are both teacher-centered and equipped to support educators with addressing systemic barriers that will impede their wellness practices. So this research documents our development of a conceptual model that can be used to design professional development programming that is focused on teacher wellness, that is both teacher-centered and justice-oriented. To create the conceptual model that would guide the teacher wellness program, we turned to 3 theoretical frameworks that could inform our design. Critical professional development supported us with using best practices for professional development programs in our design, while also ensuring that we attended to the systemic nature of issues teachers may face in and outside of the school environments. Healing-centered engagement is a set of practices that's specifically designed to address trauma, and it was instrumental in guiding us to consider and appropriately address traumatic experiences that may be discussed and unearthed during vulnerable moments in the wellness program sessions. Finally, critical love praxis is a pedagogical orientation that guided us to prioritize the care and concern for our community alongside social justice. and it demanded that we recognize that love does not and cannot exist absent of justice. Our key research questions were: how can we combine attributes of all three of these theoretical frameworks to create a conceptual framework to adequately address the need for teacher-centered intervention and interventions that address the systemic nature of problems that are faced by teachers in schools? We also wanted to know what planning documents we could use or produce using our conceptual framework to develop a professional development program. Our process for data collection began with a team of 3 researchers working collectively to identify literature for each theoretical framework. Next, each researcher read all documents to identify salient themes from the literature. Then all researchers compared salient themes that were identified individually, and we discussed any discrepancies. And finally, researchers agreed on salient characteristics of each theoretical framework. To analyze the data, we conducted a theoretical analysis by reading across all 3 frameworks to identify shared characteristics. If a characteristic was present in 2 or more theoretical frameworks, then we included it as part of the conceptual framework. We then identified 6 shared characteristics that we used, and we used those characteristics to inform the drafting of our planning documents. So now I'll present the results based on each research question. The first question is: how can we combine salient attributes of critical professional development, healing-centered engagement, and critical love praxis to create a conceptual model for teacher-focused well-being? We found that there were 6 shared characteristics among the critical professional development, healing-centered engagement, and critical love praxis. These shared characteristics are in blue across the top row of this table, and they guided us to create professional development wellness sessions that were dialogical between facilitators and participants. They were critical and political in their content. They were culturally aware, fluid in their power structures. They positioned teachers as having agency and supporting participants with resisting oppressive forces. So these were characteristics that were present in at least 2 of the 3 theoretical frameworks that we referenced, and we used them to develop the guidelines for our professional development program. Research question 2 is about how our conceptual model informed our development of planning documents for professional development programming. One of the most important documents that we developed for planning was a list of critical questions to consider for each of the shared characteristics. We developed a set of questions for each characteristic to help us ensure that as we planned content for each session, that we were purposefully attending to each characteristic within the plan. So here are a few examples, and the first is for dialogic engagement. So you'll see on the screen a list of questions that we asked ourselves while planning for the professional development to ensure that we're attending to dialogical engagement within those sessions. Next, we have some examples of questions that helps us ensure that our program also fostered cultural awareness, as well as fluid and bidirectional power. So these questions here on the screen are questions that we made sure to ask ourselves as we were planning the sessions to ensure, again, that we were tending to cultural awareness and fluid and bidirectional power. What we learned is that we can combine existing theories to create a conceptual framework that supports the design of a teacher-centered wellness program. We also know that using these particular theories, critical professional development, healing-centered engagement, and critical love praxis will support us in planning sessions that can address teachers' trauma and also encourage them to resist systemic barriers that may impede their well-being. While the conceptual model is useful for planning the wellness professional development program, we anticipate that there will be barriers to recruitment and implementation. So, our next steps are to investigate the process of using this model with teachers who are currently in K through 12 educational settings. Here are my references for this presentation. And I thank you for your attention and invite you to contact me for further interest, questions, or collaboration. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Francesca Starks, for your great performance and presentation. So if anybody has any questions to Francesca, they can ask her directly or can put their questions in the chat box. Okay, so moving ahead with our next presenter of the day, Heather Remadi Indratno, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Groningen, Netherlands. His topic of presentation for today is the influence of corporate social responsibility certification on consumer acceptance in the Netherlands market, a comparative study of companies from Indonesia and the Netherlands. You can read his abstract from the given screen. So moving on to Heather's presentation.
Haidar Ahmadin Ratno, and I'm an international business student from Bandung Institute of Technology, doing a double degree program at the University of Groningen. In this very pleasing opportunity, I would like to present my thesis finding on the topic of CSR in the context of developed and developing countries, with the thesis titled The Influence of Corporate Social Responsibility Certification on Consumer Acceptance in the Netherlands Market, a comparative study of companies from Indonesia and the Netherlands. Please feel free to access the presentation slide through the QR code or the link I've attached in the screen. I will divide this presentation into 8 parts: the introduction, literature review, theoretical framework, methodology, result, discussion, and finally conclusion and recommendations. Now let's talk about how important it is for companies to be responsible to society and the environment, especially when doing business around the world. We'll see why being responsible is good for businesses and how it helps companies stand out and do well in competitive markets. Globalization means companies from all over the world can sell their products worldwide, but as highlighted by Giddens and by Broda and Weinstein, the expanded product range accessible to consumers come at the price of intensified competition, especially for companies from places where the economy is still growing. In responding to these challenges, the role of corporate social responsibility emerges as a beacon of competitiveness, especially in developed markets. Being socially responsible is now the key to a business success. This commitment is increasingly recognized by consumers worldwide, who now, more than ever, prefer to support companies that reflect their values. Previous studies highlight how socially responsible behavior enhances product acceptance and fortifies consumer loyalty. As consumers care more about buying from responsible companies, having a special good company certification becomes important. Getting a CSR certification shows that the company is truly committed to being good for society and the environment. This makes consumers more likely to buy their product. It's about making sure the company action match their values and what consumer cares about. Moving on, we've seen from past studies, like those by Sen and Bhattacharya in 2001 and Moore and Webb in 2005 that doing good things for society make people more likely to buy from a company. We also know that where a product comes from can make a big difference to consumers, as shown by researchers like Balabanis and Diamantopoulos and Laroche et al. However, there is a lack of research on how a CSR certification affects this relationship, especially in the Netherlands market. That's what leads to the research question of does a company's possession of CSR certification significantly shape consumers' acceptance in the Netherlands market, or do other factors such as the product country of origin exert a significant influence? In this research, fictitious products from Indonesia and the Netherlands are compared to see if CSR certification matters for success in the Netherlands market. So moving on to the literature review, CSR is about companies doing more than just looking to make profit. They also focus on doing good things for people, society, and the planet. This includes investing in their workers, caring for the environment, and having good relationship with different groups like customers and the community. Studies like those by Sen and Bhattacharya and Warren Webb shows that when companies do good things, people are more likely to buy their product because they see these companies as caring and trustworthy. Now let's talk about special recognition for companies called the CSR certification. This formal recognition is not handed out lightly. It is awarded to companies that meet stringent standards in their CSR initiative. It shows that companies meet certain standards for looking after the environment, treating workers well, and also being ethical. Having this certification can make a big difference. It helps companies stand out, build trust with consumers, and can be even the key to entering new markets successfully. It's not just about being seen as a good company, it's about proving it with action that are recognized and certified. Consumer acceptance refers to how open or ready people are to buy and use a new product or services. It's crucial for a product success in the new market. What people think about a company's CSR effort, the quality of the product, and their own beliefs can all influence whether they'll accept a new product. Aligning what a company offers with what people want can make a big difference in how well a product does in the new market. Country of origin effect refers to where a company's product come from and can really affect what people think about it. Sometimes consumers might prefer a product from their own country because of loyalty and patriotism or their belief that these products are of a higher quality. However, these biases can uh, against products from other countries can be a challenge. Managing this perception is important for companies looking to sell their products in different countries. Moving on to the theoretical framework, CSR certification and consumer acceptance, research by previously stated Sen and Bhattacharya shows that people like buying products from companies that do good initiatives for society. Metten and Moon in 2008 talk about how important it is for companies to make sure their good deeds match what consumers care about, especially in places like the Netherlands where people think about ethics when they shop. We think that when companies show they have a high level of CSR certification, more consumers will accept and want to buy their product. Research by Marco Lajara and others in 2021 and the studies from Peterson and Jolibert in 1995 suggests that people might react differently to this good company certification depending on the product's country of origin. For example, products originating from Netherlands might be seen more positively than those originating from Indonesia. This doesn't mean one is better than the other, it's just about people perception and biases. Conceptual model was constructed with the CSR certification being the independent variable and consumer acceptance being the dependent variable. The relationship is hypothesized under hypothesis 1, which is firm high level of product CSR certification will lead to increased consumer acceptance in the Netherlands market. Two moderating variables exist, which are the country of origin Netherlands and country of origin Indonesia. With hypothesis 2, firms originating from Netherlands will positively affect the relationship between CSR certification and consumer acceptance. And hypothesis 3, firms originating from Indonesia will negatively affect the relationship between CSR certification and consumer acceptance. In our study, we gathered data through online survey to understand how people feel about products from the Netherlands and Indonesia that has a high level of CSR certification. We measure our survey reach a broad range of participants, picking participants from different groups, and we use SPSS to analyze the data to see how these high CSR certification affect where people would like to buy these products. And we also look at whether it matters to people where the products are originating. And the variables is CSR certification, customer acceptance, and country of origin. And then moving on, this is the fictitious product that is made. Both have same high level of CSR certification, but originating from two different countries. And moving on to the result, in the study, we end up with 200 responses that are eligible to be used. These were respondents currently living in the Netherlands or who have lived there in the past 6 months. The participants were randomized into two groups, each evaluating surveys for products originating from an Indonesian firm and a Netherlands firm. Majority of participants fell within the 18 until 21 age group. The majority gender that participate in the survey is men, 56.5%, a bigger portion than women at 42%, and the rest is they prefer not to say what their gender is. So moving on to the hypothesis testing. For the first hypothesis, from high level of product certification will lead to increased consumer acceptance in the Netherlands market. It is statistically evident that consumers do prefer products from companies that are certified as socially responsible. This means that if a company is recognized for its CSR initiatives, its products are more likely to gain consumer acceptance. We also look at whether being a Dutch company and being native to the market made a difference. It turns out, not really. The certification was still the main thing consumers preferred well. And for Indonesian companies, we found something surprising. Instead of being perceived negatively, their products were just as welcome as the Dutch ones when they have a high level of CSR certification. This goes to show in the Netherlands, consumer values companies that take their social responsibility seriously, no matter where they're from. Now, the discussion about what has been found in the study is that we saw companies with high level of CSR certification are more likely to be accepted by consumers. This is a crucial aspect because it shows that being certified and recognized for doing good things for society and the environment make consumers more likely to choose your product. We also look at whether it matters or where a product comes from. This study acknowledged that the product country of origin is important, but interestingly, doesn't change how much people value CSR certification. This means that in the Netherlands, no matter where the product is from, if it has a high CSR certification, it's viewed positively by consumers. So we come up and finally the conclusion and recommendation. In conclusion, our study highlights the power of CSR certification in the Netherlands, a market where consumers really care about social responsibility. We found that the positive effect of having a CSR certification are the same for products from Indonesia and Netherlands and anywhere else. This tells us that in the Netherlands, what really matters to consumers is that a company are making a positive impact on the society and the environment. So what would a company do with this information? First, getting high level of CSR certification should be a top priority for companies wanting to succeed in the Netherlands. The certification is the key to winning over consumers. Second, companies need to make sure they are communicating their CSR efforts well. It doesn't matter where the products come from. What matters is that consumers understand and appreciate the company's commitment to CSR. However, future research is needed to perfect this research. Future studies could look into how different groups of consumers see and perceive CSR and how it works in different industries and should use bigger and more varied group of people to get even clearer insight. Okay, so thank you everyone for participating and paying attention. It's been a pleasure to share my findings with you, and I hope that you find this discussion insightful and helpful. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Heather Ramadi Indratno, for this wonderful speech of yours. So, due to some unforeseen circumstances, Heather is not there present with us today. So, moving ahead with our next presenter of the day, Imala Askania Faza, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Groningen, Netherlands. Her topic of presentation for today is Provoking Creativity in Business, the Impact of Promotion and Prevention, Problem Framing on Creativity in COVID-19 Era. You all can read the abstract from the screen. So let's move ahead with Imala's presentation for today.
Hello everyone, my name is Malaska Nevaza from the University of Groningen, and I will share on my research regarding organizational behavior, which is titled Provoking Creativity in Business, the Impact of Promotion and Prevention Problem Framing on Creativity in the COVID-19 Era. Firstly, this research is based on the importance of creativity in the organizational context itself, as what allows firms to respond proactively to diverse pressures and contribute to organizational innovation and survival is the ability to develop creativity as its core competence. Since creativity can be generated and is needed to be generated in any job and any position at the firm, managers need to encourage and promote it since they are the ones with the greatest information about which employee job outputs should be creative and who have a significant amount of control over the environment in which creativity might develop. Especially in COVID-19, there's more pressures on firms to be able to rapidly adapt and survive to the changing rules, regulations, and environments, which brings uncertainty and unpredictability to most firms. It urges firms to continuously adapt and find new ways to survive. Thus, firms need to find ways to encourage creativity in the workplace and nudge employees to develop innovative ideas. And here, the regulatory focus theory, or the RFT, is focused on as a way of influencing creativity as it explores human motivation, which is centered on responsibilities and obligations. There have been numerous studies regarding regulatory focus and its implications for goal achieving strategies, decision making, and creativity. However, the specific impact of problem framing on individual creativity during crisis remains underexplored. In the current study, it has been observed in various research that past researchers have put the superiority of promotion focus over prevention focus. For example, in the study done by Friedman and Forster in 2001, and the study done by Boss, Drew, and Neistat in 2011. The study sought to test whether these major findings are true and remain robust amidst the pandemic and to close the gap of the specific impact of problem framing on individual creativity during crisis by investigating the relationship between the promotion problem framing and the prevention problem framing and creativity in times of crisis. Moreover, this study's objective is to provide an understanding of how managers or leaders could maximize the creative output of their employees in dire, stressful situations, or in this case, in the pandemic. Moving on to the theoretical background or slash the literature review, I'm going to briefly explain each of the subsection, which will gradually build up to the proposed hypothesis. Firstly, creativity in the workplace. As mentioned earlier, creativity is essential in organizations. This said creativity starting point is the individually generated or initiated creativity, hence the importance of employees itself, as it is where creativity is first generated. As research has shown that any and or some level of creativity is necessary for almost any job, and hence it is essential for individuals in leading positions to comprehend and decide what spectrum would be deemed a creative output, as each job and position demands various level of creativity. Then, Entering the crisis management and creativity as impact of crisis includes disruptive demand and supply and availability of the physical workforce and dropping revenues. This provides reasoning of why during times of crisis, creativity becomes a crucial asset as as it enables organizations to innovate solutions, adapt swiftly, and mitigate risk. This can be seen in like the second half of 2020. There were indications of businesses reinventing themselves and, in certain circumstances, achieving market success, which creativity certainly plays a part in. Then, in day-to-day creativity, there's an influencing factor called stressors, which comprise of multiple pressures that a person, or in this case, the employee, face in their day-to-day work life. Stressors are already present in employees' day-to-day work. However, it is amplified during the crisis. Researchers have investigated the relationship between stressors and their impact of individual level creativity. And there are many theories about the relationship, whether it is a negative, a positive, or even a curvilinear relationship, as can be seen in the activation theory. In the activation theory, it is explained that excessive stressors beyond a certain threshold will reduce the performance, or in this case, the creative output that is generated. This is particularly important as managers must be aware that high stress levels during crisis can possibly decrease creativity and must find a moderate point, which are judged to be the most optimal. Then, one way of influencing creativity is by using the regulatory focus theory, or the RFT, as I mentioned earlier, which explores how individuals adjust their behavior to achieve goals. And this specific theory proposes that people have two different motivational orientations, which is the prevention focus and the promotion focus. Promotion focus is driven by the desire to achieve gains, while prevention focus aims to avoid losses and maintain the status quo. It is like how a person mindset is set on, whether it is to achieve gains or to avoid losses. Different stressors level exist in various jobs, with some emphasizing achievement and others emphasizing discipline, which highlights manager's importance in influencing it and which problem framing is the most effective in each environment. Thus, applying the RFT in business and managerial environment is what the study hopes to achieve. According to past research, promotion-focused approaches signal a more favorable environment, encouraging a more riskier and more exploratory processing style, enhancing creativity in the process. On the other hand, a prevention-focused approach may signal that the environment is harmful and thus lead to the adoption of a more risk-averse or a watchful processing style, thereby reducing creativity. To prevent reducing creativity, it is important for managers to evoke the feeling that it is safe for the employees to innovate in stressful times, which can help them be more relaxed and generate more creativity in times of crisis. This brings us to the proposed hypothesis, which is promotion problem framing, which results in higher creativity than prevention problem framing in times of crisis. In the study, survey for quantitative data are conducted online on Prolific, which result in 219 student respondents which were randomly assigned over promotion or prevention framing. Participants were paid each £2.13 for completing the survey, and in the survey there are three additional measures. First, the perceptions of crisis, which exactly as the name said, is the measurement of how respondents perceive crisis itself, and it is comprised of the three scale, which is the CAS scale, the COMF scale, and the concern scale. And then the second one is the manipulation checks. It is the check done to measure whether the manipulations used in the study worked as intended, which comprised of two use checks, which is the drive and strategies related emotions. And lastly, there are control variables, which are the gender, age, and whether respondents have worked for pay in the previous 30 days. In the survey, participants were asked to generate ideas for improving their health that they could think of for the promotion framing condition, while in the prevention framing condition, participants were asked to come up with ideas for maintaining their health. The result is then assessed by doing a creativity coding following the subjective scoring guidelines that Sylvia et al. In 2008 provided. Next is the result. For the proposed hypothesis, the results showed that prevention problem framing actually promotes higher creative problem solving skills than promotion problem framing. Furthermore, the two conditions intersect quite largely, which can be interpreted as the two conditions don't differ as much in influencing creative problem solving. This means that the proposed hypothesis is therefore rejected. For the manipulation checks, it turned out that the drive-related emotion manipulations were partially significant, while strategist-related emotions manipulations were insignificant for both promotion and prevention-related emotions, which as a whole signs that the manipulation were not quite as effective. And lastly, it is found from the three perceptions of the crisis scales that the participants are average, fairly relaxed about COVID-19, but are still alert to the risks the pandemic could impose on their lives. It can then be concluded that during COVID-19, prevention problem framing promotes creative problem solving more than promotion problem framing, which both effects intersecting. Participants also report low anxiety, high comfort, and awareness of potential crisis. This result will then be discussed on a theoretical and practical level of implications. On a theoretical level, this study contributes to the existing body of literature by filling in the gaps on what are the differences in each regulatory focus in sensitive times, such as COVID-19. Similar to the study done by Bass, Drew, and Neistat in 2011, that creativity is influenced more in the prevention problem framing in a stressful context, or in here can be assumed as the COVID-19 situation that acts as a catalyst for prevention-induced creativity. This can be translated into when stress and pressure to survive is high in COVID-19 situation, people who are triggered to a prevention state through prevention problem framing can result in higher creativity due to the appropriateness of the prevention state in the specific context. And then practically noting the higher level of concern towards the pandemic and the awareness of the consequences, leaders and managers must be able to correctly manage these stressors to increase the level of creativity when urgently needed. It is suggested that prevention focus can positively lead to decreased stress and anxiety levels by enhancing engagement in the protective behaviors, which is better to handle the stress and uncertainty present. Thus, managers can induce a preventive state by framing problems in a preventive way, but must be flexible enough to determine the suitability of prevention framing according to the stress levels, as stress levels fluctuate over time in COVID-19 and is higher in the early stages of the pandemic but lower at the later stages. Lastly, to conclude my research based on the findings that contribute to the existing literature body, these unexpected findings may be due to the unique and distinct situation that COVID-19 offers compared to regular situations and the limited literature during the recent pandemic. Furthermore, the findings emphasize the need for managers to understand and manage stressors effectively. However, as the study contains limitations like the reliance on self-report and a homogeneous sample of UK nationality students, the study calls for further research on cultural variations at different creative tasks and potential moderating variables in crisis context, offering valuable insights for organizational leaders aiming to foster creativity in their workplace. Then that is all for the study that I've conducted. Thank you for listening, and I was hoping that I could offer the valuable thoughts.
Thank you so much, Imala, Askania, Faza, for this wonderful presentation of yours. So if anybody has any questions for Imala, they can ask her directly or put their questions in the chat box. So moving further with the conference, our next presenter of the day is Nathaniel Antaresta Purvanto, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Groningen, Netherlands. His topic of presentation for today is Corporate Social Responsibility on the Global Stage, our legitimacy examination in emerging markets. You all can read the abstract from the screen given. So moving further, let's see what Natmi's presentation is all about.
So hello everyone, my name is Nathaniel Antaresta Purwanto. In this opportunity, I will deliver my thesis about corporate social responsibility on the global stage, a legitimacy examination in emerging markets. First of all, I will start with the background problems of my thesis. So globalization and liberalization of markets have caused many business firms to internationalize their operations. However, the mainstreamness of internationalization also questions how these firms could be held accountable and responsible for their stakeholders, society, and environment in the market they operate. In realizing their international presence, EMN is faced multiple challenges, namely liability of foreignness and liability of emergingness. These liabilities create a hardened condition in attaining legitimacy from host market stakeholders, as EMNs are perceived to be rooted in institutional voids. As a result, EMNs must conduct a comprehensive and thorough strategy to eliminate these liabilities to further gain legitimacy from external stakeholders that integrate sustainability. So there are some number of research gap between my thesis with the previous research that have been studied. The first one is that the previous research, I suggest that the previous research are lacking of research in some scope of context. Prior research of CSR in emerging markets was predominantly focused on China's firms. This thesis will be differed by focusing more on Asian EMNs, particularly from Southeast Asian biggest economy that in the recent years show a promising growth that will likely to yield a valuable and new insights on the CSR literatures that predominantly was conducted in Western countries. The second research gap is I offer a new perspective towards prior research. The previous studies have shed a light on whether stronger regulation of the host market will support the relationship between CSR and internationalization. In this study, I offer a new moderating effect of host market development that significantly emphasize the global level country risk classification and the difference between internationalization effort to both develop and less developed host countries. So this thesis will contribute the previous studies by collectively collaborating each of elements previously studied while establishing a new perspective that emphasizes the role of stakeholder legitimacy from various stakeholders across countries that are both culturally and institutionally distant. So there are three main contributions of my thesis. The first one is the different view of theoretical framework, which I will be focused on the legitimacy theory based on the stakeholder theory. The second one is I offer a new scope of countries being studied. As I mentioned earlier, I will be focusing on Southeast Asian biggest economy. And the third one is I will extend the moderating variables, which will be explained in the further page. So the research question of my thesis will be, how does stakeholder theory explain the relationship between CSR and internationalization, particularly in emerging markets, with host market development level and state ownership as moderating variables? So in order to come up with the hypothesis, the first hypothesis in this term, there are some theoretical backgrounds that I already collected and examined. As EMN is seeking to internationalize, must both navigate external and internal pressure for legitimacy and conformity to sustain a competitive advantage. A firm needs legitimacy tools to overcome these barriers. The process of obtaining legitimacy and gaining acceptance from stakeholders is a continuous and complex process. And corporate social responsibility, or CSR, has been widely used as a means to obtain legitimacy and overcome liabilities and barriers to legitimacy. Therefore, it is posited that engagement in corporate social responsibility initiatives provides EMNs with a robust strategy for establishing legitimacy among external stakeholders. This enhanced legitimacy subsequently facilitates greater acceptance and paves the way for further international presence. Thus, the first hypothesis will be EMN CSR scores will positively influence scope of internationalization. In the second hypothesis, as the regulatory and acceptance landscape for foreign business in a host country is notably shaped by the host development status, EMNs are targeting multiple locations with different degrees of conditions, and also dissimilarities between stakeholders' value may influence legitimacy and acceptance criteria for foreign business, suggesting that the values and expectations of different stakeholders can significantly impact the legitimacy of foreign business. As a result, host market instrument of development may affect the difficulty to obtain legitimacy that further influence EMN's acceptance to enter the market. Thus, I expect that the host market development level will moderate the relationship between CSR and internationalization. Thus, the second hypothesis will be the host country development level positively moderates the relationship between CSR and internationalization. Finally, the third hypothesis, the theoretical background is that in this current global business, emerging SOEs often have easier access to obtaining legitimacy in a new environment. It is because that state-owned enterprise or SOE have heavily invested in legitimacy and trust building through engagement in corporate political strategies and corporate social responsibility reporting in order to obtain positive public perception. In practice, they also considered to be advantageous because of the ascribed status. They may be advantageous from the reduced political risk in the international landscape due to their close ties with the government, which can provide diplomatic support. State-owned EMNs is also less sensitive to host country political risk, and they have abundant treasury resources for financial backing, which makes them get easier access to local banks and financial markets. Thus, the third hypothesis will be state ownership positively affect the relationship between CSR and internationalization. So after we collected some hypotheses from the previous slides, I came up with this conceptual model that described the relationship between each variables that create three hypotheses. So we can see here the first hypothesis describes the relationship between CSR and scope of internationalization. And I suggest and I expect this relationship to be a positive value. I also add the moderating variables of host market development level and also the state ownership that will be moderate the relationship of CSR and scope of internationalization. I also expect these two moderating variables to create a positive relationship to this CSR and internationalization relationship. So before we further investigate the connection and the relationship between the variables, in this slide, I will explain the variables and the definition of each elements in the conceptual model. The first one is the dependent variable. The dependent variable being used in this thesis is the scope of internationalization. This variable will be measured as the number of foreign subsidiaries where EMNs operate. This number will be examined manually by collecting data from firms' latest annual reports, which will be equalized in 2022. Moving on to the independent variable, the main independent variable is the EMNE CSR. To obtain this information, I operationalized Thomson Reuters Econ Corporate Social Performance or CSP indicator. This measurement is well grounded on the three pillars, namely environmental, social, and governance performance. As I mentioned before, the moderating variable will be state ownership and host market development level. State ownership will be examined in the ownership structure of the firm. If the firm is owned above of 50% by the government, it will be categorized as state-owned enterprise. On the other hand, the host market development level will be measured by the categorization issued by Economic Cooperation and Development or OECD in 20 and 22. This categorization is issued by the OECD to categorize the national risk between countries and shows a level between 1 to 3, with level 1 indicates that the country have a low national political risk and other elements of risk. Finally, the control variable, I control three main control variable, which is the firm size, firm age, and firm industry. These control variables have been argued to impact the internationalization of emerging firms in the past. So before we further investigate, the methodology of this thesis will be using and grounding in the quantitative approach. The reason is because the measurement and the variable contains a numerical figures which will be tested using the statistical method. We also be using the regression analysis and the ordinary least square regression to test the relationship between each dependent variable and one or more independent variables. It also used to examine the linear relationship between the variables. And finally, we will be using Stata 18.0. And to ensure the causality, the dependent variable will be lagged by 1 year. So after we collect the data and test the using the statistical tools, we came up to the result with the hypothesis 1 shows a positive result that is accepted, while the hypothesis 2 shows a second hypothesis is rejected. The moderating effect of host market development in this hypothesis too that is shown by the ESGX host development was not evidenced due to the insignificant result. On the other hand, the third hypothesis, it implies that firms with more foreign subsidiaries in developed countries tend to have higher internationalization. Moreover, the interaction terms of ESGX or SOE that indicate the moderating effect of state ownership shows a statistically insignificant result. Thus, the third hypothesis is rejected. After we came up to the result, I collect the data to make the conclusion of this thesis. The conclusion includes the implications for practice and the implication for theory. I will start first by the implication for practice. Based on the result, it is evident that CSR positively influenced the internationalization scope of EMNEs. Therefore, continuous monitoring and adapting of CSR strategies and acknowledgement of the dynamic nature of a country stakeholder management are crucial of success. However, it is imperative for EMNEs to adopt a diversified approach to strategy development extending beyond gaining legitimacy through CSR. This strategy could be corporate political activity or CPA. Additionally, in the face of inconclusive evidence regarding the moderating effect of state ownership and host market development level, EMNS managers should explore other relevant factors that might better explain the relationship, such as industry-specific conditions, political connections, or global networks. In the implications for theory, my research provides a comprehensive theoretical background which is highly relevant to EMNEs and their use of CSR in the global stage by focusing on emerging markets. The findings provide nuanced insights into the role of CSR in internationalization strategies of EMNEs and the potential moderating effects of contextual factors such as a host country development level and state ownership. The implication for stakeholder theory highlights the complex interplay between CSR, organizational legitimacy, and internationalization, calling for a more integrative and context-sensitive approach to understanding firm behavior in global markets. Finally, there are some limitations and also some recommendations for the further research. As my sample thesis only consists of a small number of samples of 120 samples, my recommendation for the future research is to broaden the sample scope in order to increase the validity and the reliability of the result. I also recommend for future research to incorporate different measurement. It includes the measurement of the variables, such as the CSR, as it is manually delivered by the companies to the organization. So the numbers might be biased. So it is recommended to incorporate different measurement in the future research. My final recommendation for future research is to add other relevant control variables. It might be includes the control variables in the global level, such as the GDP per capita or the GDP level of a host market or the home market. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and see you soon in any other opportunity. Thank you. Bye.
So thank you so much, Nathaniel and Teresa Purvanto, for your wonderful presentation. So, due to some unforeseen circumstances, Nathaniel is not there present with us today. So, let's move ahead with another presenter of the day, Dazaki Adzari Dharmavan, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Groningen, Netherlands. Topic of presentation for today is Determinants of IPO under pricing in Indonesian market. The abstract is given on the screen below. You can read it from there only. So, moving ahead, let's see what Dazaki's presentation has to say.
Greetings, dear participants of the 2024 Salient Dubai International Conference on Interdisciplinary Research in Social Sciences. My name is Zaki Darmawan and I'll be presenting about my bachelor thesis titled Determinants of Underpricing in the Indonesian Market. Okay, here's a little about myself and here's my email if you wish to further inquire about this topic. I'm a double degree student from Bandung Institute of Technology in School of Business and Management, majoring in international business, and also part of the University of Groningen Faculty of Economics and Business, also majoring in international business. And here is the table of content for this presentation. First, we go to the research background. Underpricing is a phenomenon of selling newly issued shares at price below their intrinsic value and is one of the IPO anomalies observed alongside long-term underperformance. Pradhan and Shrestha and Banerjee et al. Demonstrate that underpricing is prevalent globally, with examples from the United States and also from other developed economies such as Netherlands, Switzerland, and Canada, and also from emerging markets such as Nepal. The setting of my research paper is in the Indonesian market, because Indonesian market is a relatively young market and is experiencing a rapid expansion, in which they saw 311 IPOs in the last 5 years. And understanding underpricing phenomenon in a young and growing market is a crucial addition to the literature surrounding IPO underpricing. For the research gap, this research introduced contemporary determinants such as COVID-19 pandemic and internationalization in the Indonesian market setting. These determinants have been largely absent from a lot of papers discussing underpricings in the Indonesian market. For the research question, the question is, what are the determinants of IPO underpricing in the Indonesian market? And here is a list of variables. As you can see, there are 6 independent and 1 dependent and 1 moderating variables that will be explained further. And now we move to the hypothesis development, starting from the first independent variable, which is firm age. BD and Reader proposes that firms facing greater ex-ante uncertainty exhibit higher underpricing in IPOs. Identifying a risk proxy highly correlated with ex-ante uncertainty is crucial. Firm age serves as a prominent proxy, with older, more established firms experiencing lower underpricing due to reduced risk. Ritter and Lauren study across periods confirm that younger firms consistently have higher initial returns than their older counterparts, reinforcing the link between firm age and lower underpricing. Firm size is the second independent variable and viewed as a proxy for ex-ante uncertainty, just like firm age. According to information asymmetry theory, uninformed investors demand greater compensation for shares with higher uncertainty, leading to greater underpricing. Past research, such as Ibbotson, supports a negative correlation between firm size and underpricing. Switzer et al. Study on 4,628 IPOs in the Canadian and American markets from 2006 to 2016 affirms that smaller firms experience higher underpricing, 19.32% compared to 13.887 compared to their larger counterparts, 12 and 8.83% and 0.09%. This empirical evidence underscored the role of firm size in determining underpricing, which leads to the second hypothesis, which is there's a significant negative relationship between the firm size and the level of underpricing. The third independent variable is board size. There is a general consensus in the literature that board size decreases the underpricing of IPOs. Carter et al. And Soto et al. Discovered an inverse relationship between board size and initial day underpricing because potential investors view larger boards as a signal of increased access to resources. Boone et al. Also proposed that larger boards can provide optimal monitoring when managers have ample opportunities to engage in self-serving activities. Which leads to the third hypothesis. There is a significant negative relationship between board size and the level of underpricing. For the fourth independent variable, which is financial leverage, previous studies emphasize information asymmetry between insiders and outside investors in financial structures. Leland and Pyle note insiders possess superior knowledge about their projects, and Ross introduced signaling models, suggesting firms strategically use higher debt levels to signal confidence in growth. Applying this to IPO, James and Weir proposes that issuing private debts before stock issuance signals high quality, reducing asymmetric information and lowering underpricing. Shannon finds that pre-IPO banking relationships similarly mitigate asymmetric information issues in IPO underpricing, which leads to the fourth hypothesis: there is a significant negative relationship between financial leverage and the level of IPO underpricing. For the fifth independent variable, which is internationalization. Internationalization in business often yields both costs and benefits, with literature generally highlighting positive effects. Firms engaging in international activity prior to an IPO experience lower underpricing, attributed to global diversification and benefits. This expanded reach stabilizes revenue and enhances brand recognition, reducing uncertainty for investors. Studies by Maurer et al. And Ozdemir and Ubneja support this, showing internationally diversified companies command higher valuation, resulting in lower IPO underpricing. Peng et al. Specifically found that Chinese IPOs with exports exhibit 12.6% less underpricing, signaling quality investment and improved corporate governance, which leads to the fifth hypothesis that stated there is a significant negative relationship between internationalization and the level of IPO underpricing. Now to the sixth independent variable, which is the tech industry. So most tech firms are young and operate in a rapidly evolving environment with changing regulations leading to high uncertainty. For instance, internet stocks, being relatively new, exhibits higher underpricing, attributed to investment bank uncertainty in evaluating them. The practice of underpricing is essential for smaller tech IPOs due to limited historical information, stimulating investor interest. This aligns with theoretical considerations and previous empirical findings, which leads to the sixth hypothesis that stated there is a significant positive relationship between firms in the tech industry and the level of IPO underpricing. And now we move to the moderating variable, which is COVID-19. Amid the COVID-19 pandemic, extensive academic research delves into its impact on various financial sectors. Studies on equity, debts, derivatives, and commodities, cryptocurrencies, banks, and institutional investors indicate a consensus that pandemic-induced uncertainty and government responses negatively affected market quality and performance. IPO markets experiencing increased information uncertainty saw nearly 9.3% higher initial returns during the pandemic. This aligns with BT and Ritter notion that higher uncertainty leads to increased IPO underpricing. Baker and Chen confirmed greater uncertainty in pandemic-era IPOs, particularly in high-tech and healthcare sectors. Empirical evidence suggests that firm-level characteristics like higher leverage during pandemic correlate with increased underpricing, which leads to the seventh hypothesis, which is firm leverage effects during COVID-19 pandemics are expected to exhibit higher underpricing compared to firm leverage effects during the non-COVID-19 pandemic. And now, here is the conceptual model. As you can see, we move to data and methodology. So this research focuses on Indonesian IPOs from 2016 to 2022, aiming to analyze recent events, including pre- and post-pandemic situation. A total of 327 IPOs were identified on the Indonesian Stock Exchange, with 277 meeting criteria after filtering for sales data availability from Orbis database. These IPOs are categorized into 9 sectors by the Indonesian Stock Exchange, which includes consumer cyclical, consumer non-cyclical, financials, technology, basic material, infrastructure, properties and real estate, and transportation and logistics, and healthcare. For the dependent variable, underpricing will be proxied by initial returns. Initial return can be calculated as first day gain multiplied by the numbers of shares sold, and can be computed as follow, where IR, or the initial return, is the underpricing or the initial return of a firm, and PI1 is the closing stock price at the end of the first day trading, and PO is the offer price per share of the IPO issuing firm. And here is the list for the independent variables. So the firm age will be measured as the difference between the year of the initial public and the year of company incorporation. Firm size will be represented by the logarithmic value of the firm's total assets. Board size is the number of individuals holding board positions. Financial leverage will be measured by the debt to equity ratio in the IPO prospectus. Internationalization will be obtained from the Orbis database, and the measurement is from 0 to 1, which is the foreign sales to total sales ratio. Tech industry will be a dummy variable, one indicating that the company is from the tech industry and 0 from other industry. And the working variable is COVID-19 will be represented by the dummy year variable for the year of 2020. Here is the data and the model specification. As you can see, there is 2 model specification because we'll be conducting two tests. The first one is just including the independent variable, and the second will also include the interaction effect between COVID and the leverage, financial leverage. And here's the result. There's the table on the right. So model 1 shows that firm age are significantly reduces underpricing, while total assets and board size are insignificant. In model 2, debt to equity and foreign sales ratios are introduced with both considered insignificant. Model 3 adds a tech industry dummy, insignificantly affecting underpricing. Model 4 emphasized 2020 as a symbol of COVID-19's impact, revealing significant underpricing increase for 2020 IPOs. Notably, Model 4 has the highest R-squared and adjusted R-squared values, making it the optimal regression model. And here is the second table with the interaction effect. So in Model 1, financial leverage, the 2020 year factor, foreign sales ratio, and their interaction are introduced. Only the 2020 year variable is significant, negating increased underpricing during the pandemic. Model 2 includes firm characteristic, with age significantly reducing underpricing. Model 3 adds a tech industry dummy, but none of the variables are significant. Model 4, from the previous table, remains overall best, with the highest adjusted R-squared value at 0.1063, chosen for hypothesis interpretation and econometric analysis. So for the discussion, this study confirmed that firm age significantly influences underpricing levels. Consistent with prior research, this research also established a positive association between COVID-19 and underpricing, reflecting heightened uncertainty during pandemic. Surprisingly, the pandemic morting effect on financial leverage proved insignificant, challenging previous expectations. However, both sides, internationalization, tech industry involvement, firm size, and financial leverage display insignificant influences on underpricing, suggesting these factors may not strongly signal IPO firm's quality to an investor, which means that only the first hypothesis is not rejected, while Hypothesis 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 is rejected. And for the theoretical implication, the finding that firm H has a significant negative relationship with underpricing and COVID-19 pandemic, significant positive relationship with underpricing serve as empirical evidence and validation of existing theory on IPO underpricing, especially information asymmetry, as these findings prove that firms with solid firm characteristics are easier to evaluate and induce less information asymmetry during high uncertainty periods like COVID-19 pandemic, which leads to higher information asymmetry. These findings serve as empirical evidence that higher or lower information asymmetry leads to higher or lower underpricing. For the managerial implications, firms' manager could use findings in this thesis to better their IPO performance and avoid high underpricing levels in their IPO. And firm H's significant negative relationship with underpricing could be explained by less information asymmetry and uncertainty. So as firm H, they accumulate more experience to develop stronger internal controls and build better relationship with investors. This can help reduce information asymmetry, which ultimately give investors more confidence in their investment decision. This can lead to lower underpricing as investors are less likely to demand a premium for perceived risk. So if a firm manager wants to reduce costs when they want to undergo an IPO, they must reduce information asymmetry by providing better quality information to the investor. For the limitation or recommendations in the sampling data of this research, foreign sales data is applied to assess the degree of internationalization. However, many firms in the financial industries are omitted because of that. Banks dominated the financial industry in the Indonesian market, and they also seem to have no available sales data in Orbis database. So the omission of many banks IPOs in Indonesia may affect the result of the study and hinders this research ability to fully reflect underpricing phenomenon in Indonesia. It is recommended to adjust the variable that will enable the inclusion of as many IPOs in Indonesia as possible, especially the inclusion of bank IPOs, so that the future research may be able to better explain the underpricing phenomenon in Indonesia. So here is the conclusion. This thesis investigates IPO underpricing determinants in Indonesia, proposing 6 factors. Empirical evidence reveals only firms' age are significantly predicts underpricing. Although firms are viewed as more established, reducing information asymmetry and prompting investors to demand less money on the table. This information can aid managers in reducing IPO costs by improving information quality. The exclusion of financial firms, particularly banks, may impact the study accuracy, urging future research to include variables involving banks for a comprehensive understanding of underpricing in the Indonesian market. I hope you find the information in this presentation enlightening, and thank you for your attention. If there is any further inquiries, you can contact me at my email. Once again, thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Tazaki as Adseri Dharmavan, for this enlightening performance of yours. So if anybody has any question, they can put the questions in the chat box. Moving further with the conference, our next presenter of the day is Hozan Almazar, Faculty of Economics and Business, Bandung Institute of Technology, Bandung, Indonesia. The topic of presentation for today is what is the impact of circular economy implementation on countries' wealth in the European Union 27 countries, an empirical study in Eurostat data. You can read the abstract from the screen. Okay, so moving with the presentation of Hozan.
Hello everyone, My name is Hausan Almaizar and I'm from University of Groningen, and today I will be presenting about my thesis on how can circular economy impact a country's level of wealth. Over the last decade, the concept of circular economy has been gaining attention in the economic world. Circular economy emphasizes on turning the conventional way of economy into something that is more circular, or commonly known as a closed-loop cycle. In linear economy principles, the life cycle of a product is based on taking from natural resources, making the goods itself, and then disposing of it when the product has come to its end in their life cycle. This continuous cycle has brought a dilemma within society. As more people exist on Earth, the amount of natural resources that is needed will also increase. The increasing needs of resources surely does not go hand in hand with how nature reproduces itself. Hence, it results in environmental pollution, which then lead to resource scarcity. The introduction of circular economy in society helped to shed a light on the case of how the economy can go hand in hand with nature. In the present time, circular economy has shown that it brings positive impact in economic growth. Circular economy focuses on how to reuse and regeneration of materials and products, also focusing on continuation of production in a sustainable way. Circular economy principles have been recognized as a solution to the current dilemma within resources and production. Circular economy is also known to be a more sustainable way to achieve a good economic performance. With this current knowledge regarding the way of circular economy, a few countries have been trying to implement and develop their economy around the principles of circular economy itself. Circular economy can be considered as a new concept and still too obscure and hard to implement, which led to rising discussion on whether circular economy can be truly implemented and still become beneficial for businesses while also having a positive impact on the environment. Some researchers argue that circular economy has a relationship with a growing economy in a country, whereas others found that the impact of circular economy on economic, social, and environment level are still lacking evidence, where some researchers also add that circular economy trades-off that is linked with resource scarcity and climate change are still insufficient. Despite the controversies that circular economy has sparked, circular economy is still the only best alternative for economic development to go hand in hand with the environment. What circular economy proposes surely will benefit society in a larger picture. By promoting reusing, reducing, and recycling products, will help minimize the negative impact of economic activities towards the environment. Nevertheless, the empirical evidence on circular economy implementation is still insufficient, which then become the main motivation for this research is to address the gaps by providing empirical evidence on how circular economy contributes to a country's economic wealth within the European Union. The research for this study is what is the impact of circular economy implementation towards a country's wealth in the EU 27 countries? The question that has been stated will allow the study to explore the practices of circular economy and how they contribute to a country's wealth by promoting economic growth. This study will also examine the influence of circular economy practices on a country's wealth by examining the effect of resource productivity, circular material rate use, and also recycling rate of municipal waste. Recycling is considered to be one of the main actions of circular economy itself. From the literature, it is found that recycling rate of municipal waste will contribute positively towards the growth of a country's GDP per capita. And recycling establishment can generate a 5.5 billion in tax revenues, according to the United States of America Environmental Protection Agency in 2023. From the literature, it is found that it will shape the following hypothesis. The first hypothesis is recycling rate of municipality waste can contribute positively to the country's GDP per capita. The second variable is circular material use rate and how can it affect the country's wealth. Circular material use can be described as utilizing resources through a material retention that can be achieved by an effective recycling process. Also, optimizing the materials and products through their life cycle. A study that is conducted in order to show the impact of circular material use rate growing the growing GDP of a country. Circular material use rate also contributes to a country GDP significantly, and from the literature that is mentioned, it motivates the study to find whether circular material use will have a positive impact on economic wealth respective countries, which then the hypothesis can be developed. Circular material use rate contributes positively to countries' GDP per capita is the second hypothesis for this study. The last variable in the last hypothesis is resource productivity and how can it affect the country's wealth. Resources productivity is an essential indicator of circular economy. Resources productivity can be defined as a ratio of a country's GDP towards their domestic consumption. These indicators also show on how efficient a country is using their resources to produce goods and services. Resources productivity in a circular economy could bring a positive effect towards the GDP per capita growth and could lead to a higher GDP per capita. Both studies are conducted in Southeast Asia as well as in Europe. From the literature above, it can be concluded that resource productivity could positively influence the GDP of a country, hence impacting the country's level of wealth. Now, the last hypothesis can be developed from the literature is that resource productivity contributes positively to country's GDP per capita. From the literature, the literature can be represented by the following conceptual model. As we can see, both of the
عليكم
hypotheses,
السلام. هلا حبيبي، كيف حالك؟
three of the hypotheses will have a positive impact on the
باهي
country's
جو، شنو الأمور؟ كيف
The
أمورك؟ تمام؟
methodologies used by this
الحمد
thesis
لله.
is using the quantitative analysis by conducting a multivariate regression on panel data that is collected from
يا أخي عيوني لك، عيوني لو تبغاني أنا أسير تيوب لك، أسير لك تيوب.
spanning from 2000
لو تبغى تحط فيني
present.
لو تبغى تحط فيني السامبلز
The
وماجنتيك
independent variables
عادي أكون
for
لك
this
يعني.
study
كم عندي أنا يا أخي تليلي يا أخي، أنت الخير والبركة يا أخي.
is resource productivity, circular material use rate, and recycling rate of municipal waste, where the dependent variables is the country's wealth indicator.
عيوني حبيبي أبد، متى تحتاجها؟
GDP per capita. Now, this tabular
طيب أنا
represents
بجيك يا مار كذا بعد ما نص ساعة كويس ولا أجيك بعد البريك؟
the data and the variables and all of the data are extracted from Eurostat.
أيوة خلاص، أنا تقريبا بالكثير نص ساعة وأحرك لكم الكيمار.
This study
خلاص أكلمك كذا وصلت يا وحش.
variable of GDP, which represent the GDP per capita of a country. This variable is the dependent variable of the study. Now, the three independent variables are the indicators of circular economy. The first one being the RMW, it represents the recycling rate of municipal waste. The second one is CMU, is the circular material use rate. And the last one is resource productivity, which represent by variable RP. The other variable here are used to control the result of the linear relationship between the dependent variable and the independent variable. Now, to fulfill the assumption of linear regressions, I employ four diagnostic tests. The first one is multicollinearity. To check whether there is an existence of multicollinearity by using VIF method by following the threshold of VIF under 10. In this thesis, I declare that there are no multicollinearity in the dataset. The second test is heteroskedasticity. The null hypothesis is rejected since the p-value is less than the selected significance level by using alpha of 0.05. This result implies that there is no indication of heteroskedasticity in the data. The third assumption and test they use is linearity. By producing a scatter plots of dependent variables and each one of independent variables, it is proven that the relationship between the dependent and independent is linear, which is symbolized by the straight line. From the result, it also can be concluded that there are linear relationship between the variables. The last assumptions and task that is employed in this thesis is Hausman test. Examining Hausman's test result where the p-value is less than the selected significance alpha. In this study, the alpha is used is 0.05. Leads one to reject the null hypothesis. Fixed effects estimators are therefore appropriate for all statistical models. The result of this thesis is the first hypothesis of recycling rate in municipal waste is accepted. It is found that it has a positive impact to a country's wealth. Whereas the second hypothesis result shows an insignificant result. It is proven that circular material uses rate does not have any significant effect on country's wealth. And the last hypothesis regarding resource productivity in a country's wealth is accepted. It shows that resource productivity have a positive impact to a country's wealth. Now, the statistical equation of this linear function, it is shown in the presentation, and the result can be seen below the equation. It can be concluded that every increase in 1 unit of recycling rate of municipality waste will bring a positive impact of 0.015 to the GDP per capita, where resource productivity and every 1 unit increase in resource productivity will increase a 0.332 in the GDP per capita. Now, to conclude this presentation and this thesis, the impact of circular economy implementation has shown a mixed evidence. It suggests that a form of circular economy activities could impact a country's wealth. The activities include recycling rate and resource productivity, whereas circular material use does not contribute directly to country's wealth. Recycling rate has shown to have a positive contribution to the overall country's wealth by generating and creating a new job opportunities, as well as contributing from the tax revenue that is generated from recycling establishment. The impact of circular material use on the country's wealth, it found that it does not have a direct impact on the country's wealth level itself, where the last hypothesis on resource productivity has shown to have a positive contribution to a country's wealth by maximizing their resources and increasing their efficiency. So that's all for my presentation today. I hope you guys enjoy my presentation, and I hope you guys have a very nice day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hozan Almazir, for this wonderful presentation of yours. So if anybody has any questions for Hozan, they can ask him in the chat box. So moving ahead with our next presentation of the day, Warlino Satya Navando, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Groningen, Groningen, Netherlands. This topic of today's presentation is how effective is the implementation of a circular economy in the European Union towards the climate change rate, a prevalence analysis in Eurostat data. You all can read the abstract from the screen. Okay, so let's move ahead with Berlino's presentation for today.
Greetings, guest of International Conference on Interdisciplinary Research in Social Sciences. On 2024 SORAS Dubai, I am Varel Nosete Naviando, and I'll be presenting about my bachelor's thesis regarding how effective is the implementation of a circular economy in the European Union towards the climate change rate. This is a prevalence analysis with the Eurostat data. So a little about myself. I am Varel Nosete Naviando. I am a double degree student from Bandung Institute of Technology in the School of Business Management, majoring in international business, and I'm also part of the double degree program from the University of Groningen, majoring also in international business. So the table of contents, or what will be covered in this presentation, includes the introduction and background, followed on with the data section, followed on with the empirical methods, and then finally the findings and discussions of my thesis. So the first part is the introduction and background. The overview of my thesis investigates the impact of circular economy practices on climate change mitigation in the 27 countries of the European Union from 2010 until 2020. Utilizing data from Eurostat, it explores how the adoption of circular economy principles, focusing on resource productivity, recycling rates, and waste generation, affects greenhouse gas emissions. The study aims to clarify the role of circular economy in mitigating climate change by incorporating control variables such as GDP per capita, population density, and energy consumptions in its analysis. Through multivariate regression modeling, the research finds a significant correlation between circular economy practices and the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, suggesting that circular economy can be a vital strategy in addressing climate change. This conclusion supports the development of targeted policies and practices within the European Union to enhance sustainability and reduce environmental impact. The research introduction includes the definition of circular economy, which is the aim to minimize waste and optimize resource through recycling, reuse, repair, and remanufacturing, offering a sustainable alternative to traditional economic models. The European Union champions this model to shift towards the sustainable consumption and production. Targeting waste reduction and resource efficiency. Climate change, driven by human activities like fossil fuel combustion, resource efficiency, highlighting the need for systematic changes in production and consumption. However, there exists a research gap. So despite the European Union's substantial investment in promoting circular economy practices, the detailed relationship between these practices and their direct impact on climate change mitigation remains underexplored, as highlighted by Romero, Karpus, and Lazaric. Additionally, there is a noted scarcity of comprehensive studies on the overall status of circular economy research and its environmental outcomes, signaling a considerable gap in this field. So the existing literature presents varied results regarding the circular economic's effectiveness in addressing climate change, suggesting a need for further investigation into the potential of circular economy practices to contribute to climate change mitigation. Thus, my research question is, what is the impact of the adoption of circular economy practices on climate change mitigation in the European Union? To address this question, I will use net greenhouse gas emissions as the dependent variable, noted as Y, representing the climate change impact. The independent variables, noted as X, include key circular economy indicators such as resource productivity, recycling rate, and waste generation. Additionally, I will incorporate control variables to account for potential confining factors, GDP per capita, population density, and energy consumption. So here are the list of variables used. The dependent variable is the greenhouse gas emissions. The greenhouse gas emission provides a crucial measure of the European Union's environmental footprint. And then, followed by three independent variables, the recycling rate, which reflects the proportion of waste materials that are diverted from disposal and reprocessed for reuse, and then the independent variable, the other independent variable, which is waste generation, which refers to the process of producing waste materials from industrial, commercial, agricultural, and domestic activities that are discarded as unwanted and useless. And lastly is resource productivity. Resource productivity quantifies the efficiency with which resources are utilized within the economy. Next, here are the following control variables. For note, I log transformed all of the control variables because it has outliers, and it was employed to address their non-normal distribution and high kurtosis, effectively normalizing the data distribution and enhancing the validity of parametric statistical tests by mitigating the extreme values impact. So the first control variables is GDP growth, as it is included to account for economic development, reflecting a country's capacity to implement sustainable practices. The next one is the population density. It acknowledges that densely populated areas may face distinct challenges and opportunities in adapting circular economy initiatives. And lastly is the energy consumption, which is also a crucial control variable as it directly impacts greenhouse gas emissions, particularly in regions reliant on fossil fuels. So then, with these, I come up with three hypotheses. The first one is that the higher the recycling rate, the lower the volume of greenhouse gas emissions, which is backed by these three literature reviews, followed by the lower the waste generation, the lower the volume of greenhouse gas emissions, again followed by three literature reviews, and lastly, the higher the resource productivity, the lower the volume of greenhouse gas emissions. And again, another three literature reviews are used as the literature foundations of all of my hypothesis development, which you can see on this following slide. And finally, this is the conceptual model of my whole bachelor's thesis or research. Following on, we'll move on to the data section. First is the data source and overview. So again, this thesis uses Eurostat as its sole data source due to its authority and completeness on the European Union data. Eurostat, the European Union statistical agency, offers reliable socio-economic and environmental data from member states. Its consistency, comparability, and adherence to strict statistical standards, as highlighted by Mayer et al., ensure data integrity and trustworthiness. This choice supports meaningful cross-country comparisons and robust evaluation of the research question, aligning with the study's objective to analyze temporal trends and impacts effectively. So here to the picture, you can see those are the variables, the types, and also the unit of measurement, as I explained before. And here is the summary statistics. So the summary statistics can be seen on this table on the right. The dependent variable of greenhouse gas emissions has a standard deviation of 4.09. The independent variable of recycling rate has a standard deviation of 15.6, where resource productivity has a standard deviation of 10,928, and waste generation has a standard deviation of 129.81. All of the variables are not highly correlated with the other variables. The correlation matrix provides valuable insights into the relationships between the variables in the dataset, and this information can be used to develop hypotheses about the causal relationships about the variables, which then can be tested using the regression model. The positive and negative result from the correlation shows the difference of effects of the independent and dependent variables that has on each other. So following on, these are the empirical methods or the statistical tests that I need to do in order for me to continue doing the regression result. So the first one is the mean estimation. This is an important tool for making inferences about the population means of variables and for comparing the mean values of different variables, as you can see from the graph on the top. And below it is the VIF. This is the use of VIF can tell if there's multicollinearity in a regression model by comparing the VIF values for each independent variables. And from the result, it shows that there is no multicollinearity. So then it's just a good sign for the variables. Following on, I need to check for the heteroscedasticity using the Bruges-Pagan test. However, it detects heteroscedasticity by showing the chi-squared statistic of 39.79 and a p-value of 0.00, which indicates there is presence of heteroscedasticity. So to address this, I incorporate a robust option for my result, ensuring a more accurate and resilient standard error estimation in the face of heteroskedasticity, thereby enhancing the regression analysis precision. Next on below it is the Hausmann test, which tests for fixed effect. And here it shows that from the results that I will not be incorporating the random effects, but I will be using the fixed effect model. And lastly, here is the robust fixed effect regressions, which are used to correct for the possibility of heteroskedasticity in the data, which has been shown as present from the previous slide. Thus, here are the results, and the outcomes closely resemble of the previously transmitted fixed effect regression table. And finally, here are the findings and discussion of my overall research and thesis. So to your right, here you can see the result of the regression. Model 1 shows the greenhouse gas emissions with the independent variable of recycling rate. It shows that it is positively linked due to higher energy demands in the recycling process. And then I continue on with Model 2. This is the inclusion of waste generation. And here again, it also finds a positive correlation with greenhouse gas emissions, which attributes to landfill and incinerator disposal methods. Next is Model 3, which incorporates the greenhouse gas emission with all of the main independent variables. Model 3 introduces resource productivity, demonstrating a negative correlation with greenhouse gas emissions, as higher resource productivities would signify efficient material use and less environmental extraction. In Model 4, the next one, is greenhouse gas emissions with all of the main independent variable, following with the control variables. So here, the addition of population density, GDP per capita, and energy consumptions are all included, which all shows positive association with greenhouse gas emissions, reflecting the impact of all of the control variables to be true. And lastly is the robustness check in Model 5, which explores a nonlinear relationship by including a squared term for the recycling rate, revealing a diminishing beneficial effect of recycling on greenhouse gas emissions at higher levels of recycling, indicated by the negative coefficient of the squared recycling rate term. So here's the final conclusion of my thesis. So this whole thesis examines the link between climate change and the circular economy, revealing mixed results for initial hypotheses. While hypothesis 1 is rejected, hypothesis 2 and 3 are supported. However, for hypothesis 1, it indicates that a higher recycling rate broadly reduces greenhouse gas emissions, which aligns with Schwartz et al. From 2021, who note the specific benefits of plastic recycling. Additionally, Sun et al. Suggests that increased resource productivity can lower emissions, a finding collaborated by regression analysis that underscore resource productivity's crucial role in emission reduction. The thesis also emphasizes the importance of other circular economy strategies, such as waste minimization, showing statistically that higher waste generation increases emission. This supports Bayer et al. From 2021, highlighting the significance of municipal waste recycling and other practices in climate change mitigation by lowering European Union's net greenhouse gas emissions. So in summary, this thesis explores the link between circular economy and climate change, confirming the effectiveness of large-scale recycling and increased resource productivity in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It validates theories from Schwartz et al. On the benefits of plastic recycling and Sun et al. On the impact of resource efficiency. Additionally, it also emphasizes minimizing waste generation as key to emission reduction, aligning with Bayer et al. The findings advocate for a comprehensive circular economy approach to mitigate climate change. However, there is of course the thesis limitation. This research faces limitations including barriers to circular economy adoption like inadequate laws, lack of awareness, and financial and infrastructural challenge, as mentioned by Ida et al. And Marco Schaum. The pursuit of continuous economic growth without considering environmental impacts also challenges the principles of circular economy. Additionally, climate change complexity influenced by natural events such as global policies and socio-economic factors complicates isolating circular economy impacts. There is also a chance that the 2010 until 2020 study period may also be too brief for a thorough analysis, suggesting the need for a long-term view. So here are my last suggestions for future researches. So for future research on circular economy's impact on climate change mitigation in the European Union, it is crucial to consider each country's unique institutional frameworks. Ratna et al. And Alonso Almeida and Anton highlight the importance of institutional factors in adopting circular economy practices. This research's findings, particularly on recycling rates and greenhouse gas emissions, underscore the need to analyze country-specific policies and infrastructures. Finally, im- understanding the diversity in policy implementation is vital for effectiveness of climate change within the circular economy framework. So that's it for all of my bachelor thesis. Thank you for your time and thank you. Goodbye.
So thank you so much, Verlino Satyanavayando, for this wonderful presentation of yours. So anybody have any questions, they can put their questions in the chat boxes. Okay, so moving ahead with the conference, our next presenter of the day is Rio Pramoditya, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Groningen, Netherlands. The topic for today's presentation is an analysis of the effect of institutional distance on the level of control of multinationals in the Indonesian medium high and high technology industry. You can read the abstract from the screen. So, moving ahead, let's see what Rio's presentation has to say.
Dear guests of International Conference on Interdisciplinary Research in Social Science, welcome to the presentation of my bachelor thesis titled Analysis of the Effect of Institutional Distance on the Level of Control of Multinationals in the Indonesian Medium, High, and High Technology Industry. My name is Rupramuditya, and if you have any inquiries for my bachelor thesis, you can contact me via email or via the LinkedIn link that I have provided in this presentation. I am a double degree student from Bandung Institute of Technology and the University of Groningen, which I have published my thesis from. This presentation will include the following. First, research background and research gap, research aim and objective, research question, hypothesis development, conceptual model, data and methodology, results and discussion, research contribution, limitation and recommendation, and conclusion. First, let's begin with the introduction. The background of my bachelor thesis. First, that multinational corporations are key players in globalizing research and innovation, injecting capital technology into foreign markets. Especially in Indonesia, the country is currently ranked 60th in terms of economic, emphasizing on the importance of their manufacturing sectors, particularly in medium and high technology industry. As been exclaimed by the Ministry of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia is currently embarking on a vision of making Indonesia 4.0 that will be achieved in 2030. Therefore, to realize this vision, the Indonesian government seeks increased foreign investment, making an understanding of multinational corporation strategic decision, especially in control, very crucial. Institution is regarded as the rules of the game in society, as has been mentioned by North, is play a role in institutional theory in helping to comprehend the distance between different places where MNCs operate. Recognizing this distance is essential for MNC to navigate challenge and opportunities, setting boundaries for their operations. Therefore, the research gap for my bachelor thesis focuses on how institutional theory lacks enough studies on the impact of distance measure on how company transfers practice and control their operation in a foreign country. They also claim that there is few papers connect institutional distance to management and organizational issues, especially in terms of entry control strategy for emerging versus developed nations. Therefore, the research question from the research gap that I've previously mentioned that for my bachelor thesis is how does institutional distance impact the extent of control exerted by multinational firms in Indonesia, medium-high to high technology industry, as evidenced by their inclination towards engaging in majority stake deals. Through this central research question, this paper will be able to test the relationship between institutional distance and strategic control decision of multinational corporations that are represented towards their inclination to hold a majoristic ownership stake, which is an ownership stake that is above 50%. In order to answer this research question, first we need to review various related literature. The literature that has been reviewed will be focused on these 5 variables. First, the dependent variable, which is the majority stake deals, the inclination of MNCs entering Indonesia to conduct majority stake deals. The first independent variable, which consists of formal institutional distance. Second independent variable, informal institutional distance. Moderating variable, host market experience, and control variable, spatial distance. First, the first independent variable, which is formal institutional distance. Formal institutional distance is categorized into 2 views. First, economic institutionalism. This view highlights that institutional distance influences multinational cooperation and how negative distance means that less developed institution causing inefficiencies, while positive distance poses a challenge in adapting to rules. Both positive and negative institutional distance leads to multinational cooperation to choose lower level of ownership, reducing control in a new country. Also, a finding by Gore, Malhotra, and Zeus support this by emphasizing firms' reliance on partners in distant places. Regardless of their direction, higher institutional distance make multinational cooperation less likely to pursue majority stake deals in Indonesia high-tech industry. Hence, hypothesis 1 is the following. The second view is through organizational institutionalism lens. Legitimacy challenges arise while greater institutional distance. As noted by Kostova and Zahir, the struggle in establishing legitimacy in distant host country is very much prevalent. The finding shows that reduced survival rates at high institutional distance. Therefore, this paper argues that as institutional distance increases, multinational corporations are less likely to pursue majority stake deals in Indonesia high-tech, medium to high-tech technology industry due to heightened isomorphism, aligning with proposed hypothesis 1. The proposed hypothesis 1 of this bachelor thesis says that the higher formal institutional distance leads to multinational firms' inclination to not conduct majority stake deals in Indonesia medium, high, and high-tech industry. The second independent variable, which consists of informal institutional distance, said that, as argued by Contractor et al., there is a positive correlation between this informal institutional distance and ownership level in India and China. The lower distance reduces perceived uncertainty but involve trade-offs in cost, risk, and control. Studies by Arslan and Laramino and Chuke and Borini support that indicating higher informal institutional distance leads to multinational firms to prefer greenfield projects in emerging markets. This is conducted to avoid integration costs in the medium, high, and high technology industry. Characterized by R&D intensivity, Ambus and Schlegelmish suggest that interdependencies among multinational entities establishing is very much crucial. This established a positive relationship between informal institutional distance and firm strategy control decision. Therefore, hypothesis 2 is proposed, where the higher informal institutional distance will lead to multinational firms' inclination towards conducting majority stake deals in Indonesia medium, high, and high technology industry. This bachelor thesis also employ a moderating variable called host market experience. Host market experience shapes multinational participation in Indonesia's high-tech industries, influencing risk management. It aids efficient resource transfer and strategic practice across borders. Findings support a positive moderating relationship between host market experience and institutional distance and ownership level. Therefore, hypothesis 3A is proposed. While in terms of informal institutional distance, prior experience reduces relational risk, fostering social knowledge and integration for local legitimacy. This amplified the positive relationship shown in hypothesis 2 previously mentioned, as experience by MNCs are more likely to transfer knowledge in Indonesia's high-tech industry with high interdependence and knowledge transfer, as explained by Ambos and Schlegelmish 2007. Therefore, hypothesis 3A and 3B is proposed. 3A is when multinational has previously entered into Indonesian medium, high, and high technology industry. The negative relationship of formal institutional distance and majority stake deals will be strengthened. While hypothesis 3B focuses on when multinational has previously entered into Indonesian medium, high, and high technology industry, the positive relationship of informal institutional distance and majority stake deals will be strengthened. Therefore, the conceptual model of set hypothesis can be represented in this conceptual model, where formal institutional distance have negative relationship to the dependent variable, and formal institutional distance have positive relationship to the dependent variable, and how host market experience amplifies the relationship between each independent variables towards the dependent variables. In order to conduct this spatial thesis, the methods that is utilized is as follows. In terms of finding the company level data, the study tests the hypothesis using a sample of 209 deals from the Zephyr database sourced by Bureau van Dijk, analysis company level deals across Indonesia medium, high, and high technology industry from the year 1998 to 2023. The data initially comprising of 715 deals, which is further filtered and undergo rigorous filtering due to various missing value and consistency, which yield a result of 209 samples. In terms of the first independent variable, the study utilizes the data from World Governor Index from World Bank Survey, which consists of institutional quality, and we further calculated using Coggett and Sink distance index, so that distance measure could be half from formal institutional distance. While in terms of informal institutional distance, we use the data from Hofstade culture dimension, which utilizes 6 dimensions, includes power distance, individuality, masculinity, avoiding ambiguity and long-term orientation, and indulgences, as its 6 dimension will be further calculated into a distance measure using Coggett and Sink Euclidean distance index, which has also been proposed by Du and Boutang in 2015. For the moderating variable, this study employs a dummy variable where the value of 1 indicating past experiences of entering into the Indonesian medium, high, and high technology industry, while value of 0 indicating a non-prior entry to the industry. There is also a control variable, which is spatial distance, which is a measure of physical separation between the capital cities of the multinational's home country and the host country, which is Indonesia. These are the various variables that is utilized in this spatial thesis. Your guests could see each of the various acronyms used for each of the variable that has been explained, and the model specification for the logistic regression result is also been mentioned here. Therefore, let's move to the results. The results of this spatial thesis first can be seen from its descriptive statistic. In summarization, there's 51.19% of multinational corporation that is engaged in majority stake deals in Indonesia, with a deal size of variability of standard deviation 0.08. Formal institutional distance averages 5.235, while informal institutional distance averages at 3.99, and special distance averages at 4374.03 from prospective companies' home country towards Indonesia. Host market experience in Indonesia tech industry consists of 42.6% of multinational that has previously entered to Indonesia, and the distribution are generally plectokurtic with a kurtosis less than 3, and there is a leptokurtic distribution seen from special distance with kurtosis more than 3. In terms of the logistic regression results, we have 6 models in the logistic regression. First model, support hypothesis 1 that has been mentioned previously, indicating a significant negative relationship with a coefficient of minus 0.89 and p-value less than 0.01. While model 2 supports hypothesis 2, revealing a positive relationship for informal institutional distance with a coefficient of 0.53 and p-value less than 0.01. The control variable in model 3 for special geographic distance yields non-significant results, and model 4 includes host market experience as moderator, showing a negative relationship with a coefficient of minus 0.878 when p-value less than 0.01. The logistic regression result for model 5 and 6 signifies the relationship between interaction effect between moderating variables, shows a Support for hypothesis 3b with a coefficient of 0.779 and p-value less than 0.05, while model 5 does not support hypothesis 3a. The overall model fits is indicated by the p-values in Pearson chi-square of 0.716 and Hosmer-Lemeshow tests with 0.887, which are greater than 0.08, shows great reliability and model fit of the overall logistic regression results. The discussion of the logistic regression results shows that hypothesis 1 of from institutional distance deters multinational firms from conducting majority-stake deals in Indonesia's medium, high, and high-tech industry, as is supported the hypothesis. This aligns with the findings of Gare et al., which shows the inclination of firms to conduct shared ownership in institutional distant countries. While hypothesis 2, linking informal institutional distance to an inclination of majority-stake deal, is affirmed in a consistent manner with Contractor et al. And Ambos and Schlemmerschleis, emphasizing interdependence for strategic control. Contrary to hypothesis 3 that is proposed in this thesis, host market experience doesn't moderate the relationship. However, hypothesis 3b is supported, indicating a positive moderating effect on MNC inclination for majority stake deals, aligning with Zahir findings of knowledge transfer argument. Finally, we came into the conclusion of my bachelor thesis. First is in terms of the theoretical implication and theoretical contribution towards overall international business literature. The empirical validation of hypotheses 1 and 2 underscore the impact of institutional distance on multinational corporation control in Indonesia medium, high, and high-tech industry. This study addresses the research gap highlighted previously, while offering a theoretical insight into the influence of institutional distance on institutional organizational control level. Focus on Indonesia high-tech industry, it contributes understanding emerging market economy as well. While the managerial implication provide a new understanding of the problem. This study offers an important insight for multinational cooperation in Indonesia tech sector. It suggests caution for MNC into employing their strategic decision, indicating a preference for shared ownership and not too much control due to formal institutional differences. On the other hand, informal institutional distance call for more control, especially in tech incentive activities. MNCs entering Indonesia tech sector need to find balance, partner wisely to reduce control, but keep a strong grip on tech activities to manage risk. This strategic balance is crucial for success in Indonesia's ever-changing technological industry landscape. Finally, we enter into the limitation of this study. This study exclusively focused on a particular industry, which is the medium, high, and high-tech sector. In terms of scope, this paper lacks in-depth examination of control nuances with high ownership levels, neglecting potential variation between wholly owned subsidiaries and majority stake deals. This study also briefly touches on ownership concentration influences on decision-making without exploring diverse control mechanism. The moderation effect and future research suggestion, the disproved hypothesis regarding host market experience, seen in hypothesis 3a, contradicts existing research, signaling potential industrial-specific influences that has been considered in this bachelor thesis. This affirmed hypothesis 3b, however, prompt further investigation into mechanism driving the positive moderating effect. Therefore, future research suggestion should explore industry nuances and potential confounding variables for more robust and applicable findings. Finally, the key takeaways from my thesis is that this research looked at how different rules on customs in the Indonesia tech industry affect big international companies' decision. It found that when the formal rules are very different, these companies prefer not to fully own their operation. On the other hand, when informal customs are different, they are more likely to fully own their operation. This study helps to understand this decision in a market with a lot of technology. For companies, it suggests being flexible with ownership depending on the rules. However, the study focuses on Indonesia and the tech industry, and more research is needed to explore different factors and industry. Thank you for listening of my bachelor thesis presentation.
Thank you so much, Rio Paramuditya. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. If anybody has any questions regarding Rio's presentation, they can ask in the chat box. Moving ahead with the next presentation for today, Nashita Zafira Ramadhani, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Groningen, Netherlands. Our topic of presentation is the impact of CSR incidents on customer loyalty, a comparative analysis of Inditex in the Netherlands and Indonesia. So let's see what Nashita's presentation is all about.
Greetings, attendees of the International Conference on Interdisciplinary Research in Social Sciences or in Dubai. My name is Nashita Ramadhani, and today I'll present my bachelor thesis about the impact of CSR incidents on customer loyalty, a comparative analysis of Inditex in the Netherlands and Indonesia. Before we start the presentation, I'll introduce myself again. My name is Nashita Ramadhani. I'm a student in University of Groningen. I'm majoring in international business. Okay, next on. Here's the table of contents about the things that we will cover up for today. So moving on to the first one. So CSR is considered a critical challenge that firm must address to survive in the competitive market, highlighting its importance for business sustainability and relevance in the contemporary business environment. The development of social media, the ease of access to information, and customer increased awareness have made them more watchful, demanding, and quick to react to corporate misconduct. CSR incidents have an uncanny ability to alter customer perceptions and loyalty drastically. Inditex, a parent company of Zara, Bershka, Massimo Dutti, Stradivarius, Oysho, or other retail giants, have been dealing with CSR incidents these last couple of years, ranging from exploitation of workers and environmental pollution to broader question about corporate responsibility over the years. Indonesia and the Netherlands were chosen strategically as a research location. Indonesia provides a unique setting for analyzing the impact of CSR incidents due to its developing country status, while the Netherlands presents a comparative backdrop for investigating customer attitudes in a more established market or in the developed country point of view. So the research gap of my between my research and the previous study is that the previous study focused on the positive impact of CSR on customer loyalty, neglecting the potential consequences of CSR incidents. The assistant research has primarily focused on industries such as banking and hospitality, and there's not yet a research that focused on the retail industry. And moreover, there's only a few studies on cross-cultural differences in customer responses to CSR incidents. In past study, Huang and Matilda points out the scarcity of research examining customer loyalty in cross-cultural settings. From the introduction and background of my research and my research gap, I have come up with this research question. It is, does Inditex CSR incidents affect customer loyalty in Indonesia and the Netherlands? And I also come up with the sub-questions are the significant differences in the perceived impact of CSR incidents on customer loyalty between customers in Indonesia and the Netherlands. To have a foundation about the things that I will talk about and my result, I will explain the theoretical background of my research. The first one is corporate social responsibility refers to the voluntary integration of social and environmental consideration into company business activities and relationship with its stakeholders. This is based on the commissions of the European Communities in 2001. And corporate social responsibility incidents encompasses specific events or occurrence with far-reaching implication for business, society, or the environment. Moreover, the impact of CSR incidents on customer loyalty is customer and emotional connection and feelings of gratitude towards companies engaging in ethical CSR practices play a crucial role in shaping their loyalty. I'll explain about the Inditex CSR incidents. So the first one is the catastrophic collapse of the Rana Plaza building in Bangladesh in 2013 resulted in the tragic loss of over 1,100 government workers' lives, shedding lights on the subpar standards of business behavior within the supply chain of renowned brands, including Inditex. And moreover, poor working condition and labor mistreatment within Inditex supply chain in Brazil. Brazilian Labor Ministry uncovered distressing evidence of mistreatment affecting 7,000 workers since 2012. These problems encompassed 84 incidents of work-related accidents or illness and 22 instances of excessive works, wherein individuals were subjected to work periods surpassing 16 hours a day or were denied a single day off in a week. So these two incidents of in the text will be my main resource for my survey for later on. I'll explain. So moving on, the cross-cultural perspective on CSR. The importance of considering cultural differences when examining the relationship between CSR and customer loyalty is that the impact of CSR incidents on customer loyalty may vary in different cultural landscapes. Understanding unique cultural contexts is crucial for discerning how CSR incidents resonate with customers and shape with loyalty in distinct ways. And cultural dynamics in the CSR context of Indonesia and the Netherlands. In Indonesia, companies may perceive minimal pressure from public regarding CSR disclosure compared to their counterparts in developed countries. This distinction in perception is intricately tied to cultural norms and societal expectation. In Indonesia, collectivist and communal culture, the emphasis on togetherness, cooperation, and spirituality shapes the perception of CSR as a mechanism benefiting all stakeholders. The Netherlands has a heightened emphasis on ethics, anti-bribery measures, and anti-corruption practices, reflecting a distinct cultural landscape and societal priorities. The Dutch society, characterized by individualism, prioritized leisure practices and cultural intermediaries, influencing the perception of CSR and its role in the broader societal context. Okay, moving on to my theoretical framework. So I came up with 4 hypotheses for this research. The first one is CSR incidents of Inditex Group negatively affect Inditex Group customer loyalty. Second one is CSR incidents of Inditex Group negatively affects the trust in the company reputation. And the third hypothesis is lower trust in Inditex Group reputation will lower customer loyalty to Inditex Group. And the last hypothesis is the effect of CSR incident on customer loyalty in Inditex Group differs between customer in Indonesia and the Netherlands. Here you can see my conceptual model. So in here for the first hypothesis, I will examining the direct effect of the between the independent variable and the dependent variable. And then the second and the third hypothesis, I'll be examining the indirect effect between CSR incidents and customer loyalty mediated by the trust in company's reputation. And the fourth hypothesis, I also examine the indirect effect of CSR incidents and customer loyalty moderated by the country of residence. I also use 3 control variable, that is gender, age, and shopping experiences in one of the Inditex group store. Moving on to the participants and research methodology. So I used quantitative analysis through online surveys by Qualtrics. The survey were distributed in the Netherlands and Indonesia, And before filling up the survey, respondents were exposed with information about Inditex CR incident scandals in Bangladesh and Brazil that I have mentioned before. And there's a total of 200 respondents, 100 respondents from the Netherlands and 100 respondents from Indonesia. Moving on, these are the result findings of my survey. So the first hypothesis about the impact of CSR incidents on customer loyalty. The analysis derived from linear regression shows that the direct effect of CSR incidents of Inditex Group negatively affect the customer loyalty of Inditex Group is statistically significant. So there's evidence that CSR incidents of Inditex Group negatively affects Inditex Group's customer loyalty. The second hypothesis about the impact of CSR incidents on trust in company's reputation. So in here, I used Hayes Process Model 5, revealing a significant negative relationship between CSR incidents and trust in the company's reputation. And for the third hypothesis about the influence of trust in company's reputation on customer loyalty, also using the Hayes Process Model 5, revealing a notably significant positive relationship between trust in the company's reputation and customer loyalty. And the last hypothesis about the moderating effect of countries on CSR incidents and customer loyalty relationship. Here, I also use the Hayes Process Model 5, resulting in the countries of residence moderates the relationship between CSR incidents and customer loyalty significantly. The result of the Hayes Process Model analysis also suggests that customers in Indonesia value CSR more than those in the Netherlands. So all of the hypothesis is significant based on the survey. And this is the conceptual model after hypothesis testing with the p-value. And so we've come up with the conclusion. So the study compelling findings give strong evidence that Inditex CSR incidents have detectable influence on consumer loyalty, preventing a detailed investigation of how these occurrences negatively impact customer loyalty in both Indonesia and the Netherlands. So this already answered my research question, and moreover, customers in Indonesia in particular are more vulnerable to a company's CSR incidents than their counterparts in the Netherlands, stressing the importance of firms understanding and adapting to a diverse cultural context. This is also answer my sub questions. And moving on to the managerial implication of my founding is when a CSR problem arises, firms need to demonstrate agility and efficiency in their response. Prompt and efficient procedures, such as providing a precise information, offering a genuine apology, and enforcing preventive measures are crucial for reinstating customer confidence and allegiance. Ensuring transparency during the incident investigation, along with a well-defined strategy to address and resolve the problem, will enhance the process of rebuilding and sustaining favorable customer connection and maintaining customer loyalty. And last one, for the further research and limitation, the study only examines the difference between two countries, Indonesia and the Netherlands. So future research should explore the effect of CSR across diverse cultures and age groups to understand varying impacts better. The studies primarily targets respondents aged 18 until 27 years old, mainly university students, potentially introducing a bias and potentially skewing the findings. To address this, future studies should include a more diverse participant pool to ensure broader generalizability beyond the university context. And that's all from me. And thank you for attending this session. And goodbye.
Thank you so much, Nashita Zafira Ramdhani, for this wonderful presentation of yours. If anybody has any questions, they can put their question in the chat box. So, moving ahead with the conference, our next presenter of the day is Salma Nabila, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Groningen, Netherlands. Our topic of presentation for today is investigating the effectiveness of circular economy in mitigating textile waste, quantitative analysis of EU 27 member states. You can read the abstract from the screen. So let's see what Salma Nabila's presentation is all about.
Hello everyone, my name is Salma Nabila and I'm here to present my thesis in investigating the effectiveness of circular economy in mitigating tax waste. This is a quantitative analysis of EU 27 member states. You can access the full thesis in bit.ly/circular economy Salma Roh, and the capital words are shown. Also, the same with the bit.ly, the link that I have attached here. The background and problem statement that I have been proposed is that the textile industry significantly impacts the environment, with fast fashion intensifying this issue through unsustainable resource use and waste. Despite the potential use of circular economy business model principles to mitigate textile waste, challenges still persist in the EU 27, including gaps in industry-specific analysis and data limitation. Therefore, my study explores the effectiveness of circular economy initiatives in reducing textile waste in the EU 27, specifically asking the research question to what extent do circular economy principles reduce textile waste generation within the EU 27 member states? For the methodology that I have used, I employed a quantitative analysis through panel data multivariate regression with fixed effect model analyzing the data from 1,701 countries over 9 years spanning from 2004 until 2020, but this is a biannually data. Why? Because there has been a limitation in the data collection. This approach allowed us to examine the impact of circular economy indicators, which are resource productivity and recycling rate, on textile waste, considering the effect of moderation through used textile export. So, talking about the first literature, there is this resource productivity and textile waste relationship that I believe to have a negative relationship because the implementation of circular economy EU 27 can only be achieved through policies that enhance the resource productivity and advocating the sustainable resource management guided by the 3R or recycle, reduce, reuse. Therefore, the strategies shows potential for reducing textile waste by maximizing the resource productivity. That's why the first hypothesis to be proposed is a higher level of resource productivity lowers the low volume of textile waste in EU 27 countries. Next, the independent variables are recycling rate and textile waste. The relationship is recycling rate and textile waste that shows a negative relationship, again, same as the first literature review, because in circular economy, reducing textile waste has been believed through recycling rate that is being maximized. And it is crucial to emphasize its significance in incorporating recycling methods in textile manufacturing. But several large fashion companies has encountered difficulties in shifting from linear to circular economy. Therefore, the second hypothesis to be explored is a higher level of recycling rate lowers the volume of textile waste in EU 27 members countries. The third one, it's not a statistical analysis where there's a relationship between IV and DV, but I explain the robustness of circular economy in EU 27 because without a good analysis in the effectiveness of policies itself, um, we cannot measure which aspects of the circular economy needs to be upgraded in EU 27. That's why I compare the action plan that has been proposed by Eurotax. Eurotax is a non-profit organization that is aimed to guide government in achieving the circular economy maximizer for textile waste, and the government action showed by the EU textile strategy from 2023. There are several indicators including collaborative efforts, exploration of new market opportunities, SMEs, minimizing texting costs, etc., etc. But the findings that is the main takeaways from this is that the EU policies lacks implementation of two actions plans, which are supporting SMEs and minimizing texting costs. These SMEs face four barriers believed by previous literature. The first one is internal barriers, external barriers, also with hard barriers and human-based barriers. There is also a challenge in texting costs that derive from high production and marketing expenses and a lack of consumer interest, as discussed by these two authors, Hartley and Orma Basel. The implementation of EU circular economy policies, in conclusion, faces a lot of barriers, challenges, including unaddressed action plans for SME support and texting costs reduction, alongside with hurdles in addressing barriers within SME context by minimizing texting costs and incorporating social and cultural aspects by diminishing the effectiveness of policy execution and cross-national comparison. And then the last one is the moderation effect of used textile exports on circular economy and textile waste. There has been a findings and a real phenomenon that textiles are a viable export commodity, but there is this a significant percentage of the trade in used textiles used ultimately ends up in landfills. This phenomenon also called a colonization in textile waste, where the developed nation, not particularly developed nation, but the EU has been exported textile waste and made to Africa and Asia partner countries that made a huge problem because the amount of used textile waste there in the receiving country is increasing because there has been a suitable circular economy implementation where you can reduce it by recycling and reuse that textiles, presenting challenges for the reuse sector. In response to this challenge, hypotheses 3 and 4 are formulated to examine how EU 27 export activities impact the role of circular economy in waste reduction, thereby contributing to a better understanding of sustainable textile management. So, both of the hypotheses 3 and 4 are presented as negative relationship, same as the first and second hypothesis. To sum up, this is the conceptual model along with the sign of the relationship. Also, I included 3 control variables in taxaways, which are GDP, GBARD, and environmental taxes. So for the details of data collection, these are there's one dependent variables, 2 main independent variables, moderator, control, there's 3 control variables, which all of the sources are gathered by secondary data from open websites. And then I came up with this equation because the regression that I use, the panel data analysis using fixed effect model, and then the dependent variable taxa waste are transformed into log transformation, as well as the export of used textile. So fixed effect model including an observed effect or fixed effect of the country-specific intercepts, also with time varying error because it takes 2 determinant. The first one is country and the second one is year. Before we made the regression model from 1 until 5, we used this diagnostic task to analyze whether there's a violation for normality, Hausman test, multicollinearity, and heteroskedasticity. The result shows that there has been no violation towards multicollinearity, Hausman test. Sorry, Hausman test is not showing a violation, but for Hausman test, I came up that using fixed effect estimators is the one that is the most suitable, and then there's no violation for heteroskedasticity. Though for normality, the textile waste and export of used textiles has been showed a heavy tails or leptokurtic and negative skewness that thus I imply this log transformation. But after the log transformation has been implied, there's still this violation, slight violation towards normality, but there's nothing we can do. Therefore, these variables will remain included in the model. We came up to the findings and discussion. Here is the panel fixed effect econometric model. That model 1 shows negative coefficient for RP and RR with a significant effect of RP on TW, which is the dependent variable, shown that the hypothesis 1 is accepted. For the model 2, there's indicates a non-significant relationship between RR and TW, rejecting hypothesis 2, as well as model 3 that there's no significant relationship between RP and TW, but yeah, also as well as RR, that's why hypothesis 3 and 4 is rejected because export of used textiles export has not been showing to strengthen the relationship between independent and dependent variable. For model 4, control variables are added with GBARD or government budget allocation for research and development showing a significance, but the significance of main independent variable is increasing. That's why there has been a potential of multicollinearity in this case. But I employs robust standard errors from model 5, and this model has become the preferred one because it's the one that has a higher R square and presenting a significant p-value for recycling rate variable. That's why its potential relevance of the relationship between RR and dependent variable is showed. In conclusion, although most variables exhibit negative coefficient, the recycling rate variables in model 5 may still an important effect of textile waste management because despite the hypothesis not fully supported. So to conclude that, despite rejecting the initial hypothesis, statistical findings support an unexpected negative association between RP and textile waste. And then these are the result for the model 1 to 5. The export of used textile did not negatively moderate the relationship but showed a significant link to textile waste. The study also reinforces that resource productivity, when considered independently without moderation, actively contributes to reducing textile waste. The final model underscored the importance of the export of used textile waste in independently minimizing overall textile waste. Therefore, adoption of circular economy business models faces notable obstacles such as financial constraint, organizational complexity, suggesting the need for further research to address these challenges and enhance understanding of circular economy practices in the textile industry. That's why there still need a further research for the data collection itself and then the way we conduct the research. Thank you so much for your attention. I'm Salma Nabila. Bye.
Thank you so much, Salma Nabila, for this wonderful presentation. If anybody has any question, they can put the questions in the chat box. So, moving ahead with our next presenter of the day, Sheila Arsa Almira, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Groningen, Netherlands. Our topic for today's presentation is Navigating the Indonesian Market, Utilizing Ethical Responsibilities, CSR at a Success Factor in the Fast Fashion Industry. You can read the abstract from the screen. So, moving ahead, let's see what Sheila has to present to all of us.
Hi everyone, my name is Sheila and I'm from the University of Groningen, and I'll be presenting about my paper which talks about utilizing ethical responsibility CSR in the fast fashion industry in Indonesia. So here is the overview of the presentation. A quick and brief introduction about the paper itself. So in the fast fashion industry, clothing waste has become a big environmental problem. And according to Anim and Kujo, nowadays consumers are concerned about the company's social responsibility and their environmental impact. So that's why every company should have their own CSR in order to succeed. And according to Abdullah and Budiman, businesses' corporate social responsibility affects consumers' purchase intention. And in my paper, two practices of ethical responsibility CSR, which are implementation of refashioning and provision of living wage, will be used as the independent variable to test the effect on purchase intention as the dependent variable. And the research objective is to know which CSR ethical responsibility practices have a higher effect on Indonesia's consumers' purchase intention in the fast fashion industries from developed countries. And therefore, the research question is which ethical sustainable responsibility practice has the higher effect on consumer purchase intention in the Indonesian market within the fast fashion industry from a developed country. So here's the literature review. So the first one is about corporate social responsibility. So CSR is where companies voluntarily include social and environmental factors in their business operations. And the framework that I use is the Carroll's Pyramid, which consists of economic, legal, ethical, and philanthropic responsibilities. And for the second one is ethical responsibility. So it is the actions and behaviors that are expected by the community and not written in law. And it consists of standards and norms. And the third one is regarding the consumer purchase intention. So according to Patrick et al., consumers do not mind paying more for products manufactured in socially, environmentally, and morally responsible ways. And Fadati et al. Also mentioned that there is a positive direct impact between CSR and purchasing behavior. And lastly, Abdullah and Budiman's research in 2019 finds that a company's CSR affects consumers' purchase intention. And the fourth one is implementation of refashioning in clothing waste management. So, refashioning is the process that reworks fashion clothing and returns the item to the clothing stream, effectively creating a new loop and postponing its grave ending. So, in Indonesia, the fashion waste is 2.3 million tons, according to CIPSN in 2021. And Indonesians do realize that sustainable fashion is the solution to issues caused by the fast fashion industry. And the next one is living wage for employees. So living wage is voluntary and employers are not required to give a living wage to their workers. And in Indonesia, there is no law that requires a company to give a living wage to its employees. And lastly is the comparison of both independent variables. So according to Wijaya and Paramita, Indonesians are aware of the damage that is caused by a fast fashion industry and the concept of sustainable fashion. And Indonesians' awareness of providing a living wage to employees is not really high since they focus more on the minimum wage. So here is the conceptual model. So from the literature review, I came up with 3 different hypotheses. And in this slide, there is also the conceptual model that I made. So the first hypothesis is fashion companies that implement refashioning and clothing waste management have a positive impact on consumer purchase intention. And the second hypothesis is fashion companies that provide a living wage to their workers, which exceed the minimum wage requirements, have a positive impact on consumer purchase intention. And the third hypothesis is the implementation of refashioning and clothing waste management has a higher effect on consumer purchase intention than ensuring living wage for the employees. Okay, so this is the methodology. So for the research design itself, I use a quantitative approach. And for the data collection, I use the primary data. So I conducted a survey questionnaire to Indonesians aged 18 and above. And in the questionnaire itself, there will be two sections. So the first section is regarding the demographic questions like age, gender, purchasing behavior, etc. And in the second section, they will get a randomized scenario, and there are 2 randomized scenarios of the independent variables. So some of the participants received the first independent variable scenario or refashioning, while others receive the second independent variable scenario, which is the provision of living wage. And both scenarios discuss a fast fashion company from a developed country that had planned to expand to Indonesia using CSR initiative. So both of the scenarios have the same questions. And for the sampling itself, I use random sampling techniques, and I collected 113 number of samples. And the procedures can be seen in the slide. So the first one, there's a consent, and then there's demographic questions, and then there are 2 randomized scenarios, and there's also the questions itself. And for the data analysis itself, to test the first hypothesis, I use the regression analysis. And for the second hypothesis, I also use the regression analysis. And for the third hypothesis, I use the independent sample t-test. So here is the result and discussion from the experiment that I conducted. So from the sample itself, the 74% of the sample is female and 39% of the sample is male. And the result is reliable since the ground box alpha is 0.774. So the first hypothesis is supported. So from the research, implementation of refashioning strategy indicates 33% increase in consumer purchase intention. And this in line with a statement from Min Kongku and Yunus, which states that sustainability efforts of fashion companies have a positive impact on consumer purchase intention. And this also in line with prior research from Wijaya and Paramita in 2021, which states that Indonesians' awareness on sustainability has a positive impact on consumer purchase intention. And in conclusion, fashion companies that implement refashioning in clothing waste management have a positive impact on consumer purchase intention. And for the second hypothesis is not supported. So fashion companies that gives a living wage to employees has no impact on consumer purchase intention. And it has no impact because Indonesians' awareness of providing living wage to employees is not high, since they focus more on legal minimum wages. And for the third hypothesis, the hypothesis is also not supported. So, according to the result of the research conducted by me, there is no distinct difference in scores for a company that implements a refashioning strategy with a mean of 3.82 and a company that provides living wage with a mean of 3.81 to the employees. And the hypothesis is rejected because Indonesian consumers can compare between refashioning and living wage because of lack of awareness of the living wage. So here are the implications and the limitation of my paper. So for the implication itself, Indonesians are already aware of the damage that is caused by a fast fashion industry, as stated by Wijaya and Paramita in 2021. And then consumers are willing to purchase products from socially and environmentally responsible companies, as stated by Pickett and Baker and also Ozakim. And a fast fashion company from a developed country that wants to be successful in Indonesia should consider implementing a refashioning strategy because it leads to a high purchase intention, as the research that I conducted stated. And for the limitations itself, there are three limitations. So the first one is there were only 113 samples taken from the Indonesian customers in different age groups. So the sample is very small. And the second one is the number of respondents in each scenario is not the same. So the distribution is not equal. And the third one is by using the randomized scenario, as I use in my experiment, it does not allow me to control characteristics in each group. And for the future research, in the future research, more variables can be included in the experiment, such as gender, for instance. And it is also advisable to talk about consumer behavior or attitude and link the consumer behavior or attitude to the research with the CSR ethical responsibility and consumer purchase intention. In conclusion, there are four main conclusions that I can conclude from my paper. So the first one is implementing a refashioning strategy has a positive impact on Indonesian consumer purchase intention. And the second one is a company that provides a living wage to workers does not have a positive impact on purchase intention because in Indonesia itself, the awareness regarding the living wage is not high since they focus more on the minimum wage. And the third one is there is no distinct difference on purchase intention between a company that implements refashioning strategy and a company that provides living wage, even though the score is not really high, so 3.82 and 3.81. That means that there is no distinct difference between companies that implement both of the strategies. And lastly, a fast fashion company from a developed country that wants to expand to Indonesia should implement a sustainability strategy in order to achieve a high purchase intention. So thank you for watching my presentation and thank you for listening to my presentation, and see you next time.
Thank you so much, Sheila Arsal Mira, for this wonderful presentation of yours. If anybody has any questions regarding Sheila's presentation, they can ask her directly or can put their questions in the chat box. So moving ahead with the conference, our next presenter of the day is Adinda Irsea Paramesti, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Groningen, Netherlands. Our topic for today's presentation is Chasing Sustainability, Green HRM Dilemmas Within the Indonesian Fast Fashion Industry. You can read the abstract from the screen. So let's see what Adinda's presentation is all about.
Good afternoon. My name is Adinda Isya Parmesti from the University of Groningen. Today I will be discussing the critical issue of sustainability within the Indonesian fast fashion industry, focusing on the role and challenges of green human resource management practices or green HRM. Here's the table of contents, consists of background problem, theory, data collection, results, theoretical implications, and practical implications. Let's discuss about the background problem. Our Earth is facing a severe waste crisis by the fast fashion industry. Annually, 2.12 billion tons of waste are generated, contributing significantly to pollution and global warming. The situation is dire, with projections suggesting a 70% increase in waste by 2050. The fast fashion industry, known for its rapid and affordable production, stands as a major environmental hazard. Fast fashion's appeal in Indonesia is undeniable, driven by a young fashion-conscious population. However, it comes at a cost. The industry's practices are expected to lead to over 150 million tons of clothing waste by 2050. Here lies the potential of green HRM, which integrates environmental considerations into HR practices, including green recruitment, training, performance management, employee engagement, and rewards to support the sustainability. Indonesia fast fashion industry, a key global player, is at a crossroads. Despite its economic significance and growth potential, environmental quality and sustainable practices lag behind. This presents a unique opportunity to explore how green HRM could influence the sustainability in the sector. This brings us to our research question on how does green HRM improve the sustainability performance in fast fashion companies in Indonesia? Our theoretical framework draws on the rapid growth of Indonesia fashion industry and the foundational principles of green HR. Indonesia fashion industry is rapidly growing, with revenue around 21.69 billion US dollars according to Statista. The global brands like H&M, Zara, and Uniqlo are popular, supported by local retail giants like MAP Fashion. Amidst the growth, the need for green HR to meet global environmental standards and promote ethical fashion is emphasized. Green HR, the definition itself is the integration of HR and environmental management to enhance organizational sustainability. The functions included green recruitment, green training, green performance management, green rewards, and green employee involvement. The benefits of green HR itself to promote employee environmental values, behaviors, and competencies. We will break down to each functions of green HR. The first one is green selection and recruitment. It targets candidates matching with the organization's sustainability vision. Also emphasizes online interviews and paperless processes as the example of the technology utilization in this function. Environmental performance in recruitment attracts candidates through a firm's environmental commitment. The relationship between green selection and sustainable performance is positive. Green recruitment positively affects the sustainable performance. For the green training and development, it focuses on environmental protection and sustainable workplace practices. Enhance sustainability competencies, satisfaction, and management promotion of sustainability among the employees. The third one is green performance management. It merges traditional performance management with environmental responsibilities. It has environmental standards, uh, incorporates environmental benchmarks to the evaluation in the company. For the green rewards and benefit, it is consists of financial and non-financial rewards for environmental achievement achieved by the employees. It is applies to support employees' dedication to sustainable practices. For the green employee involvement, it is more like the engagement in environmental initiative to promote collective sustainability efforts. Green HRM and sustainable performance. But sustainable business is balancing profitability with environmental and social responsibility. Through environmental KPIs, our key indicators include gas emissions, renewable sources, resource consumption, and waste management. By tailoring green HRM to sector-specific contexts and can enhance sustainable performance according to several studies. Therefore, our hypothesis is green HRM can enhance sustainable performance in fast fashion sector context in Indonesia. We employed a qualitative exploratory method, conducting in-depth interviews with informants from multinational fashion companies in Indonesia. This approach allowed us to delve into the nuances of green HRM practices and their sustainability implication. The participants consist of 6 informants. The age is between 21 to 26 years old. The domicile is Jakarta to Bekasi base, and they're all mostly working as interns and ex-interns with the between 4 to 36 months of working experiences. The interview conducted using digital platforms, also coding method used to categorize responses under these themes: green HR, sustainable performance, and sustainability goals. The identified and coded 5 aspects of green HR also detected with the 5 functions: green recruitment, green training, green performance management, green rewards, and green employee involvement. Our findings highlight a disconcerting gap between sustainability goals and green HR implementation. The interviews revealed a different commitment to sustainability across brands, with systemic issues and a lack of clear sustainability goals detected. Only one of the interviewees from the brand had clearly defined sustainability goals communicated to employees, highlighting inconsistencies and potential neglect of sustainability in fast fashion business. The implementation of green HR itself result in mixed evidence on the integration of sustainability into HR practices among 5 multinational brands. Most informants were unfamiliar with green HR before the study, but they are quite familiar with the green recruitment and green training. While all informants informed that all the brands applied paperless recruitment, incorporating sustainability into recruitment and training were also rare, with only one brand engaging employees in sustainability training. Thus, the results of the impacts of green HR on sustainable performance resulting in limited evidence of the impact. Informants provided little to no concrete examples of green HRM's effect on sustainable performance, indicating a significant gap in understanding and implementing effective green HRM strategies. However, we also came up with additional findings, which are informants identified major environmental issues in the fast fashion industry, such as clothing waste and water pollution. This indicates the urgent need for green HR to be applied in the sector. A universal call also informed by all the informants. Division-specific approach to green HR, stressing the importance of HR in fostering a sustainability-focused culture within the company. In conclusion, the objective of this study, which is to analyze the connection between green HR and sustainable performance, seems absent, as companies have not set distinct sustainability goals according to all informants. It leads to a general lack of comprehensive and the implementation of green HR itself in the fast fashion industry in Indonesia that results in insufficient conclusion to define the potential impact of the green HRM towards fast fashion sustainable performance. The gap between the theory and practices identifies a notable disparity between the theoretical framework of green HR and its actual implementation in the Indonesia fast fashion industry. This gap underscores a broader issue of integrating sustainable practices in a meaningful way. Several factors also contributed to this significant gap. Limited observation of green HRM practices, with few instances of green recruitment and training that matches with the previous study. The impact of absence of clear sustainability impacts the green HRM effectiveness, according to the previous study that stated the importance of communicating sustainability goals among the employees. Moreover, the study emphasized tailoring green HR theories to Indonesia's distinct economic, cultural, and regulatory landscapes, noting differences from the Western approach, where sustainability is integral to business. It suggests developing customized green HR strategies to make a better suit for Indonesia context, as supported by a previous study conducted by Musa and Othman. The study also reinforces the strategic role of HR in achieving sustainability within the fast fashion industry, which faces significant environmental challenges. This perspective is supported by the broader discourse on sustainable performance in business, emphasizing the need for HR to lead in integrating sustainability into the core practices of organizations. Practically, companies must commit to sustainability, investing in green training and enhancing recruitment to foster a culture aligned with environmental values. By defining and committing sustainability goals, meaning that despite their public branding towards environmental impacts, there's a gap in actual commitment and transparency. Addressing this issue can enable the adoption of green HR as a whole green HR application in the company. And by investing in tailored green training, more focus on reducing clothing waste through improved production process, this effectiveness of training should include company-specific sustainability practices and the role of employees itself, with a focus on green HR applications. Measuring the impact of these programs is crucial for the success towards their sustainability goals. And beyond the paperless recruitment that has been applied in several brands, fast fashion companies should prioritize environmentally conscious candidates in their job requirements. This approach aims to increase the company's responsibility towards its environmental impact and supports the broader goal of reducing the environmental footprint by building a workforce aligned with the sustainability values applied in the company. In conclusion, our study highlights a pressing need for systematic green HR implementation in Indonesia fast fashion industry. Embracing these practices offers a path to not only improve sustainability performance, but also contribute to a more responsible fashion ecosystem. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Adinda Irsea Parmesti, for this excellent performance of yours. So, if anybody has any questions regarding her presentation, they can put the questions in the chat box. So, moving forward with the next presentation of the day, Carissa Anjani, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Groningen, Groningen, Netherlands. Her topic of presentation for today is the influence of developing countries company CSR initiatives on consumer purchase intentions in developed countries market. A rare of Indonesian food company in the Netherlands is the developed countries market, a case of Indonesian food company in the Netherlands. You can read her abstract from the screen. So let's see what Carissa Anjani's presentation is all about.
Hi, and welcome to the presentation of my bachelor thesis titled The Influence of Developing Countries Company CSR Initiatives on Consumer Purchase Intentions in the Developed Countries Market, a case of Indonesian food company in the Netherlands. My name is Carissa Anjani, and I am a double degree student from the University of Groningen and Bandung Institute of Technology, majoring in international business. Today's slide will include introduction, background, research gap, research question, hypothesis, methodology, results, and closing up on the discussion and conclusion. Starting up on the introduction, the global business landscape has seen CSR emerge as a critical determinant of consumer behavior and market dynamics, whereas consumers now prioritizing CSR in purchase decisions compel businesses to publicize initiatives for favorable responses. Dutch consumers' growing interest in organic food and sustainability, urging producers towards sustainable practices. So studying CSR effects on developed market consumer intentions using a developing country firm reveals unique factors shaping responses, as the effect of CSR on purchase intention is largely unexplored in developing countries, and consumers may underestimate their role in developing countries with lower average incomes, which in turn would make the responsive distinctive from those in developed countries. So this perspective adds an additional layer to this investigation, as it implies that the consumers in developing countries might approach CSR initiatives with different expectations and attitudes compared to consumers in developed countries. Here, PT Indo Food Success Makmur, an Indonesian food company, can offer insights into cross-cultural dynamics as well as filling research gaps and enhancing generalizability by considering the diversity in consumer attitudes and perceptions across developed markets in a developing country firm. Evaluating Indofood CSR on Dutch consumers seeks to establish correlations between sustainable practices and consumer preferences, contributing to ethical consumer behavior discourse and aiding socially conscious markets. Existing studies reveal a gap between consumer attitudes and actual sustainable food consumption behaviors, as when there is an interest in sustainable food practices, there may be barriers or gaps in translating this interest into actual consumption behavior. Limited exploration of CSR impacts in developing country markets also underscores the need for the deeper investigation. Consumers may respond differently to the CSR notion, especially in emerging and developing countries, which reflects on the existing gap in understanding consumer perceptions of CSR in this context. So consequently, this research aims to bridge this gap by evaluating the effectiveness of Indofood CSR strategies in driving sustainable food consumption among Dutch consumers, contributing to ethical consumer behavior discourse, and offering practical implications for socially conscious markets like the Netherlands. Here we come to the main research question. How do Indofood's corporate social responsibility initiatives influence Dutch consumers' purchase intentions of the company's food products, which is divided into several sub-questions on the presentation slide. And the literature review formed into this hypothesis, with the first hypothesis being the CSR initiatives undertaken by a firm originating from a developing country positively influence consumer purchase intention in a developed countries market, and the second one being as the CSR initiatives by a firm originating from a developing country positively shape the developed country's consumer perception of the company's CSR practices. And then the next one is that the positive consumer preferences regarding a developing country's company CSR initiatives positively impact consumer purchase intention in a developed country. And the last one is that the CSR initiatives by a developing country firm will positively contribute to the formation of favorable consumer preferences regarding the company's CSR, which ultimately leading to an increase in consumer purchase intention in a developed countries market. So from those hypotheses, we came up with this conceptual model with the independent variable is company CSR initiatives, and the dependent variable is purchase intention, and the mediator variable is consumer perception of company CSR. And the control variable are age, gender, and residency. So this is a partially mediated relationship between the three mentioned variables. Moving on to the methodology part. The study used a web-based survey employing a questionnaire served as the primary method for data collection. So the questionnaire focuses on products originating from Indonesia that are available in the Netherlands by using a random sampling method to ensure representation. So utilizing the randomized feature on Qualtrics, the survey questionnaires among two groups were distributed randomly, with group 1 with a received comprehensive product and CSR information, and the group 2 only received general product information without CSR context. Both groups were queried about their awareness of the company's CSR activities as an independent variable, their preferences regarding the company's CSR as a mediating variable, and their intentions to purchase the product as a dependent variable. So this sampling followed the Johnston method with a sample size of 210 respondents for a 95% confidence interval with 0.03 precision, and additionally also implemented a sample size twice as large as required by simple random sampling, aligning with the Salganik's precision method. Based on this data collection, utilizing Qualtrics online questionnaire, the study received a total of 210 respondents living in the Netherlands for the past 6 months, with the male, female, and other percentage, with perfect randomization for both treatment groups, which is 50% exposed with the firm's CSR information and 50% not exposed with the firm's CSR information. And the majority of the respondents are within the age group of 18 and 24, followed by 25 and 34, and etc. Additionally, correlation and reliability tests were conducted, and all of the variables reached the minimum score of Cronbach's alpha to allow summing up the variables. So, hence, we are safe to sum up the variables. To test the hypothesis, a mediation analysis by Hayes process model 4 is performed, and the reason behind the utilization of this test is to see the mediation relationship between all variables involved, with CSR initiatives as the independent variable, consumer perception of the company's CSR as the mediator variable, and purchase intention as the dependent variable. Based on these test results, we can see that the direct effect of CSR initiatives on purchase intention was not significant, indicating a lack of direct influence, which shows that the hypothesis 1 could not be supported. And then the effect of CSR initiatives on consumer perception of the company's CSR was significant, with CSR initiatives having a stronger impact on consumer perceptions when samples are presented with the company's CSR information. And the consumer perception of company CSR has a significantly positive effect on purchase intention too, which validates the hypothesis 2 and 3. And lastly, there was a significant indirect relationship between CSR initiatives and purchase intention through consumer perception of company CSR as the mediator. So this also validate the hypothesis 4. However, this hypothesis, since CSR initiatives do not have a direct effect on purchase intention when consumer perception is controlled for, the only way that CSR can affect purchase intention is indirectly through consumer perception. Thus, the relationship is no longer a partially mediated relationship, as now it is transformed into a fully mediated relationship. Moving on to the discussion and conclusion part of the thesis. Based on hypothesis 1, Dutch consumers may prioritize factors like price over CSR in purchasing decisions. And then there's also high interest in sustainability among Dutch consumers. That may not be translated directly to purchase decisions. And also other considerations and varying prioritization may hinder CSR initiatives' direct effect on purchase intention in the Netherlands. And then also the result of hypothesis 2, CSR initiatives aimed to positively influence consumer preferences regarding the company's CSR practices. So both of the groups supported the hypothesis, and CSR exposed groups showed stronger positive relationship between the variables, and the presence of CSR information enhances the impact of CSR initiatives on consumer perception. Next hypothesis, hypothesis 3, shows that consumer perception of company CSR positively influences purchase intention, and both treatment groups showed significant positive relationship between variables, but then the CSR exposed group demonstrated slightly higher effect than the non-exposed group, and then the absence of CSR information may magnify importance of consumer perception of company. And also, additionally, differences in consumer characteristics could also influence the results, but overall, small coefficient difference limits strong conclusions from the findings. And lastly, the fourth hypothesis, the explicit communication of CSR enhances consumer perception of company social responsibility, and transparency in CSR communication reinforces companies' commitment to social responsibility, which builds consumer identification with companies' values and strengthening their positive perception, which ultimately influences purchase intention and highlights the importance of CSR communication. Based on those discussion, we can conclude that the managerial implication for this study is that we should understand cultural differences in a way that the company should tailor CSR messaging to resonate more with the target audience, and recognize that other factors like price may still outweigh CSR considerations in the country. And then emphasized on proactive communication. So we can communicate CSR initiatives through various channels and engage consumers even when they are not explicitly seeking CSR information. And also emphasizing the importance of strategy integration, where we should integrate CSR initiatives into the overall business strategy and consider conducting company-specific investigations for more tailored strategies. Moving on to the further research and limitations part, while offering valuable insights, the study faces limitations that warrant consideration for future research. Firstly, the singular case study focusing on only Indonesian products in the Netherlands limits generalizability to broader contexts. And then the small respondent pool of 210 participants raises concerns about direct extrapolation to the entire Dutch population. And methodological challenges include reliance on the 7-point Likert scale for CSR exposure classification, also suggests the need for larger and more representative samples. And future investigation should expand beyond single country, single product, focuses to offer a more comprehensive understanding of CSR impact on consumer behavior across diverse markets and product types. So that is all for my presentation today, and I close this presentation with a quote: "Ethics is the new competitive environment," for food of thoughts. And thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you so much, Carissa and Janeet, for your wonderful presentation. If anybody has any questions regarding Carissa's presentation, they can put their questions in the chat box. So, moving ahead with our next presenter of the day, Iman Al Shehri, Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Science, King Abdulaziz University, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. The topic of presentation is Intelligent Numerical Method for Studying MHD Maxwell-Williamson Nanofluid Flow with Bioconvention and Activation Energy. You can read the abstract from the given screen. So coming on to Iman's presentation, let's see what he has to present.
Assalamu alaikum. Good day, everyone. My name is Iman Shahri. I'm a PhD student at King Abdulaziz University in Saudi Arabia. The title of my work that I will present today is Intelligent Numerical Method for Studying MHD Maxwell-Williamson Nanofluid Flow with Biconvection and Activation Energy. Here, the outlines of this presentation are: number one, the motivation behind this study; number two, the objective of this study; number three, the mathematical formulation of the problem; number four, methodology of solution of the problem; number five, the most important results that I have in this study and its discussion; number six, the conclusion of this study; and number seven, the most important references that used in this work. First, the use of artificial intelligence and its techniques has become most popular in recent times. It's being used to solve problems in various fields, especially in solving stiff nonlinear equations that are considered mathematical models that represent a problem and predict results with high accuracy, efficiency, and speed. Also, the nanofluids play an important role in studying the heat transfer, especially in the field of solar energy and its sources. So, all of this was the reason or the motivation for doing this work. This work aims to study the flow dynamics for two-dimensional magnet hydrodynamic stretched flow of Maxwell-Williamson nanofluid affected by biconvection and activation energy, numerically through intelligent numerical method called Levenberg-Marquardt backpropagation method. For short, we will call it LMPM. Based supervised artificial neural network approach. Here we have the geometrical illustration of flow. The mathematical formulation for the problem was obtained through nonlinear partial differential equations, as shown here. These partial differential equations were transformed into nonlinear ordinary differential equations by similarity transformation variables, as shown here. F denotes the flow, theta denotes the temperature distribution, phi denotes the nanoparticle concentration, and chi denotes the motile density of microorganism. And here we have the boundary conditions of ODE. The solution methodology in this study is implemented in two phases. First, the numerical solutions for the mathematical formulation of a flow model are found by solving ordinary differential equations with boundary conditions for different values of physical parameters, as shown here, through the Lopato method by using this package in MATLAB platform. Here we have the table of the values of different physical parameters. And then second, these solutions were used as reference data or target data through the NFTool package and the MATLAB platform to apply or design the Levenberg-Marquardt backpropagation method, or LMBM, to study the approximate solution of the flow model through determining the number of neurons, training, testing, and validation data for learning or training the artificial neural networks, which uses, as shown here, 10 neurons, 80% of the data set for training step, 10% for validation step, and 10% for testing step. Here we have the most important of the results that I have in this study and its discussion. First, the accuracy of proposed LMPM is analyzed using the result of error analysis between the target data, which is the solution by Lopato method, and output data, the solution by LMPM, such as number one, the mean square error of the performance for training, testing, and validation process. It's about 10 power minus 9, as shown here, at 280 epoch. Number two, the error histogram for different scenarios or values with different cases is about 10 power minus 5, as presented here. Number three, the function fit results show a maximum error for training, validation, and testing data of less than 10 by 10 power minus 5, as illustrated here. The second one, the efficiency of suggested LMPM, is studied using the linear correlation or relationship between target data and output data, which given through the regression illustration. We have here the correlation coefficient R equal 1 in training, testing, validation, and all process as displayed here. The third one, the solution of the flow model by LMPM, which analyzes the impact of different physical parameters on the flow velocity, fluid temperature, nanoparticle concentration, and motile density of microorganism, and it can be summarized as flows. Number one, the distribution of the temperature is decreasing for large values of Prandtl number, as shown here, and thermal relaxation constant B, as shown here. We have here the fluid velocity is decreasing by the magnetic parameter m, but the fluid temperature and concentration of nanoparticle and motile density of microorganism are rising. Here we have the rising value for the activation energy E leads to increase in the concentration of nanoparticle, while the increasing of the biconvection Lewis number Lb tends to decrease in the microorganism motile density. Here we have the conclusion of this study. Number one, in this work, the model of the two-dimensional magnet hydrodynamic stretched flow of Maxwell-Williamson nanofluid impacted by activation energy and by convection is studied here by using new numerical intelligent computing approach based on the Levenberg-Marquardt backpropagation method. Number two, the efficiency and accuracy of the designed LMPM for the flow model are represented through error evaluation plots and regression analysis. Number three, the behavior of the fluid velocity and fluid temperature, nanoparticle concentration and motile density of microorganism functions is shown under the effect of different values of physical factors. The LMPM or the recommended method here in this study has proven accurate and effective in solving nonlinear systems, so we can apply this method for many problems of the nanofluid flow impacted by activation energy, and also for several nonlinear problems in various fields. Here we have the most important references that used in this work. And finally, thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Iman and Sherry, for this wonderful presentation. If anybody has any questions to Iman, they can put their questions in the chat box. So, moving ahead with the next presentation of the day is Mohammed Al-Siri, Department of Basic Medical Sciences, King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Sciences, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. His topic of today's presentation is the therapeutic treatment of pepitam increases the protein expression in SIRT1 in the mouse model of experimental autoimmune encephalitis as the model of human MS. You can read the abstract from the given screen. So, moving ahead with Mohammed Al-Siri's presentation.
Hello, hi, good morning. Hi, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present to you today. My talk is about the therapeutic treatment of pepitam on the expression of SIRT1 protein levels in the brain in a mouse model of multiple sclerosis. This work has been done in Saudi Arabia in KMARC, King Abdulaziz International Medical Research Center, and Kasau University. Sorry, let me just change the slide. So we will start off by giving an overview of the disease itself, the multiple sclerosis. Then we will talk about the animal models available and the one we used. Then we will talk about the importance of search one and the intervention we used, which is PPTIM. Then I will share with you our results and we will discuss it. Then we will finish with the conclusion that encapsulate the whole thing. So multiple sclerosis is it's a chronic inflammatory disease. Is actually it's an autoimmune disease, and affects mainly female patients from the age of 20 to 45 years old for unknown reason. And it's characterized by the demyelination of neurons, and this is the main important thing. Suddenly our immune system starts attacking the myelin sheath, causing demyelinating conditions. And it affects approximately 2.5 million worldwide. And as we said, the prevalence in women, it's higher than in others. The pathology, as we most of us know, that an autoimmune disease, the exact etiology or pathology of it, it's not known. However, the symptoms varied from, there is an inflammation, which is caused by the autoreactive T cells, and we have demyelination also, axonal damage, of course, and gliosis. And it affects the optic nerves and all the symptoms that's manifested on the disease. It's originated because of the demyelination and the inflammation and the axonal damage, the damage in the axons, which is required for the transmission. So the etiology of the disease, it's not known as most of the autoimmune diseases. However, there are some risk factors, and in the literature there is also talking about vitamin D deficiencies, smoking, and viral infection disease. And it's worth mentioning that there was a publication in Science, which is recently, they studied a large cohort of patients and to correlate between MS and Epstein-Barr virus, previous infections, and they found very interesting results. And they concluded that Epstein-Barr virus infection, it triggers the immune system to cause multiple sclerosis. But again, the question between correlation and causation, it's still not clear. So talking about research, one of the issues of the MS patients is which is it's very challenging. It's the heterogeneity of the MS disease. In order to us to understand the disease, we have to develop a very effective animal models which mimic the disease 100% or 90%, which is not the case here. There are good animal models, but still it's not the perfect the perfect models that mimic the MS, because most of the animal disease, we induce the disease ourselves rather than autoimmune disease triggering. So there are a lot of most of the treatments or research in the field now focuses on monitoring the symptoms or relieving the symptoms, but nothing for curing the disease or treating the disease from the roots. And there are a lot of research about biomarkers. Are there any good biomarkers that can be used to mark or to monitor the disease or no? So in our work, we used an animal model. It's called experimental autoimmune encephalomyelitis, EEE model, which is the most common model, and it has been used for many for the many discoveries in MS diseases or treatments. It was based on subclinical data from this animal model. So we use this animal model, which, as I said, we induce the disease. Like you get the induction kit, you induce the disease, and in a few days, you will the mice will develop the symptoms, which demyelination, and so the model mimic the symptoms of MS the best. So the model allows for the study of pathophysiological mechanisms of MS. So we see demyelination, we see neuroinflammation, and we see T cell trafficking. So in our model, we used in our research, we used the EEA model, and we treated the mice with an immune modulator, and then we check the expression of one molecules we used. I will share it with you now, which is SIRT1. SIRT1 is it's a protein we used because it has implication in regulation of neural survival and inflammation and autoimmunity. There are conflicting evidence in the literature about the SIRT1 upregulation or downregulation in case of cancers, in case of inflammation, but the majority of the research suggests that SIRT1, it has neuroprotective effects on the MS patients by modulating T cell responses. How? By promoting activation of an antioxidant defense pathway and mitigating the inflammatory response. So usually when there is an upregulation of search receptors or research protein levels, it means that there is an activation of antioxidant defense pathway and also mitigating of inflammatory response. So, this is the role of SIRT1. What we used something called pipitim as a treatment. Pipitim, it's a novel endogenous peptide. It's usually secreted from our system, and this is from our previous work in the UK during my PhD, and this work was published in Nature Medicine publication. And without going into much details, pipitim, it activates, or it inhibits the transmigration. What we mean by transmigration, when there is an inflammation, it starts with lymphocyte rolling, then it will be adhesion molecules will be expressed, then there is lymphocyte arrest, then there is transmigration where the lymphocytes will leave the blood vessels to the site of injury. And this is good for acute inflammation. But in case of a chronic inflammation, when you have a chronic inflammation through the endothelial, this will cause disease, and this is the case in MS. So in MS, there is a lot of autoreactive T cells leaving the secondary lymphoid organs or the blood vessels and move to the site of inflammation. So if we control the number of, or if we limit the number of T cells that leaves secondary lymphoid organ, and subsequently we will reduce the damage caused by these T cells to the demyelination. So we used pipitim because we have seen it and we have published some work on pipitim will inhibit the transmigration, thereby reducing infiltration of the T cells in the tissue and eventually release an inflammatory response. So what we did, so the objective of our study was to determine the effect of pipitim treatments on the search protein levels on the brain of EEA mice. We use the brain, of course, because it's central nervous system. The second objective is trying to understand the potential therapeutic implication of SIRT1 in autoimmune and neuroinflammatory disease. Sorry, I was told for the time, it's already 10 minutes. I will try to wrap it up, inshallah, quickly. So the methodology, we used 5 experimental groups, C57 mice, female mice from 10 to 15 weeks, and we assigned them we used pipitim as a therapeutic and prophylactic. What we mean by therapeutic, So we start in the therapeutic group, we started giving pipitim after post-induction, after the disease is induced. And this is G2 and G3. In G4, as a prophylactic, we start giving pipitim pre-induction, like from the day 0 of the induction of the disease. We didn't wait for the symptom to develop. From day 0, we induce the disease and we giving pipitim, hypothesizing that pipitim might prevent the induction of the disease, as we have seen before in other work where pipitim was given and prevented the disease in rheumatoid arthritis animal model. Then we harvested the brain and we did Western blot analysis to measure the protein expression. So this is the results. I'm sorry if it is not clear. So this is the brain, the protein expression of SIRT1 in the brain, and these are the group. So this is the G1 group, which is the normal group. G2 and G3 this is the control group, and this is the group giving pipitim. And this is the therapeutic group. As you can see, there is a significant difference when between both groups. So when we give pipitim, we notice pipitim induced or increased the expression of SIRT1 in the brain. Sama? Okay. Interestingly, no, we don't see the same pattern in the prophylactic. So the prophylactic, when it is given in day 0, there is no effect of pipitim as a prophylactic, but the effect is seen in the therapeutic treatment after the disease is manifested. So what does this mean? It means that the timing is important. Like when there is an activation of the immune response, we think that because as a compensatory mechanism, our system will start to produce or regulate or increase the expression of SIRT1 to fight back or to reduce the inflammation. And this is why we saw it on the therapeutic group. In the prophylactic group, it's not exactly, honestly, we couldn't hypothesize or an idea why we see this improvement in the treatment group, but we don't see it in the prophylactic group. More work, of course, needs to be done to understand the molecular mechanisms by which pipitim is modulated SIRT1. Also, we think that we know that pipitim inhibited T cell transmigration. So maybe the SIRT1 expression was increased in the therapeutic group because pipitim reduced the inflammation. So there is a chances of the cell, there is less damage in the neurons that the machinery of the cells, they are still active, and they were able to produce SIRT1 because pipitim reduced the number or reduced the damage caused by T cells. It's not the same case when the pipitim is giving prior induction. This is from the pipitim side. From the SIRT1 rule in inflammation autoimmune disease, it will be very interesting to look at how SIRT1 affected T cells trafficking, and this could be used as a biomarkers. Like if we can use a SIRT1 to monitor the disease or to monitor the treatment actually, and to check the autoreactivity of T cells, assuming that when there is SIRT1 expression, high levels, it means it's more healthier or less damage or less inflammation is caused in the patients. Of course, more biomarkers need to be done. We are, at the same time, parallel to this project, we are working on other biomarkers, and we are checking the therapeutic effect and the prophylactic effect of pipitim on the animal itself. We have seen in the animal model, we already published this, we give pipitim to the animal model, and we show improvement in the histological slide, immunohistochemistry slides, ELISA assays, and Western blot analysis. And it's already in the literature. We are now drafting the manuscript to discuss the prophylactic effect of pipitim. And I can see there is a similar pattern between search one in both cases. So to conclude, our study demonstrates that there is a significant alteration or increase in SIRT1 protein levels in the brain of mice following pipitim treatment. And this difference suggests that pipitim has an anti-inflammatory effect on the disease. So it opens the door for therapeutic intervention of MS. Considering SIRT1 involvement in inflammatory and stress response, it regulates, there is a chance we can use pipitim, SIRT1 as a biomarker for progression of the disease. Okay, and these are my references, and I'm ready for any question and answer. Thank you very much for listening. I'm ready for any questions or answers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohammed Al-Siri, for this excellent performance. So, if anybody has any questions regarding his presentation, they can ask him directly or can put their questions in the chat box. Okay, so moving ahead, our next presenter of the day is Nora Abosar, Department of Biochemistry, Science, King Abdulaziz University, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Our topic of presentation is the impact of smoking on male reproductive hormone levels and infertility in Jeddah. So the co-authors for Noura Abosar Sabr is Dr. Mariam Hassan Al-Zahrani, Dr. Fawaz E. Idris, Dr. Sama Abdullah Al-Shanketi. You can read the abstract from the given screen. So moving ahead, let's see what Nora has to say in her presentation.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Noura Abu Saber, a master's student at King Abdulaziz University. Today I am participating in this conference with a part of my master degree thesis. So I will review some of results for you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We begin. The topic of today, the impact of smoking in male reproductive hormone level and infertility in vitro. As it's known, smoking is a global epidemic, especially among male. Despite its many harmful effects on health, one of these harmful is the affecting on male reproductive system. Here we have the table of contact, introduction, research problem, aim of research, methodology, result discussion, conclusion, and reference. Tobacco and its consequences affect people all over the world. It's leading to killers and cause of death. At Saudi Arabia, tobacco use is found at like 27% for population. While smoking continues to be major public health issue among adolescents due to its density to adulthood. Nicotine is occur naturally in tobacco leaf. It came from nicotina plant. It can be toxic when it's taken in high dose, but this is dose it's not found in the smoking. It's addictive properties. Smoking contain cadmium. which is determined to reproductive systems. It can affect on spermatogenesis, sperm parameter, sperm function, and hormones. For the cadmium, it has to reduce, or it has effect on spermatogenesis by reducing the concentration and the motility. Also, it's decreased testosterone secretion and increase some component in Leydig cells. And the people or the male, they are smoke, they show a low level of sex hormone than in non-smokers. Here we have a research problem. Cigarette smoke has a wide negative impacts on health. The most of them, they are popular like cancer, heart disease, respiratory system. Also, it can be established in male fertility problem and effect on reproductive systems. Since the consequences of smoking to produce a reactive oxygen species, which has a bad and wide negative impact on the health, especially on the reproductive system and the production of sperm and sex hormones. Depending on importance of hormonal balance for a fertility process, to study a difference between a sexual hormone profile between smoking and non-smoking and an infertile male will help to understanding a mechanism through which it suppress or disrupt the normal and proper way of hormone work. Here we have the aim of research. This research to investigation a relationship between smoking and the male fertility hormone level by study the effect of smoking in reproductive hormone and compare, as I said, the hormones profile between smoking, non-smoking, and fertility men to provide baseline information for male and female. Here we have a methodology, sample collection. I have 75 male. I divide them to 3 groups, smoking, control, infertile. After that, I applied for them a survey about their lifestyle and health condition. After that, I will start to collect a sample from them. I take 5 ml venous blood sample in a plain test tube. After that, I have to prepare my sample by centrifugate the sample to obtain a serum that's used to hormone analysis. I use a boot kit for hormone analysis and I measure 4 basic hormones: testosterone, prolactin, FSH, and LH. And for my result and data static, I use a Python version. I compare them by ANOVA, and in the case of significant ANOVA or near significant, multi-comparison test will be applied. Okay, let's move to our results. A result, first of all, I analyze the demographic characterization for the population. I divide the age to 3 categorization, and the most of them was in the second group from 30 to 39. For BMI, I categorized them to 4 group, and the most of them it was also in the second group from 25 to 28.8. Okay. Also, I analyze the medical characterization of the study population. The most of them have no chronic disease, no receiving medicine, or take food supplement antioxidant. For the control group and the smoker group, they are zero of fertility problem or receiving fertility treatments. And for the most of fertility infertility group, they are just knowing about their problem and they are still not taking the hormonal or any infertility treatments. Here we have the comparing hormonal change among the different group. As you see here, we have the first one, testosterone. Testosterone, it was higher in smoker with a p-value greater than 0.05. For the LH, it was lower in infertile, but for control and the smoker, they are the same. For FSH, here we have the lower in control group with p-value 0.04. And finally, we have here prolactins, which was higher in infertile group. Also, I categorize the hormone to normal and abnormal depending on a normal range I have for my kit I use. For prolactin, control, was all normal. Infertile, just 3 of them, it was abnormal. And the smoker, only 1, which was abnormal. For the LH, the most of control, it was normal. The most of smoker, also it was normal. And as I said, infertile, there was lower in infertile. For FSH, the most of control, it was normal. The most of also infertile and smoking, it was normal. For testosterone, the smoker, it was higher, as I said before, but here when I categorize them, the most of them, it was normal. So the final score, at least one has abnormal. For the control for this 4 hormone, only 7 of them, it was abnormal. The infertile, only 9, and the smoker, it only was 3. Okay. For a discussion here, the hormone, this is hormone testosterone, LH, FSH, and the prolactin play an important role in the male reproductive, and hence the rationale of evaluating the effect of smoking on this hormone. The FSH directly stimulates spermatogenesis directly by acting on the Sertoli cell, and the LH induces testosterone production in the Leydig cell, inducing the sperm production indirectly. But for the prolactin, which is another hormone secreted by pituitary gland, control the production of gonadotropins, hormone, releasing hormone, which are LH and FSH, through a feedback mechanism on the hypothalamus. Alertation of the serum level of this hormone may create disturbances in the spermatogenesis and cause the infertility in male. Okay, this research was performed to investigate the extent of effect of smoking on fertility among male in Jeddah, and 3 its goal to provide results that support this concept. So the most important results we found in this research were, first of all, as I said, the baseline for all subjects were defined to demographic characterization, age for all subjects for 3 groups, and the BMI. As I said, the age, the most of them was from 13 to 14, and the body mass index was from 25 to 28.8, while medical characterization for the most of the object had no history of chronic disease or receiving medicine or food supplements or antioxidant entry. As I said before, testosterone was higher in the smoking, LH was higher in the smoking group, FSH was lower in the control group, prolactin was higher in the infertile groups. Okay, the smoking group show a trend of elevated mean testosterone level Our result is consists to previous published data. Smoking has been to impact sex hormone level through number of different mechanisms. Contrary to our finding, nicotine is a primary component of cigarette has been demonstrated to limit both Leydig cell development and androgen production. This would also lower testosterone level. Other research has revealed the nicotine and cigarette smoke may function as aromatase inhibiting, which is lowering the conversion of testosterone to estradiol and resulting in increased testosterone level in the blood of smoker. And this is similarly to our finding. Also, a U-shaped relationship was observed between testosterone level and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon, which are found in cigarettes, that suggests that a lower concentration of LPAHS may stimulate testosterone production, while a higher dose of will inhibit testosterone. Some studies mentioning the PAH anti-androgenic effect, which is resulting in increased LLH due to turned in a negative feedback of circulation of testosterone and releasing more testosterone, which has a high level or give us a high level of circulating testosterone. Some of studied is elevated level LH and FSH in a smoker group, which is may indicate on some of another disease or to be diagnosing for another disease like gonadal failure or a dysfunction of test. Okay, a meta-analysis show no significant influence of smoking on testosterone, prolactin, FSH, and LH. And the hormone maybe it's not the best product for the effect of smoking in male reproductive compared with another endpoint such as semen equalities. Okay, here we have the conclusion. Smoking is considered as a major factor leading to male infertility, and this study is focusing on understanding the effect of smoking and reproductive hormones and give a baseline for this. This is my reference. Thank you for listening. I hope you all have a good information. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you so much, Nora Abosabar, for this wonderful presentation. If anybody has any questions regarding her presentation, you can ask her directly or can put the questions in the chat box. Okay, so moving further with the conference, our next presenter of the day is Hamid, Biology Genetics Department, King Abdulaziz University, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Our topic for today's presentation is investigating the effect of cigarette smoking on the NKX3.1 and TMPRSS2 genes associated with male fertility. The co-authors for this topic would be Dr. Zina Walabi, Dr. Fawaz E. Idris. You can read the abstract from the given screen. So moving forward, let's see what Haneen's presentation has to say about.
Hello, my name is Hanin Hamid. I am a postgraduate student in King Abdulaziz University in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. This research is for the requirements of a master degree in biology and genetics. Our topic is about investigating the effect of cigarette smoking on the NKX3.1 and TMPRSS2 genes associated with male fertility. Here is the outline of our presentation. We will talk about introduction, the aim of study, methodology, results and discussion, and finally conclusion and references. Male infertility is defined by the failure to achieve a clinical pregnancy after 12 months or more of regular unprotected sexual intercourse. There's a wide and interacted causes of male infertility. They include medical causes and environmental causes like industrial chemicals, and lifestyle and health causes like tobacco smoking or being overweight or alcohol use. Smoking induces oxidative stress and thereby affecting sperm viability and morphology and function, thus reducing male fertility. However, findings on the impact of smoking on male fertility are not consistently conclusive. In many previous studies, single nucleotide polymorphism are used as molecular markers in studying diseases. This can be done by case control studies, including large-scale SNP genotyping in a patient group and healthy control group to compare differences in genotype for the studied diseases. Then the relationship between a specific genotype and the phenotype is used to characterize susceptibility genes that are associated with the disease. This pioneering study in Saudi Arabia aims to provide baseline information for future research. This figure shows the effects of smoking on male infertility. Smoking can affect sperm structure and proteins and can raise oxidative stress and can affect semen parameters and seminal plasma and sex gland function, and also may cause chromosomal damage. Our aim of this study is to investigate the impact of cigarette smoking on NKX3.1 and TMPRSS2 gene, SNPs, and their implications for male fertility. Our selected targeted genes for SNP analysis are first the NKX3.1 or NK3 homeobox 1 is located in chromosome 8. It's a homeobox gene primarily expressed in the prostate gland and plays a crucial role in prostate development and function. The second gene is TMPRSS2 or transmembrane serine protease 2 is located on chromosome 21, is another gene predominantly expressed in prostate epithelial cells. It plays a role in the processing of proteins involved in cellular signaling pathways. Methodology. In this study, we have collected samples into 3 groups. The first group is 25 infertile men. They have fertility problems, but they do not smoke. And the second group also have 25 smokers, all men. Smokers, which they are smokers, but they don't have apparent fertility problems. And the last group is 25 control men, which are non-smokers and has no fertility problems. And we have obtained ethical approval according to the guidelines of the Ethical Committee of King Abdulaziz University Hospital, and all patients provided written informed consent for the collection of samples and subsequent analysis. Participants. The 75 men between the ages of 19 and 60 years were selected based on their health status from the Health Service Administration Department at King Abdulaziz University and the Health Plus Fertility and Women Health Center in Jeddah. Sample collection and criteria. Sample collection were based on fertility history, duration of infertility, number of children, and semen analysis showing parameters below normal. Blood samples were obtained from King Abdulaziz University Medical Services Center and Health Plus Fertility and Women's Health Center in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. And DNA analysis. The DNA extraction were conducted at the Center of Excellence in Genomic Medicine Research at King Fahd Medical Research Center in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, and genotyping was done in Haven Scientific Innovation Center at King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, KAUST, in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. In DNA extraction, we used Kiam DNA mini and minikit and blood minikit used for DNA purification of total DNA for PCR. The purity of DNA samples was determined using thermoscientific nanodrop spectrophotometer. And in genotyping, the regions of interest within the NKX3.1 and TMPRSS2 genes were amplified using real-time technique. Hormonal analysis, serum from whole blood samples were obtained, and testosterone and prolactin and luteinizing hormone and follicle stimulating hormone tests were performed by using an LTI immunoassay system. In the results, we used statistical analysis was delivered by Python, and numeric variables are described by mean, standard deviation, and median, and compared using ANOVA and t-test if parametric assumptions met, or Kruskal, Wallis, and Mann-Whitney tests in case of violation of parametric assumptions. Moreover, categorical variables are described by count, by percentage, and is compared by a chi-square test if expected count in any cell is greater than 5. Otherwise, Fisher exact test was used. P-value less than 0.05 considered significant. Here is a description of the NKX3.1 SNP and TMPRSS2 SNP of the whole samples. In NKX3.1 RS2228013 SNP, 92% of the samples have the GG genotype, which is the normal type, and only 5% of samples have the hetero SNP type, and there was 2 samples that were undetermined. In TMP-RSS2 gene, RS123 29760 SNP, 60% of samples were normal type and 37 of samples were hetero and have the SNP, and only 2 samples were TT homozygous genotype. Table 2 shows the distribution of NKX3.1 SNP types among infertile smokers and control groups. It deserves noting that the hetero type did not appear in the smokers group, and it appears only 2 times in control and infertile group. Table 3, comparing different population characteristics among TMP-RSS2 SNP. Basic characteristics of population under study was compared among different RS 1232970 SNP, and it was clear from the table that different SNPs were not statistically significant among population characteristics. But for example, in age characteristic, although the p-value is not less than 0.05, the normal genotype percentage was higher than the hetero and homozygous types. In table 4 shows the distribution of TMP-RSS2 SNP types among groups. Moreover, it was clear that around 60% of the groups have the normal type CC. This percentage is a bit more in the S group, and also CT constitutes the rest of the groups. Only the control group has the homotype TT, and it was only 2 observations. The comparison of distribution of different SNP type among each group showed a non-significant result. When comparing hormone levels among different TMPRSS2 SNP types, um, the TMPRSS2 SNP types were no significant difference among groups, but the testosterone was a bit lower in the CT group. Thank you for staying engaged as we explored the core results of our topic today. We will now transition into the discussion portion of our presentation. We are poised to delve into the announced findings and their broader implications, particularly concerning nicotine impact on sperm health, and the role of SNPs in the TMPRSS2 and NKX3.1 genes, and our study's contribution to the ongoing conversation about male infertility. We have reviewed compelling evidence suggesting nicotine and smoking worsen oxidative stress, leading to a significant distribution in spermatogenesis and DNA integrity and overall sperm function. These insights are critical considering the widespread prevalence of smoking and its potential as a modifiable risk factor in male fertility issues. Regarding the TMPRSS2 gene genotyping, the presence of RS8134378 SNP might have implications on the expression and/or formation levels of TMPRSS2 fusion because both have been shown to be influenced by androgen. These results are not in line with our results, as ours revealed no correlation between TMPRSS2 SNPs and infertility. And regarding TMPRSS2 and hormones, no significant differences were found in hormones levels or SNP ratios of the TMPRSS2 gene, indicating no correlation between TMPRSS2 SNPs and infertility. Regarding to NKX3.1 gene genotyping, the results of the current study showed no significant differences in hormone levels between the individuals of the two different SNPs of NKX3.1, meaning that genetic variation of this gene did not affect the hormone levels in males. And regarding NKX3.1 gene and hormones, our results show no linkage of NKX3.1 gene to be NKX3.1 gene to hormonal regulation, smoking effect, or infertility. The results of the current study are not in line with the findings of Voller et al. That they found that C3T polymorphism at nucleotide 154 coded for a variant protein with a substitution of cysteine for arginine and at amino acid 52 of NKX3.1 gene. In conclusion, smoking is considered a major factor leading to male infertility. In this study, we focus on understanding the effect of cigarette smoking on the NKX3.1 and TMPRSS2 genes associated with male fertility in Saudi Arabia. Our results showed no linkage of NKX3.1 TMPRSS2 genes, SNPs, to hormonal regulation or smoking effect or infertility. This study can have important implications for understanding the effects of smoking on infertility in Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Hani and Hamid, for giving such a nice performance. So, if anybody has any questions regarding her presentation, they can ask her directly or can put the questions in the chat box. So, moving further, our next presenter of the day is Katrina Porcino, Department of Veterinary Science, University of Messina, Italy. Topic of presentation is neurotrophins, TRK receptors, and calcium binding protein localization in mechanosensory systems and retina of Nathobranchus guantheri. You can read the abstract from the screen given. So moving further, let's see what Katrina Porcino's presentation is all about.
Everybody. I'm delighted to attend this conference today and to tell you about the localization of neurotrophins, TRK receptors, and calcium binding proteins in mechanosensory systems and retina of Notobranchius guantheri. Neurotrophins are growth factors regulating neuronal proliferation, synaptic plasticity, development, survival, growth, and differentiation. Neurotrophins' biological functions are mediated by signals-transducing systems that are initiated by their interaction with the TRK receptors in the central and peripheral nervous systems, including sensory organs. Calcium-binding proteins are also present in these systems. They are involved in essential physiological function related to calcium ion, such as nerve impulse transmission, neurogenesis, synaptic plasticity, and transmission. Further, calcium-binding proteins are supposed to be involved in neuron protection. Proteins, TRK systems, and calcium-binding proteins are evolutionarily conserved, and they perform their roles in various vertebrates, including fish. However, according to our knowledge, their localization has been never investigated before in the sensory systems of an emergent experimental model, Notobranchus guantheri. Notobranchus guantheri is a small annual killifish affiliated to the cyprinodont clade, adapted to live in temperate savanna pools in Africa and the Neotropic. Living in unhospitable for other teleost habitats made Notobranchus' lifespan extremely fast. Its sensory systems share several morphological and functional similarities with mammals, including human. It shares an age-dependent organ decline with different vertebrates, and some lesions are also typical of human geriatric phenotype. Hence, it is emerging as a suitable model for translational medicine, and in particular for aging studies. Since some fish sensory organs maintain their capability to regenerate also in older life, the present investigation aims to provide a morphological description of the retina, inner ear, and lateral eye system of Notobranchus guantheri, and to examine the monolocalization of neurotrophic TRK systems and calcium-binding proteins to gain insights into their function and potential involvement in regeneration. Hence, audio specimens of Notobranchus guantheri were fixed in WEN for 24 hours and routinely processed for histological and histochemical analysis. We carried out immunoperoxidase, single and double immunofluorescence, and fluorescence was detected with confocal laser scanning microscope. So, let's start from the mechanosensory organs. The morphological analysis shown here conformation similar to that one of other Ctenopterygian ears. The inner ear of Notobranchus guantheri is formed by three semicircular canals, anterior, horizontal, and posterior, the utricule, the saccule, and the lagina. Each semicircular canal has an expanded portion called ampulla. As shown in these two light micrographs, inside each ampulla there is the sensory epithelium represented by the ampullary crest. In the utricule, saccule, and lagina, the sensory epithelium is organized into macules with hole slits. Finally, in the photo below, it is possible to observe a branch of the eighth cranial nerve departing from the brain and innervating the saccular macula. In the following slide, I will illustrate the semicircular posterior canal of the inner ear containing the crista ampullaris and the utricular saccular with their nervation. At higher magnification, it is possible to observe the crista ampullaris organization with its supporting cells, hair cells, and the cupola, and the utricular macula with its supporting cells, hair cells, and numerous serous cilia. Notobranchus guantheri lateral line system is made up of three neuromas located body head and in the trunk. Here I show you the neuromasses of the head. They have an organization similar to that one of another actin of the region, the well-known zebrafish. They present central apical sensory hair cells innervated by neuronal peripheral projections. Hair cells are surrounded by two types of sensory cells, supporting and mantle cells. These latter are placed around the supporting cells and complete the mechanosensory organ laterally. In the head, three different shaped neuromasses have been identified. According to their positions, they are called supraorbital, infraorbital, and iomandibular. The neuromasses of the trunk have the same organization and similar shape of the neuromasses of the head. Concerning the immunohistochemical analysis, the immunopositivity to S100 protein allowed to identify cells displaying TRAC-A and TRAC-C receptors. These two were found in the hair cells of the macula of ventricule, saccule, and lagina. Their pattern of distribution is similar. Both TRAC-A and TRAC-C were localized in cytoplasm of cylindrical cells placed in the apical part of the sensory patches of different macules. These cells were identified as sensory hair cells because of their morphology, localization, and S100 protein immunoreactivity. An immunoreactivity for TRAC-A, TRAC-C, and S100 protein was also detected in the crescent polaris of the semicircular canals and their innervation. In the same way, confocal immunofluorescence demonstrated the occurrence of TRAC-A, TRAC-C, and S100 in the central apical portion of the neuromass corresponding to the hair cells. No immunoreaction was found in basal cells, and immunoreactivity through TRAC-C and S100 was detected in the lateral line nerve contacting the neuromass 2, and, as you can observe, similar pattern of distribution have been displayed in the different neuromasses with different position in the head. Even if no immunoreaction for TRAC-B receptors was found in any structure of the inner ear and lateral eye system of Notobranchus guenteri, the ganglia of the eighth cranial nerve showed an intense and specific immunoreactivity for these receptors. Here, TRAC-A and TRAC-B has been detected as well. Before to start talking about the localization of neurotrophic in TRK system in the retina, I illustrate these hematoxylin and eosin light micrographs depicting the morphology of Notobranchus guenteri retina, comprising with 7 layers, its structure a likeness with that of a human counterpart. The immunohistochemical analysis revealed that in the retina of Notobranchus guenteri, retinal pigmented epithelium extensions exhibit immunoreactivity to the receptor TRAC-A while lacking immunoreactivity to NGF. In the photoreceptor layer, outer and inner segments of the photoreceptors are NGF immunoreactive, and an NGF TRAC-A colocalization occurs in the inner segment. The picture reveals distinct NGF TRAC-A immunoreactivity patterns without evident colocalization in the outer plexiform layer. Within the inner nuclear layer, distinct subpopulations of macroin cells were identified as immunopositive for both TRAC-A and NGF. Some of them displayed exclusive TRAC-A immunoreactivity, while others exhibit NGF TRAC-A colocalization. Additionally, certain NGF immunoreactive bipolar cells were observed, and different subpopulations of ganglion cells were NGF and TRAC-A immunostained. However, no colocalization views were observed in the ganglion cell layer. Regarding the BDNF TRAC-B system, it occurred in the cytoplasmatic prolongation of the retinal pigmented epithelium. Within the photoreceptor layer, the inner segment exhibited concurrent labeling for both BDNF and TRAC-B. The outer segment displayed immunostaining for BDNF. The outer plexiform layer demonstrated separate but coexisting immunoreactivity for BDNF and TRAC-B. Subsequently, various subpopulations of macroid cells were identified as immunopositive for both BDNF and TRAC-B, with instances of colocalization observed. Furthermore, ganglion cell soma within a ganglion cell layer exhibited immunostaining for both BDNF and TRAC-B. Concerning the NT3 and TRAC-C immunoreactivity, it occurs in the retinal pigmented epithelium cell prolongation. TRAC-C immunoreactivity was detected in the outer segment of photoreceptors, while the inner segment exhibited immunopositivity to NT3. Concomitant immunoreactivity to NT3 and TRAC-C was identified in the outer plexiform layer. However, the antibodies did not colocalize. Within the inner nuclear layer, bipolar cells displayed NT3 immunoreactivity, and a distinct subset of amacrine cells showed TRAC-C immunoreactivity and NT3 immunoreactivity. Furthermore, various ganglion cell subpopulations within the ganglion cell layer were immunostained with NT3 and TRAC-C. However, NT3 and TRAC-C did not colocalize within the retina of notobranchus genteri, allowing to hypothesize the paracrine activity. At another depth level, it is possible to observe that also the outer segment of the photoreceptor layer and bipolar cells were TRAC-A immunoreactive. At this level, not only the outer segment of the photoreceptors are immunoreactive to TRAC-B, but also the inner segments are. Further, TRAC-B positivity occurs in the cellular prolongation inside the inner plexiform layer, in bipolar and horizontal cells. Finally, in the section depicted in the picture, TRAC-C immunoreactivity occurred in the inner segment of photoreceptor, in bipolar and horizontal cells. Regarding the calcium binding protein localization in the retina, we found that calretinin occurs in the cytoplasmatic prolongation of the retinal pigmented epithelium and in concert rods of the photoreceptor layer. A subpopulation of amacrine cells in the outer plexiform layer showed immunopositivity to calretinin, and ganglion cells were immunoreactive to this antibody too. Here, I reported a higher magnification of what illustrated above. Parvalbumin was immunolocalized in the cytoplasmatic prolongation of the retinal pigmented epithelium, in concert rows of the photoreceptors layer, in a subpopulation of amacrine cells in the inner nuclear layer, and in the soma of ganglion cells. Here the slide reports pictures depicting higher magnification of amacrine cells and ganglion cells. S100 immunoreactivity was detected in the cytoplasmatic prolongation of the cells in the retinal pigmented epithelium in a subpopulation of amacrine cells in horizontal, bipolar, and ganglion cells. Finally, also the axon in the inner plexiform layer were S100 immunoreactive. In conclusion, for the first time, the present investigation unveiled the localization of neurotrophins, the receptors, and calcium-binding proteins in the inner ear, neuromasses of the lateral line system, and retinal cells of notobranchus guenteri. This newfound information indicates the influence of these proteins on the biology of notobranchus guenteri, reinforcing its suitability as a model for aging studies. The implications of these findings could contribute to research on aging-related neurodegeneration within the context of translational medicine. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Katrina Porcino, for the very nice performance. So, if anybody has any question regarding Katrina's presentation, they can ask her directly or can put the questions in the chat box. So, moving forward with the conference, our next presenter of the day is Brisa Danira Nadia Himavan. Her topic of her affiliation is Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Groningen, Groningen, Netherlands. Our topic of presentation for today is the effect of CSR perception towards student consumer purchasing intention and personal care. FMCG, a cross-country study between the Netherlands and the Indonesia. You can read the abstract from the given screen. Okay, so moving forward, let's see what Risa's presentation is all about.
Welcome, guests of International Conference on Business, Economics, Law, Language, and Psychology. My name is Brisa, and today I will present my bachelor thesis research on the effect of CSR perception towards student consumer purchasing intention on personal care FMCG. This is a cross-country study between the Netherlands and Indonesia. As an author, this is Brisa Danira Nadia Himawan. I serve as a double degree student from Bandung Institute of Technology in Indonesia, majoring in business management, and the University of Groningen in the Netherlands, majoring in international business. This presentation is the author's bachelor's thesis, published with the University of Groningen. In this presentation, the content will all be about my research paper from the background and the research objectives to the conclusion. This research revolves around two CSR pyramid priority models by Carroll, which is improved by Fisher. The CSR priorities for businesses are sorted by Carroll by economic, legal, ethical, and philanthropic responsibilities. However, due to the differences of national landscape, Fisher argued that developing countries should have their own pyramid, which is sorted out as economic, philanthropic, legal, and ethical responsibilities. The author's concern here lies on whether customer will still buy from CSR-driven FMCG brands that have high level of substitutes, since applying much CSR could be very expensive and might impact prices, which then diminish FMCG's objectives, which is to provide low-cost everyday products. Moreover, the author is also curious on whether the high price sensitivity affect their intention to purchase CSR-driven FMCG products. As this is a cross-country study, the author will present data from both developing and developed country, which is Indonesia and the Netherlands, and then compare the result and differences in CSR priorities from the two countries. This research will limit its scope to the Netherlands and Indonesia as a representative of both developed and developing countries, student consumer as a sample, and within the context of personal care FMCG. This research would contribute to a student perspective of CSR perception and their buying intention on CSR products, comparison on CSR perception in Netherlands and Indonesia, and your information on different priorities of CSR in developed and developing countries. The author come up with two research questions with one sub-research question. For the first research question, will different kinds of CSR in personal care FMCG work differently to drive students in both the Netherlands and Indonesia into purchasing CSR-driven product, considering their respective perception of CSR? The first research question is which CSR element is the most important CSR to be applied in personal care FMCG for student consumers? Does the result differ between countries? And the second research question is, does price sensitivity play an important role in moderating the effect of CSR perception on student purchase intention? The literature review focuses on the concept of CSR and the pyramid explanation, in which CSR is defined by Bowen as the obligation of businessmen to pursue policies, to make decisions, or to follow line of actions which are desirable in the terms of objectives and the value of our society. In CSR pyramids, we have four kinds of CSR based on Carroll's pyramid. Which is first is economic responsibilities, which is the strategies that are centered towards the aim of making profits. Legal responsibilities, which is the obeying legal necessity as an obligation for businesses. The third one is ethical responsibilities. That is an obligation that is expected by the societal member of the area, such as not to harm the members of society or the business doer. And the last one is the philanthropical responsibility, which is the responsibility to be a good corporate citizen, or in other words, contribute to the community.
The author actually have different variables here. We have perceived CSR perception as independent variable with four contents of CSR, which is economic, legal, ethical, and philanthropical. Also, we have student purchasing intention on CSR-driven personal care (FMCG) as the dependent variable, and country and price sensitivity as the moderators. Also, the author included control variables of age, gender, education, and disposable income. In total, this research has 5 hypotheses and 2 sub-hypotheses presented in this slide. Firstly, due to the strict CSR rules applied in early days by developed country, the notion of CSR is much more explored and people are more aware and society conscious before buying in developed countries. Hence, for hypothesis 1, perceived corporate social responsibility has a positive significant effect on student purchase intention in the Netherlands. Secondly, CSR perceptions in Indonesia is claimed to be improving due to more exposure of social media followed by globalization. Hence, hypothesis 2, perceived CSR has a positive significant effect on student purchase intention in Indonesia. For sub-hypothesis 1 and 2, the author tested the accuracy of both Carroll's and Fisher's pyramid between students in the Netherlands and Indonesia. Thirdly, taken from evidences from the first and second hypothesis, the author concludes perceived corporate social responsibility has a positive significant effect on the overall student purchase intention. Fourthly, due to the long history of CSR in the Netherlands, customer could be equipped with a high awareness of social responsibility before making purchase decision. While Indonesia just implemented CSR law in 2007 and consumer awareness only spread recently due to social media. Hence, hypothesis 4 mentioned that the effect of perceived CSR on student purchase intention is stronger in the Netherlands than in Indonesia. Lastly, due to the price sensitivity found in FMCG products, the author proposed hypothesis 5, which is price sensitivity negatively moderating the relationship between CSR perception and student purchase intention. So this is a conceptual model. We have CSR perception as the independent variable and purchase intention as the dependent variable. CSR perception has 4 components: economic, legal, ethical, and philanthropical. We have also country and price sensitivity as the moderators, and age, gender, education, and income as the control variable. For the methodology, the author is using quantitative research using survey questionnaire. The data is also collected through the Qualtrics survey platform. Survey is using Likert scale in which 1 is strongly disagree to 5 strongly agree. Questions are taken from reputable sources with an addition of FMCG context specification. Analysis method is using IBM SPSS statistic version 29.0. The linear regression will be done for hypothesis 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and independent sample t-test is done for sub-hypothesis 1 and 2. For data collection, the author uses stratified random sampling of students in the Netherlands and Indonesia who consume personal care FMCG products with the requirement of minimum 18 years of age, currently staying in that particular country, and have been a resident for more than 10 years, to avoid possible reliability issues since both countries have different economic spending habits. Samples collected include 115 Indonesian and 72 Dutch students after missing values had been handled. This has a various ranges of age, gender, education level, and disposable income. For the demographics, 82.9% are in the tertiary education stage, 67.4% are within the age group of 18 to 21, 66.8% are female, 47.2% in the Netherlands has a disposable income between 751 euros to 1,000 euros, and 83.5% in Indonesia have disposable income between 0 to 4 million rupiah. This tells us that most respondents of this research come from a younger generation, mostly Generation Z. And B, most Indonesian respondents do not own a side job or got a lower paying job, while students in the Netherlands mostly already have an adequate salaries. This is the result of the linear regression. For hypothesis 1 till 3, it is accepted, and for hypothesis 4 to 5, it is rejected.
While for the results of t-test, it is both rejected for sub-hypothesis 1 and 2 because both Netherlands and Indonesia shows a different result compared to Carroll's and Fisher's pyramid of CSR priorities. The first three hypotheses are accepted, proving right that as students' CSR perception increases, so does student purchasing intention on CSR-driven personal care FMCG in the Netherlands and Indonesia. For the sub-hypothesis, the first sub-hypothesis and the second sub-hypothesis are also rejected. For the sub-hypothesis, the conclusion is that the student consumer in the Netherlands ranks CSR priorities in the order of legal, ethical, economic, then philanthropic. It is ranked from the most important to the less important, while Indonesians has it ranked by legal, ethical, philanthropical, and then economic. The low priority seen in economic responsibility for both countries could be explained by the fact that customers expect companies to do more than just making a profit, and students and customers do not actually buy products based on how businesses make profits. They expect companies to be legal and ethical as consumer punishment awaits if unethical and illegal practices surface, which also justify why legal and ethical responsibility place as the two most important priorities for both countries. The higher priority in philanthropical in Indonesia compared to the Netherlands is explained by the fact that Indonesians put more importance on philanthropic responsibility due to the government's incapability to fix social problems, and the company is also expected to participate in solving these problems. For the hypothesis 4, which answered the first research question, it is also rejected because the result shows non-significance. Hence, it is concluded as the effect of perceived CSR on student purchase intention has little to no difference in between the Netherlands than in Indonesia. This might be because the sample is younger generation that is the most affected by technological advancement. Indonesian customer can see information and news through social media, receive information and affected by globalization, keep up with developed country notions, or even respond to these notions. In research conducted by Ali et al., it is claimed that CSR communication through social media affect the buying behavior of a brand, where consumers globally could share awareness of smart buying with corporates who have clean legal and ethical records, also growing trust on these brands. For the hypothesis 5, it is also rejected as the result shows non-significance. This answers the second research question. This is then concludes that there is no moderation of price sensitivity in relative of the relationship between CSR perception and student purchase intention. This could be explained by the fact that there could be more meaningful aspect that could affect the relationship, such as product quality, product sustainability, or brand loyalty, especially in the context of a wider variety of affordable personal care. And then, moreover, there could also be another variable that would increase the effect of CSR perception towards purchase intention in a personal care FMCG context, like brand loyalty, suitability, and quality as moderators, or peer pressure and brand reputation as mediators. Further research is required to analyze this. So, this research hence contribute to two things. The first thing is that younger generations from developing countries are improving and developing, exposed to globalization through social media, develop country notions and ideas, and participating in a lot of information dissemination regarding CSR that could shift and improve their understanding of CSR, which could affect their purchase intention and increase purchase involvement in FMCG products. The second one is that Dutch and Indonesian students got legal and ethical responsibility as their most important aspect of CSR done by the company, while philanthropic responsibility placed more importance on students in Indonesia compared to the students in the Netherlands. This research then recommend personal care FMCG companies to actually pay more attention to legal and ethical responsibility before other responsibilities, create more philanthropic activities in developing countries to increase presence, treat both developed and developing countries as countries that are aware of CSR and its importance, focus on increasing product value and CSR initiatives instead of price competition to increase brand presence, and use social media to communicate CSR initiatives to the younger demographics to gain brand trust. This research has three limitations, which is the first one is to have a low sample size, and it might not represent the whole Dutch and Indonesian student population. The second one is low model explanation. This is due to the more unexplored, unquantifiable variables. And the third one is the result cannot be generalized to all developed and developing countries because different countries has different kinds of institutional gaps and national landscape. For further research, research could be done with a larger sample by considering the other qualitative variable that could intervene the effect and comparing different sets of countries. In conclusion, this cross-country study between the Netherlands and Indonesia concluded that student CSR perception affect their purchase intention in CSR personal care FMCG products in both countries. However, the result also shows that the country does not moderate the particular relationship and that there is little to no difference in country results on CSR perception, proved by the development of CSR ideology in Indonesia. Due to younger samples, Dutch and Indonesian students react differently to their CSR priority rankings compared to CSR pyramids of Carroll and Fisher. Moreover, it is also concluded that price sensitivity does not affect the relationship between CSR perception and purchase intention. Thank you for listening to this presentation. If you want to see more of the details on the presentation, such as the appendix, you could access the link presented in the slide. For more inquiries, you can contact me through email or LinkedIn that is also presented within the slide. Thank you once again and have a good day.
Thank you so much, Prisa, Danira, Nadia, Himavan, for this wonderful presentation of yours. If anybody has any question regarding to her presentation, they can ask her directly or can put the questions in the chat box. Meanwhile, let's continue with the conference. So our next presenter of the day is Misbah Faiz, NUST Business School, NBS, National University of Science and Technology, NUST, Islamabad, Pakistan. Our topic for today's presentation is Drivers and Outcome of Human Capital Analytics. You can read the abstract from the screen. So, moving ahead, let's see what Misbah has to say about our conference presentation.
This is Misbah Faiz from NUST Business School, National University of Sciences and Technology, Islamabad, Pakistan. And I will be presenting the drivers and outcomes of human capital analytics. So, going through the table of contents, we'll be going through the introduction, the research gap, methodology, findings, content analysis, drivers of the human capital analytics, outcomes of human capital analytics, emerging trends and avenues for future research, and the conclusion. Introducing human capital analytics. So, it is a factual approach to ensure effective people oriented decisions within an organization. Human capital analytics tends to provide logical analysis instead of a subjective approach. It also provides the organization and the manager with different insightful information that is crucial for companies or business transformation. HR Analytics makes use of a logical and systematic approach to visualize different data in the business for better decisions. It enables the employees to form a knowledge management system within the organizations. HR Big Data Analytics is now a main tool for various companies in order to solve different business problems. It tends to provide a data driven approach for companies to use HR data and improve their capability. HR data analysis helps companies in forecasting and the decision making process. The use of HR data analytics has increased in the modern days. It ensures productivity and technology support for businesses and automate their HR operations. Human capital analytics is a structural approach and it provides a structural network analysis approach for companies. It ensures that a set of different links and nodes of fresh insights and other organizational roles are present within the company. It helps managers to identify different factors raised from social aspects in the company. Going towards the research gap in this area, we see that a minimal research has been done in this area. Considering the minimal exploration of HR data analytics and its hidden role in the company's performance, the area has been less approached. HR analytics are comprised of different data sets and analytical tools. It requires strong research and statistical and analytical skills from the researcher to find and analyze its impact on the HR management in any organization. In this regard, we see that it is relatively challenging for most of the researchers. Moreover, identifying HR outcomes and key drivers is another challenge for the companies and the independent researchers, and it requires intensive evaluation and analysis of different variables, which we see very less in the literature. Therefore, in this study, the methodology is that we undertake a systematic literature review and a bibliometric approach in order to analyze the findings of the study. Conducting bibliometric analysis allowed me for more objectivity and to sift through the large amounts of data. The research was carried out in various steps. Full-length articles were analyzed in the process as they are considered as validated knowledge. The review undertaken in the study did not consider any books, conference paper, or doctoral thesis. We considered only journal articles. We searched the titles, keywords, abstract, and text for human capital analytics. Our research was not limited to any specific period, and therefore the oldest article dates back to 1998. The most recent articles related to human capital analytics have been published in 2023. In order to ensure the quality of the data, all articles were taken from Scopus. Scopus was used in order to screen the related articles. In this manner, we had the quality articles for analyzation. The journals which the articles were include but not limited to Personnel Review, Journal of Business Research, Human Resource Management, European Journal of Innovation Management, and others. Our research yielded a total of 81 articles. These papers were read, analyzed, and coded. According to our findings, much research was not being carried out prior to 2015. More research articles have been published after 2015. 45 articles were published from 2020 to 2023, whereas 25 articles were published from 2015 to 2019. So 45 were published between 2020 and 2023, and 25 between 2015 and 2019. 11 articles were published before 2015. This trend is evident as authors have just recently started to focus on human capital analytics within the organizations. In order to analyze the impact of the articles, the number of citations have also been taken into account, and we can see that on the screen in the table. Going towards the articles that have been published, we reflect that there are 15 articles that have been published by Elsevier in our study, from which the data was taken. 23 have been published by Emerald, 6 articles have been published by John Wiley and Sons, whereas 2 have been published by Springer. The rest have been published by different publishers. We conducted content analysis in order to get the right output for our study, and we developed a model that summarizes the extant literature in the domain of human capital analytics. We conducted analysis and coding for our systematic content analysis. The research objectives and findings were analyzed in order to develop the model. Summarization of the extant literature on the human capital analytics has helped us to identify four key drivers of human capital analytics, which include organizational culture, employee hard and soft skills, employee competencies, and skilled workforce. Following the drivers, the literature helped us to identify seven key outcomes of human capital analytics that determine its role in business transformation. This outcome includes stronger interdepartmental relationship, improved employee experience and behavior, knowledge-based decision making, improved company performance, competitive advantage, reduction in risks, and enhancement of strategic organizational capability. The literature also helped us to analyze the importance of these outcomes in business performance. Coming towards the drivers of human capital analytics, organizational culture is one key driver of human capital. Organizations usually experience diversity in management and human resources. Diversity in the organization is mainly the outcome of culture differences among the employees. In this regard, organizational culture drives the importance of diversity management. Human resource is mainly attributed to diversity management. For any organization, diversity recruitment initiatives are crucial. They need to implement to determine the effectiveness of diversity management. Employee hard and soft skills are another key driver of human capital analytics in any organization. The use of employee soft and hard skills allows the organizational management to use HR analytics and transform business and form HR business strategies. Employee soft and hard skills allow the business to use HR analytics to overcome its associated issues. Employee competencies are another key driver of human capital analytics. Employee competencies mainly focus on the skills that are required in any business or organizational to effectively manage HCA. Coming towards the skilled workforce, it is also a driver of HR analytics. Human resource analytics mostly work at the dashboard level. They require different analytical tools and trained professionals to manage resources in the organization. The use of a skilled workforce becomes an essential driving factor to ensure the effectiveness of human capital analytics. Skilled workforce and human capital are directly and indirectly connected. The strong reliance of firms on big data analytics requires organizations to have a skilled workforce to manage the firm's operation. Coming towards the outcomes, so forming a stronger interdepartmental relationship within the organization is one key outcome. HR analytics can form a stronger interdepartmental connection in business to generate profits. The presence of intellectual analytics data allows firms and business to use intellectual capital efficiently. In the era of big data usage, most companies' HRM practices are directly involved in human capital analytics with the objective of improved efficiency and effectiveness in the process of talent acquisition and talent retention. Improved employee experience and behavior is a significant outcome. Using HR analytics, employee can transform their overall behavior in a challenging environment. HR analytics allow employees to learn and experience the demand for workforce data and workforce decisions. Knowledge-based decisions are one key outcome. HR analytics can provide business with new scientific knowledge to find practical solutions for all those problems. The use of HR powerful insights by the general management to manage HR-related decisions within the organization is a typical example for knowledge-based decisions. Improved company performance provides an added value, and it is effective use of human capital analytics that allows the business to increase its ROI and overall company growth. Another key outcome is the competitive advantage. HCA provides organizations with predictive analytics data for decisions. Overall profitability is mainly improved by increased capital efficiency. Human capital analytics has a long-term impact on business profitability because it is the source of competitive advantage. Human capital efficiency is directly aligned with its efficient use. HR Analytics provides a tool and platform for HR management to use human capital efficiently. Human capital analytics reduces the profitability of different risks within the business, the probability of different risks in the business. The presence of human capital, workforce failure, and inefficient labor productivity are probable risks. To increase productivity, business prefer using technology for HCA. And this is how actually profitability is enhanced and the probability of different risks is reduced. The higher the technological means, the technological means higher human capital efficiency within an organization. The use of HR analytics increases the efficiency and reduces the risk of technological failures. So enhancing strategic organizational capability is another key outcome. And the use of HR analytics in the organization or at the government level helps in making strategic decisions and enhances organizational capability in the long run. For instance, it has been discussed that policy intervention schemes aligned with long-term growth benefit the companies. Subsidization of R&D and activities within an organization to enhance the growth of human capital provides long-term benefits. This indicates that human capital analytics allows the organization to enhance its strategic capabilities by making long-term decisions such as subsidization. HR analytics allow the effective use of big data analytics and enhances an organization's strategic capability to overcome technical issues as well. If we move towards the emerging trends and avenues for future research, we see that one trend is AI-powered HR analytics. The increased use of artificial intelligence. AI requires researchers to understand its role in HR analytics to measure its performance. AI-powered HR analytics can assist organizations in processing large amounts of datasets in minimum time with a high accuracy ratio. On the other hand, data visualization enables HR manager to use data visualization for effective decision making. Data visualization has a significant role in HR decisions because it represents different information and HR related data in graphical form. The third emerging trend is HR analytics in sentiment analysis. Future researchers can use the role of sentiment analysis as an area of research to identify sentiment analysis role in HR analytics and improve employee retention strategy. We conclude that human capital analytics has emerged as one important trend for companies to improve their performance and transform the business, keeping market dynamics into consideration. It provides a diverse and flexible decision-making platform for managers in any business. The systematic literature review helped us to identify the drivers and outcomes of HR analytics that increase its importance for any organization. These are the references of the study. And thank you very much. If you have any queries or questions, you can always email at misbah_faz@hotmail.com.
Thank you so much, Ms. Faz, for this wonderful presentation of yours. So if anybody has any questions regarding Ms. Baz's presentation, they can ask her directly or can put the questions in the chat box. So moving forward, our next presenter of the day is So sorry, I guess there is some technical glitch. Just allow me a moment. Okay. So our next presenter of the day is Birendra Kaur, Department of Education, Akal University, Bhatinda, India. Our topic of presentation is relationship between mindful attention, awareness, and cognitive flexibility among pre-service teachers, a regressive analysis. You can read the extract from the given screen. Okay, so let's move ahead and see what Birendra Kaur has to say in her presentation.
Dear guests of Dubai International Conference on Teaching, Education and Learning, welcome to the presentation on relationship between mindful attention awareness and cognitive flexibility among pre-service teachers, a regression analysis. This presentation is presented by Dr. Barinder Kaur, and I am working as an assistant professor and head in the Department of Education of Akal University, which is situated in Talwandi Sabo, Bathinda district of Punjab, India. This presentation will include the following: introduction and the research gap, aim of the research, methodology used for testing the hypothesis of the present research study, followed by the findings and conclusions, and ending up at the recommendations based on the findings of the. This is a very well-known fact that the quality of an education is directly proportional to the quality of teachers, which in turn depends upon the pre-service teacher education program. Pre-service teacher education program prepares the prospective teachers for the future classrooms, which states that the pre-service teacher education programs or the training provided in the pre-service teacher education programs must be competent enough to train our prospective teachers or the future teachers to address the challenges of the classrooms. As it is also evident that there are different number of challenges of modern education system or present in the modern education system, like addressing to the needs of the learners who are diverse in nature, adjusting to the evolving classroom dynamics, adapting to the technological advancements, and maintaining the harmony between different elements of education system like aims, curriculum, methods of teaching, academic environment, teaching aids, and individual differences. To maintain a balance between all these elements in a classroom system requires a diverse skill set on the part of the teacher, and training in the teacher education system to train the prospective teachers so that they can navigate between the various responsibilities of the dynamic educational landscape of 21st century with very clarity and attention. And this disclosed a novice skills of teaching profession or skills needed by the 21st century teachers, that is cognitive flexibility and mindful attention awareness. This skill set will help 21st century teachers to create a dynamic and engaging learning environment so that they can prepare the students to face the challenges of the future effectively. Cognitive flexibility is not a unitary construct. It refers to the mental ability of the individual to adapt thinking, to shift attention between different tasks and concepts and perspectives, to shift from irrelevant information in a previous tasks to focus on relevant information in a new task or context. Or in other words, cognitive flexibility can also be known as flexible thinking, which means being able to think about something in more than one way. In other words, it can be said that cognitive flexibility refers to the mental ability to adapt to the changes in the environment by adjusting one's thinking, switching between tasks, responses, and strategies. It involves the capacity to shift cognitive processes and adapt to new information or different demands. It is a higher order cognitive function, and individuals start exhibiting such sorts of executive functions in the early years of infancy. In a nutshell, it can be said that the ability to switch between two tasks and approaching challenges from multiple angles is another skill which is termed as cognitive flexibility, or which we can say that flexibility to hold cognitive processes. Mindful attention awareness originates from ancient mindfulness and meditation traditions, notably in Buddhism, dating back thousands of years to the teaching of Siddhartha Gautama the Buddha. The idea of mindfulness has become increasingly popular in the recent years, and it has been modified and added into the number of secular disciplines such as stress management and psychotherapy. It is the key component of Eightfold Path, one of the core teachings of Gautam Buddha. Mindful attention awareness refers to the process or refers to the ability of an individual to intentionally concentrate on the present moment, observing thoughts, emotions, and surroundings without judgment. It entails remaining objectively present in the present moment while being mindful of one's thoughts, feelings, physical sensations, and surroundings. It means that the individual in the state of mindfulness will be more aware of the present moment and perceive stimuli without passing judgment on them or giving them a particular meaning. Past researches has shown that mindfulness has a positive correlation with ruminating thoughts. It helps in enhancing flexibility among individuals. Similarly, cognitive flexibility is interconnected with the psychological well-being, and cognitive flexibility is having a connections with mindfulness and mental well-being as disclosed by Cora and Rema. On a similar lane, it has been found by Jacques and Zilazzo in 2005 and Scriff in 2001 that cognitive flexibility helps in the language development and development of mathematical skills, whereas Cora and Rema in 2021 disclosed that mindful attention awareness is connected with psychological well-being, perceived stress, and subjective well-being. Regarding the research gap of the present study, it has been found that there are a number of studies that are connecting mindfulness attention awareness with various variables like extroversion, agreeableness, trait of personality, and it has been shown that students with higher mindfulness levels are found to have lower depression levels. However, there are only a handful of empirical studies that explore the relationship of cognitive flexibility in mindful attention awareness and specifically among Indian pre-service teachers, which motivates the investigator to disclose this relationship, that is the relationship between cognitive flexibility and mindful attention awareness among Indian pre-service teachers. Additionally, the present research paper will try to explore the predictive ability of mindful attention awareness towards cognitive flexibility among pre-service teachers. Regarding the hypothesis of the present research study, first hypothesis states that there will be no significant relationship of mindful attention awareness with cognitive flexibility and its dimensions among pre-service teachers. Mindful attention awareness is not significant predictor of cognitive flexibility among pre-service teachers. Regarding the methodology used to test the hypothesis of the present study, it is to mention that prescriptive survey approach was employed in the present research paper to obtain a purposive sample of 100 pre-service teachers from a public university of Kurukshetra. This study is delimited to the pre-service teachers who are pursuing 2-year Bachelor of Education program in Public University of Kurukshetra. Cognitive flexible inventory by Dennis and Vanderwall is used to measure the cognitive flexibility among pre-service teachers, and this inventory is comprised of 20 items, which is used to measure two sub-dimensions of cognitive flexibility, that is alternative and control. Alternative refers to the ability of the pre-service teachers to generate alternative solutions to the situations, whereas control dimension of the cognitive flexible inventory refers to the ability to perceive difficult situation as controllable. Regarding The mindful attention awareness of pre-service teachers, a mindful attention awareness scale developed by Brown and Rayon, is used. This scale is a 6-point Likert scale and is consists of 15 items. Higher the score on this scale refers to high mindfulness of the individual. Regarding the data analysis techniques used in the present study, mean, median, mode, standard deviation, correlation analysis, and regression analysis was computed by using SPSS 22 software for the present studies analysis of the present table displays the descriptive analysis of the data, and it states that the mean for the cognitive flexibility, alternative, and control dimensions came out to be 96.00, 68.45, and 27.55 respectively, whereas the standard deviation for the cognitive flexibility and its dimensions came out to be 11.91, followed by 9.06 and 6.30 respectively, whereas the mean for the mindful attention awareness came out to be 57.91 and the standard deviation for the mindful attention awareness came out to be 10.51. The maximum score for the kinetic flexible inventory came out to be 122 followed by 69, which is the minimum score on the same inventory, whereas 77 came out to be the maximum score on the mindful attention awareness scale and 32 is the minimum score on the mindful attention awareness scale. Regarding the correlation analysis of the data, Pearson product movement correlation was used to compute the coefficient of correlation between mindful attention awareness and cognitive flexibility and its dimension among pre-service teachers, and it is observed from the table that the correlation coefficient between the cognitive flexibility and mindful attention awareness came out to be 0.559, which is significant at 0.0101 level, whereas the coefficient of correlation between mindful attention awareness and the cognitive flexibility dimensions like alternative and control dimension came out to be 0.353 and 0.550, which is also significant at 0.01. The present table displays the results of the regression analysis of the data which was run on the SPSS software. It is to be mentioned that before the commencement of linear regression analysis, all the required assumptions to conduct it was examined. The assumptions of homozygosity was checked by the investigation of the scatter plots, and in the present study, the Durbin-Watson values were within the limits of 1.5 and 2.5, which ensures that there is no autocorrelation. This table represents that the mindful attention awareness emerged as a significant predictor of cognitive flexibility among pre-service teachers. Mindful attention awareness explains 30.06 of the variance in the cognitive flexibility among pre-service teachers. So on the basis of the results obtained from the correlation analysis and the regression analysis, it is found that both the hypothesis of the present study stands rejected, which means there is a significant relationship of mindful attention awareness and cognitive flexibility and its dimensions among pre-service teachers. Similarly, mindful attention awareness came out to be a significant predictor of cognitive flexibility among pre-service teachers by predicting 30.6% of the variance in cognitive flexibility among pre-service teachers, which shows that with the increase in the level of mindful attention awareness, the level of cognitive flexibility among the pre-service teachers increases. This study, however, then recommends that the culture of mindfulness in educational institutions will improve the flexibility levels among pre-service teachers. Therefore, tailoring of the learning environment of the teacher training institutions by incorporating substantial number of mindful related activities like meditation camps, workshops to make pre-service teachers flexible enough to generate functional solutions while addressing the diverse classroom situations. This study is funded by Indian Institute of Teacher Education, and this study is an outcome of minor research project sanctioned by Center of Research, Indian Institute of Teacher Education under the Namo Matrubhumi Mission Shardham projects. The references for the present study is included in this present slide. Thank you for the patience listening. And for any questions, please email at kr.birinder@gmail.com.
Thank you so much, Birender Kaur, for this wonderful presentation of yours. If anybody has any question regarding her presentation, they can ask her directly or can put their questions in the chat box. So, moving further, our listener for the today's conference was Shireen Tariq, Educational Psychology, Health Minds Together Limited, United Kingdom. Thank you, Shireen Tariq, for being there with us today. So, with this, I would like to thank everybody for their great pleasure and enthusiasm. I would like to conclude that conference was a great success. Many people has contributed in different ways to turn the event into a smoothly running conference with very interesting presentations. This conference has resulted in good discussions and networking. I owe my gratitude to all the presenters and patient listeners, to the coordinators and the whole staff of Eurasia Research for their constant support. I would also like to thank all the universities and institutes who have sponsored our participants and people who have directly or indirectly contributed in the smooth conduct of this conference. Thank you, everyone. So, with this, first of all, I would like everybody present here in the conference to have their valuable feedback about the conference. So, Birendra Kaur, are you there with us?
Yes, I am here. Thank you.
Yeah, so any feedbacks for our conference?
First of all, I'm very thankful for giving me such an opportunity because I got stuck in some very important work, and even then, at the last moment, the organizers just accepted my proposal and allow me to present. Before the other delegates and the delegates from the other institutions and the countries, and overall uh, all of the presentations, they are very lucid, very clear, and surely this has boosted up a confidence in me regarding the presentation in front of the international forum and added much to my knowledge also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Birendra. It means a lot to us. Katrina, are you there with us?
Yes, I
Yeah.
agree with Kaur. It was a very stimulating and intriguing congress. I'm glad to attend this conference. It was a pleasure for me. I learned a lot of things.
Thank you so much, Katrina, for your valuable feedback. Misbah, any feedbacks from your end?
Hi, Priya. Thank you. And I think the conference was really good. There was a lot to learn. There were some excellent presentations. And yes, a special thank you to the organizers. The conference was very well organized. And throughout, from start till the end, I used to get, the responses to my emails right on time. So I think the organizers did a great job, and there were some great presentations to learn from.
Thank you so much, Misbah. Your valuable feedback means a lot to us. So, Brisa, any feedbacks from your end?
Hi, thank you so much for actually organizing this international conference. I would like to thank all the organizers for being super, super fast response, and I really appreciate for you to do that. And it has been quite a very, very help for me too, and my friends too. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. You're most welcome. So, Mohammed Alsari, any feedbacks from your end? Okay. So, So this comes to an end of the conference. So Eurasia Research conduct conferences all around the world. So our upcoming conferences in March 2024 will be in Singapore and Boston. April 2024 will be in London and Sydney. May 2024 will be in Kuala Lumpur and Singapore. You can refer these conferences to your friends and colleagues. So thank you so much for being wonderful and valuable presenters and listeners to us. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Bye bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Yeah,
Bye bye.
bye.